Chapter 551 Konohamaru and the others, the world has isolated me and allowed him to ridicule me. Naruto thought for a moment, and in his current situation, he was still young and strong. If nothing else happens, it can basically bring an entire family together. But it is impossible for him to really set aside a piece of land specifically for the development of the family like a real clan leader. It is impossible for the two Yamu and the others to leave their homeland, and it is impossible for him to bring everyone together. This is purely seeking death. Besides, he's not a collection of princesses. More and more people are withdrawing from the frontline battlefield. Naruto seems to have forgotten the agreement with Black Zetsu. He is either accompanying Ino Hinata or partying with Koji and his group all day long. On the other side, Black Zetsu really went over the mountains to find the tailed beasts. When Naruto told him that he had two tailed beasts in his hand that day, Black Zetsu was actually a little panicked. Only because Kabuto Yakushi delayed Heizetsu for a long time, Heizetsu managed to capture the two-tailed beasts with a lot of effort. At the same time, he needed to capture three-tailed beasts. Although the great task was about to be completed, Heiju always felt that something was not right, but he couldn't explain it for a while. Konoha, it's getting late. The war is finally over. I can have a good rest for a while. Inyazuka Kaiba was filled with joy. He had just returned from the battlefield with Koji and the others some time ago. The wedding was just held yesterday, and except for Hinata, almost everyone went to support it. I got very drunk yesterday and slipped out again today. Looking at the proud look on his face, Naruto suddenly had a hunch that this bitch would definitely involve him when he spoke later. Sure enough, as soon as Inyazuka Kaiba opened his mouth, he pulled Naruto onto his back. Naruto, when are you, Hinata, and Ino's wedding going to be held? I should have drunk you to death yesterday. I didn't pick up any pot. Naruto didn't tolerate him and kicked him from under the table. Don't think I don't know that you liked that person before you got married. With that one I forgot the name, by the way, do you remember Koji? The little fat man Chisai was feasting on the piece of meat. Hearing this, he raised his head and smiled, with the fat on his face piled up, and said coquettishly. Of course I remember, isn't it that? Stop. I was wrong, I was wrong. Inyazuka Kaiba was frightened. Isn't it enough if this has happened earlier? I have to come here. Naruto picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Shikamaru hadn't come yet, and Niji was probably still on his way. There are actually quite a lot of things going on in the village. In the final analysis, only two idlers, Naruto and Koji, have time to organize meals all day long. They sit together to eat and drink every night. Naruto, the war is over, what do you want to do in the future? Koji suddenly asked. I don't know, we'll see when the time comes. Naruto said, and the war won't end so soon. The Ninja Alliance finally won once, and they have to divide the benefits again. The negotiations alone will take a long time. Maybe the 5 major countries will fight again in the future. How come? What's so surprising about this? Naruto glanced at the fat man. The ninja coalition broke up into separate teams. Each other has a deep understanding of the combat methods of ninjas from other countries. If we really want to fight, it's just a matter of one sentence. If we can't agree on something, then we can only fight, right? This is not the first time that the 5 major countries have done this. Now all the common crisis of the ninja world has disappeared, and there are only a few fugitive ninjas left. The 5 major countries can use the excuse that the other country harbors White Zetsu or is related to White Zetsu to attack the allies. There is no problem in logic at all. This Koji was confused. What? Don't believe it. Naruto supported his head with one hand and held a semi-yellow transparent wine glass in the other hand. He had received first-hand information from the 3 women of Kumagakure. The Raikage wanted to withdraw, and the nobles of the Lightning Country asked Kumagakure to take a tougher attitude, intending to take advantage of the opportunity of dividing the spoils after the war to bite off some meat from the other 4 countries. No wonder my father hasn't come back yet, and there is no definite news. Koji scratched his head. Naruto looked like he was used to it. He didn't care whether the 5 great nations would fight or not. In fact, he was looking forward to the 5 great nations fighting. If he wanted to intercept the 1-tail and the 8-tail, it would be best for him to have Kumagakure and Tsunagakure fighting. But he would not do such things as instigating in the middle, because it would be easy to be discovered and it would damage his virtue. If he directly instigated a war in order to extract the 1-tail and the 8-tail, then Naruto's behavior would be no different from that of Uchiha Obito. War is not quarreling or negotiating. That would really kill many people. Even if these people might be just some insignificant little people, Naruto didn't need to kill them. He had too many ways to just catch the one tail and the eight tail. He didn't need to use such a heartless method. Of course. If Kumagakure and Tsunagakure fought spontaneously, it would have nothing to do with him. He could fish in troubled waters as he wanted. It was right to take advantage of the fire. Will they really fight? Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't help asking. I don't know, I'm waiting too. He replied, but don't worry, even if a war breaks out, the scale of the war is not expected to be very large. You just got married, and it is highly likely that you won't be needed on the battlefield. After a while, Shikamaru and Niji arrived one after another, and Rock Lee was the last to arrive. This guy can't drink alcohol, so he can only sit at the same table with the children. Brother Naruto. Konohamaru jumped out, his face full of enthusiasm. Yuden and Mogi followed Konohamaru, and the three of them had grown a lot taller. Konohamaru is not to be mentioned, he is the tallest of the three, with broad shoulders and body, and he already has the shadow of a young man. He is also the most talented, not only learned the Raise Nan, but also mastered a few simple ninjutsu. Naruto guessed that it was probably taught to him by Ebisu, which is quite biased. But who made Konohamaru the grandson of the third generation, and he is very talented. In comparison, Yuden and Mogi looked much more ordinary. Yuden has grown a lot taller, and seems to be less shy, and changed into a pair of black-framed glasses. When Naruto looked at him, Yuden couldn't help scratching his head and showing a simple smile. He had a good impression of Yuden, not very talented, but reliable. Finally, he cast his eyes on Mogi, looking at the other party's excited and shy expression. He seemed to remember that he didn't treat Mogi well at that time, just because she was a crybaby, and he seemed to have taught her a lesson at that time. Later there was no more. Except for a few brief meetings, the two were not as familiar with each other as Konohamaru was with him. Brother Naruto. Mogi walked in front of Konohamaru, and greeted him carefully with the back of her hand. Yet. Naruto nodded, not knowing how to respond, and simply responded coldly, you sit at that table, and you are not allowed to drink. Xiao Li, you too. Got it. Xiao Li was a little speechless, but he knew that he would get drunk easily and might tear down the whole stall. Mo Huang was a little depressed. Just after saying hello, she was thrown to this deserted table with a ninja brother who didn't look very smart. Fortunately, although she was a little willful, she was not stupid. She knew that the strange ninja in the green tights in front of her might not look very good, but a punch from her would be enough to make her cry all night. It was dark, so she just sat there and ate. Shikamaru just sat down and said directly. Naruto, did you pick up money recently? You're treating us again. It's been 5 days. I'm almost used to eating here as a canteen. I didn't pick up any money, but I'm really rich. Naruto made no secret of his wealth, and he also needed a reason to change his previous image of being poor and evading bills. He was about to become a father, and it was not conducive to his daily relationship with his father-in-law if he carried the image of being stingy and evading bills every day. Then your payment for 5 consecutive days is a bit too extravagant, I am a little scared. Shikamaru raised his chopsticks and said jokingly. Why don't you beat me up, Naruto, or I really can't eat this meal with peace of mind. Eat yours, so much talk. Naruto ignored him and turned to chat with Niji. How is Lord Hayashi recently? What is this little old man doing? Playing chess. He was surprised and looked at Niji. Is this old man going to cultivate his character? I remember that when I last saw him, Lord Hayashi was still practicing bamboo swords. I almost thought he was going to kill me, but fortunately he didn't. Ningji. Is there a possibility that Master Hayashi really wants to kill you? Koji interrupted, looking gloating, if I were Master Hayashi, I might also. Shut up, Koji. Naruto said angrily, what's wrong? I didn't do anything unscrupulous. You're just jealous. That's right. Don't be so ungrateful. Inyazuka Kaiba followed up, now Hinata and Ino are both pregnant. Your son is lucky. Koji and Inyazuka Kaiba opened up, and Shikamaru and Niji also complained a few words. The originally harmonious dinner party instantly turned into a criticism meeting to attack the scumbag. Naruto knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue. No matter what they said, he greeted them with a smile, and even ordered a few bottles of good wine to pour for the 4 people himself. After a meal, they kept adding dishes, which was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Just when they were all a little drunk, Naruto stood up with a smile and said to Shikamaru and his group, "You guys eat first, I'll go pay the bill first." "Okay." Inyazuka Kaiba replied in a daze. When Naruto turned and walked towards the counter, Koji, who was already a little drunk, suddenly opened his small green bean eyes, which were bright and sharp. He stared at the counter for a while and saw that Naruto seemed to be paying the bill at the counter. He then seemed to ask for the toilet and left with a relaxed look. Koji instinctively felt that something was wrong, coughed, and pretended to be drunk and stood up. I'm going to the toilet, don't leave, come back and continue drinking." After saying that, Koji staggered towards the toilet until he passed the corner. Koji, who was originally drunk, sobered up instantly and gritted his teeth at the empty toilet. "I knew it. I knew it. This is revenge. Naked revenge. You are such a dog, Uzumaki Naruto. You even betray your good brother. Fortunately, I am very smart, otherwise I would be the one waiting there to pay the bill. Damn, how can there be such a shameless person in the ninja world?" 7 minutes later, the drunk Shikamaru opened his eyes. "Strange, is there money to pick up in the toilet?" Naruto paid the bill but didn't come back, and Shikamaru disappeared in the toilet. These 2 people are of the same character. Could they take this opportunity to escape the bill? According to their temperaments, it is not impossible. No, it doesn't matter whether there is money or not. I can't let this cowardly opportunity to pay the bill fall into my hands. In a flash, the drunk Shikamaru suddenly stood up and said with a big tongue. Why hasn't Shikamaru come back yet? Could he have fallen drunk in the toilet? I have to go over and take a look. By the way, Ninkai, do you want to go over and see them together? Ninkai raised his head, frowned and thought for 2 seconds, then stood up immediately. Okay. Inyazuka Kaiba looked at the backs of the 2 people in the distance, and laughed at first. Is that guy Koji so stupid? He was drunk in the toilet, haha, if he really fell asleep in the toilet, I could laugh at him all day. After saying that, Inyazuka Kaiba also instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he turned his head to see. Fuck, there were only him and Konohamaru in the whole stall. Xiao Li disappeared for some reason. By the way, when did Xiao Li disappear? Where is the brother in the green tights? Inyazuka Kaiba asked Konohamaru and the other 2. That brother. Konohamaru scratched his head and recalled for a while and said, he said that after dinner, he would walk around the village 500 times to digest it, and stand upside down 500 times at night. Hey? Why hasn't Naruto come back yet? Didn't he go to pay the bill? Konohamaru asked. Yeah, big brother, do you know where Naruto went? Meng Huang asked with concern, looking at Inyazuka Kaiba. Inyazuka Kaiba was sweating all over, damn, the pressure has been completely transferred to him. If nothing unexpected happens today, he will be the best member of the coward group. This is naked revenge, damn, I actually believed Uzumaki Naruto. I would rather believe a dog than believe that Uzumaki Naruto can have any good intentions. Where did he go? Where else can he go? Of course he ran away. Damn. Evil yellow hair. I am in trouble this time, I have to pay the bill. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto, you really deserve to die. Inyazuka Kaiba looked ashen, and didn't want to answer Mo Wang's questions. Facing Mo Wang's endless questioning, he couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Turning his head, he saw the grown-up Konohamaru and the other 2, and he was stunned for a moment. They didn't seem to be children anymore. When he was this old, he was also fooled by Naruto, right? Well, Inyazuka Kaiba stood there and thought for 2 seconds, then decisively chose to run away. While running, he confessed in his heart, I'm sorry. Blame Naruto. Hey? Why did you run away while talking? Konohamaru looked confused. He hasn't told me where Naruto brother went. Mo Huang pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. But soon someone told them where Naruto went. Boss, who of you 3 will pay the bill? Konohamaru. Mo Huang. Yuden. Chapter 552, with pictures, Ino, I'm going to lose face because of a man. Naruto is really a bad person, so the second generation of Konoha has been influenced by him. They go to parties and run away faster than one another. Shikamaru is processing documents in the Hokage's office. Kakashi has not returned from the battlefield yet. He is busy with his head down when he hears hurried footsteps in the corridor. He raised his head and the door was pushed open. Shikamaru. It's not good. Inyazuka Kaiba looked anxious, sweat all over his head, and even his breath was without taking a breath. Something happened. Something happened to Koji. What happened to Koji? Here. In the hospital. Inyazuka Kaiba finally took 2 breaths, took a deep breath and shouted, "Go and see, Shikamaru." Hearing this, Shikamaru did not dare to delay, put down the work at hand and rushed to the ninja hospital. On the way, he met Xiao Li and Ninkai, as well as Ino who came after hearing the news. Everyone arrived at the Konoha hospital with a heavy heart and slowly opened the door of the ward. Koji. Everyone was stunned. The expected scene of Koji lying weakly on the hospital bed did not appear. Instead, they saw Koji trying to rub the snack bag over with his plastered hand. "Why are you here?" Koji was also confused, and then he hid his plastered hand and leg guiltily. "Just now you didn't see anything." Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and instantly found the clue. "You're not sick." "No, who told you I'm sick?" Koji sat back on the bed. "I'm fine, just encountered some special circumstances." A group of people cast their eyes on Inyazuka Kaiba, and the note with Chokusai is in the hospital in his mouth. "I said he was in the hospital, but I didn't say what happened to him." Inyazuka Kaiba looked gloating, pointed at Koji and asked, "Ask Koji why he's here." "Chokusai?" Ino asked in confusion. At first, Koji was too embarrassed to speak, but later, under the pressure of everyone, he finally told the whole story. "My mother asked me to have a meal with the elders of the clan and treat them. Everything was fine, but I drank too much and was a little confused for a while. I've been drinking and eating with Naruto frequently recently. I thought I was having dinner with Naruto again. Seeing that they didn't intend to pay the bill, I was really drunk at that time, really." Ino looked puzzled. "Then what did you do?" Shikamaru covered his face with a snap. He could almost imagine what happened. Xiao Li coughed, Niji looked up and looked away, and Inyazuka Kaiba was smiling meanly. "Then I ran away. My mother said she would break my legs, so I went to the hospital to hide for a few days, hoping that this matter would go smoothly." Ino. Shikamaru coughed, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Ningji, "I have something to do too." Little Li, "I still have training to do, so I have to double the amount when I go back." Inyazuka Kaiba, "Ha ha ha ha, you deserve it. What are you guys playing all day?" Ino was speechless. "You're just like kids, you're really Koji, you can't run away even if you're drunk. Playing is playing, but who started this habit? It's a worry." In the ward, everyone was strangely silent, staring at Ino. "Why are you looking at me?" Ino frowned, "I've never run away." Halfway through, she suddenly thought of a possibility and asked tentatively. "Naruto?" "Yes." Everyone nodded. Ino blushed and was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak clearly. She waved her hand and said, "You guys are so boring. I really don't want to care about you." After saying that, Ino left in a hurry. She thought to herself, "It's so embarrassing. Naruto is such a jerk. He's so old and still plays this kind of thing like a kid every day. No, it's too embarrassing. I must beat him up next time I see him. No. Slow down. Stop, stop, stop." Hydrangea screamed, her back straightened, and the chakra in her body was about to overflow. "Is it okay?" Naruto stood not far away, holding his hands and watching Hydrangea rolling on the ground and screaming. "Who told you to inject so much chakra at once?" Hydrangea retorted, "Do you know what it feels like to inject so much chakra into your body?" "I don't know. I haven't tried it." "You don't? Wait a minute, ah." Hydrangea rolled on the ground, in agony. "You are such a loser, weakling ninja." Naruto yawned, looked up at the sun, and thought to himself that this woman was too weak. She couldn't even handle this little bit of chakra, and she couldn't even handle it when I was giving her a crown. How could he recruit her when she was so weak? She has been kept as a mascot for these years, doing small jobs at most, which are not very difficult. Now Naruto is going to send them out to do bigger jobs, but he is afraid that Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo are too weak and will be beaten to death. So he can only choose the evil god's gift and share the power with them. In this case, he still has to find people to operate them one by one, and Kurama Yakumo is still in the land of grass. Konan is strong enough, and Uzuki Yujeo doesn't need to leave Konoha Ninja Village for the time being. The Shrine Maiden. The composition of the Shrine Maiden is too complicated, so we will wait and see. Dragon Tongue has average talent, and should also need to share chakra. The last one left is Kuratsuki. Well, forget it, future leg shadow is too mean, let her suffer a little first, otherwise the profit sharing will be in vain. She is too spoiled, she needs to work on her temper. Naruto didn't pay much attention to the two from Kumagakure, Mabi, and Samui. Anyway, they would send messages back, so he ignored them for now. He managed to find some free time in the past few days, so he couldn't let Hydrangea give up halfway. He was still waiting for someone to use her. Although Hydrangea was a little inexperienced, she was more reliable. Hold on a little longer, there's only a little more to go. I can't do it anymore, don't give me any more. Hydrangea said in a very cowardly manner, wait a minute, I really can't stand it anymore, I don't want it anymore. How can that be? We agreed. Naruto ignored her, just bear with it a little longer, suffer a little now, and you'll get less beatings next time you go to the battlefield. Why would I get beaten? Even if I can't win, I can still run. She struggled and said, really, I really don't need it. Oh, I don't want you to think. Hydrangea screamed so miserably that Naruto simply put on earplugs until she stopped rolling on the ground, and then he took them off. Hydrangea was lying on the ground with sweat all over her face, and she casually saw him taking off the earplugs. Ah! Are you a human? What's wrong? You're wearing earplugs. I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to hear you scream. What if I don't wear earplugs? Naruto asked seriously, almost breaking Hydrangea's defense. Is it necessary to inject chakra like this? It hurts too much. I'd rather be dead than experience it again. Dear Lord Evil God, bless me. The evil god doesn't exist at all. Don't waste your energy. Naruto said casually, I am the evil god. Do you believe it? I don't believe it myself. I'm just a shell. It doesn't matter who the evil god is. I just make a wish. It's enough if someone blesses me. Hydrangea said very realistically, you can bless me too. You can call me whatever you want. It's so reluctant. I just think it doesn't make any difference. I don't care about the evil god. It's okay if the ninja world is destroyed. Hydrangea lay motionless on the grass, and the sunset enveloped the forest. The orange sunset dyed the whole area red, and the evening breeze in the forest blew the leaves rustling in ripples. You are so open-minded. I don't want the ninja world to be destroyed. Of course, you have everything. Hydrangea curled her lips, full of resentment, unless you let me have some free time, I... Ah! Didn't you say it was over? I didn't say that, you said that. I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't complain anymore. Hydrangea was in so much pain, but Naruto ignored her and found that there was still room for improvement. If you didn't say anything, I wouldn't know that you have so much potential, and you can still get more. Hydrangea, you are really a genius. Naruto said. No. No, don't. Hydrangea woke up instantly, turned over, and wanted to escape, but she couldn't escape. There was another scream, and the light in Hydrangea's eyes suddenly lost its luster. Afterwards, Naruto glanced at Hydrangea curled up on the grass, and then at the sky that was about to fall. I'm leaving, you can go back by yourself. By the way, I brought you a little gadget. As he said that, Naruto had a box in his hand, and threw it to Hydrangea. The box landed right in front of her, and Hydrangea sat up immediately. What is it? It's a worthless little gadget. I brought it to you when I saw it. Hydrangea opened the box and found that it was a bamboo dragonfly made of expensive materials. She was slightly stunned. Last time she chatted, she accidentally mentioned that she was really envious of watching others play. I didn't expect that the black-hearted Uzumaki Naruto really remembered it. She didn't know what to say for a while. Fortunately, Naruto didn't stand there and look at her. He had to wait for her to say something before leaving. When she looked up, there was no figure on the opposite side. He really left when he said he was leaving. She picked up the bamboo dragonfly and looked at it for a long time. She tried to rub it in the wilderness where the night was getting darker. The bamboo dragonfly slowly rose, flew over the dark forest tops, and fell into the embrace of the stars. Have you collected the tailed beasts? Naruto asked impatiently, staring at the embarrassed Black Zetsu in front of him. 3 days after 3 days, how long do you want me to wait? Didn't you finish cleaning up the one-tailed and eight-tailed beasts? Black Zetsu was a little guilty at first, but when he thought that he was not Naruto Uzumaki's subordinate, he suddenly became tough again. I have arranged it a long time ago, just waiting for you to collect 5-tailed beasts, and I can start right away. Naruto said, you have been making me wait so long, how long will you wait? Soon. How soon is soon? Naruto glanced at him, do you know that this is not just your business? If you couldn't do it at the beginning, you shouldn't have agreed so readily. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? You can't even deal with a few tailed beasts that are not threatening. When you negotiate the terms, just say no directly. This Black Zetsu was silent. It was obviously his job to collect the tailed beasts, and he had been busy for 1,000 years without ever being in a hurry. Now someone suddenly popped up to cooperate with him and urged him to work overtime. This feeling was too aggrieved. He hadn't had a colleague for hundreds of years, and suddenly he had to start rolling inward. He couldn't accept it, and he didn't want to accept it. That's my business. You should solve the problems of the one tail and the 8-tail first, and don't worry about the rest. Black Zetsu said. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. What do you mean by don't worry about me? Naruto smiled, then I won't worry about the one tail and the 8-tail either, go get it yourself. Anyway, Kabuto Yakushi is dead. Since you don't want me to take care of it, then do it yourself. I'll do it myself. Just don't do anything. Black Zetsu said. I won't do anything. I didn't say I won't let others do anything. Naruto pouted, go find your tailed beasts quickly. You're still stubborn. No wonder there's no movement after collecting for so long. Black Zetsu felt depressed and wondered why he felt like he was going to work. Traitors should be killed. But he couldn't resist. It was bad luck to meet a weirdo like Uzumaki Naruto. This guy is strong and likes to be serious. He is really a weirdo. If he really stares at him, the past 100 years will be wasted. There is only one chance now. Take advantage of the chaos of the 5 major countries and the opportunity of Uzumaki Naruto to make a deal with him to collect the 9-tailed beasts. Although Black Zetsu was angry, he was not afraid that Uzumaki Naruto would unilaterally terminate the deal. A deal is a deal, and only if both parties abide by it can something worse happen. Watching Black Zetsu leave, Naruto couldn't help but smile. He was so annoyed, don't even think about getting better. He knew that Black Zetsu couldn't collect the remaining 5-tailed beasts in a short time, so there was no need for him to be anxious. He urged him just to disgust Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was busy collecting tailed beasts and had no time to plot against Naruto. The next day. As usual, Naruto went to the flower shop in the mountains to accompany Ino, and suddenly found that the other party seemed unhappy, and he was a little confused. What's wrong with you? Humph, I'm fine. Ino said unhappily, Koji is in the hospital. What hospital is he in? Naruto was stunned, did he eat too much? Or was he starving? He was injured on the battlefield, and he was hospitalized directly after returning. It's you. What does it have to do with me? I don't know anything about it. Choji was afraid to go home, afraid of being beaten to death, and had nowhere to go, so he pretended to be sick and hospitalized. Ino explained, and then told the whole story. Naruto was dumbfounded, thinking, what a guy, the student is better than the teacher. I didn't teach him to run away, didn't he figure it out by himself? Naruto stammered, he learned it by himself, you can't blame me. It's not your fault. When I asked who started this bad trend yesterday, they all looked at me. Ino said angrily, it's so embarrassing, you have ruined my face. I have no money, I will give it to you, why are you running away? I have money, this is hard to say, running away I was not the first to run away. Naruto was sweating, they are also wrong, it's not just me. In the future. Don't do this. Ino warned. Chapter 553 Naruto, don't test me, I have nothing to do with her. Naruto really didn't know that Koji could do such a thing, it's hard to describe. Eating with his family and running away is more abstract than performance art. This is not eating at all, it's clearly using a shoehorn to slap Akimichi Koji's face, it's definitely a rip-off. Okay, I got it. He agreed hurriedly. Because of Hinata's matter, Ino chose to give in for the first time. It is precisely because of this that no matter what opinions Ino puts forward, Naruto will try his best to satisfy her. What about Koji? She asked. At most he will get beaten up, nothing will happen. Naruto waved his hand and said, besides, this guy is purely causing trouble by himself, don't worry about him. Okay. Naruto took the time to go to the hospital and put plaster on Koji's hands and feet at his own expense. What? Why? Do you understand? This is more real. Just say you fell off the Hokage rock. Naruto shook his hands. I'll ask Kozuki Yujiro to find an Anbu witness for you, so no one will doubt you. But Shikamaru and the others know about it, how can you hide it? Koji asked. Won't you deny it? Denial. For this kind of thing, as long as more people say they saw you fall off the Hokage rock, the fake will become real. Naruto looked very experienced. He used this trick before when he was too busy to do it. Before going to the Hyuga clan's residence to find Hinata, he found 7 or 8 people to trick them into going to a certain place. Then he guided them to repeat it in front of Ino inadvertently, so the non-existent Naruto appeared. Koji was skeptical, but saw Naruto put him on the ground and walked away. Hey! Come back! Naruto! What are you doing? Come back and help me up! Tansho Street! When did you come back? Nohara now smiled and opened the door. Long time no see, half a year, you haven't come to see us. Did you forget about us completely? No, Konoha also participated in the recent war of the 5 major countries. Naruto's face did not reveal any flaws, I have to at least do some strength, so. Oh, that war, I heard about it too. Nohara now was as lively as ever, so what was the result of the war, did you win? Nohara now was the kind of person who was very likable, smart and bold, and spoke in a comfortable way. She was determined to do something. The target will go on without looking back. If she pays attention to the war, she will know that they have won. But she didn't say that. Instead, she asked Naruto about the result of the war. As a participant in it, they would quickly become close after knowing the result from him. This is a method Naruto often uses, and Nohara now learned it and applied it. We won, but the war is not completely over. Naruto lay on the sofa, raised his head and said with a relaxed look, the 5 major countries have not yet discussed how to distribute the benefits. Maybe there will be another fight. Then do you still want to join the war? She asked worriedly. Of course I don't need to. Why should I care about the internal war of the 5 major countries? It's too boring. Naruto pulled her over and his hand naturally reached his waist. By the way, Sarah said she wanted to learn some ninjutsu. What do you think? Nohara now asked casually with a very relaxed attitude. She is an adult now, she has no foundation in ninjutsu, so learning ninjutsu won't have any effect, right? Naruto hesitated, why does she want to learn ninjutsu? Maybe it's to kill time, I can't say for sure. Nohara now said, from the time she traveled through the dragon vein to now, it has been 20 years, and Lulin has completely disappeared. If she continues like this and can't find a goal in life, I'm afraid she will sink into the pain of the destruction of her country in the future. That's true, there's no need to learn ninjutsu, right? Naruto looked at the second floor, is she not at home? Let's listen to her ideas. If she insists on learning, I'll think of a way. No, she went out to buy vegetables. Can we think of a way to do this? Nohara now was stunned for a moment, she can only learn some simple ninjutsu, such as the 3-body technique. That's not necessarily true, it depends on her own wishes. If she wants to restore the country, there is actually no need to learn ninjutsu. Naruto said. If you just want to kill time, you can learn some practical ninjutsu that doesn't require much talent. Is there really such a ninjutsu? Nohara now looked at Naruto and said with some jealousy, then I want to learn it too, and I want to learn it together. Naruto smiled when he heard it, thinking that she was really smart. Ask her first, she's not here now. Then will you stay today? Nohara now asked with a blink of her eyes, looking at Naruto with hope on her face, I haven't seen you for a long time, can you stay a few more days? I'm a little busy these days, I'm afraid it won't work for a few days. Naruto said hesitantly, he couldn't lose contact for several days in a row, but I can come back to see you in a few days. He said this very spiritually, and the standard of how many days is a few days is entirely up to him. Agree first, and he said to see her. The details are that she is the only one. Naruto and Sarah don't actually have much contact, which is why he said it so clearly. Take more care of her feelings, and the other party will not be able to refuse his refusal. These details have become Naruto's instinctive reaction after infinite tempering. Well, what about the night? You can always stay, right? Well, I can be here in the afternoon. Sorry, Naruto is indeed a little busy. Even if he can squeeze in time, he can still squeeze out 2 days. But he is used to not saying too much, just take out one afternoon, and the rest depends on the situation. If Nohara now is in a bad mood, then he will suddenly appear at night to wake her up. This back and forth turn provides much more emotional value than a casual promise to stay overnight. The principle is the same, no one will cherish something that can be easily obtained. Sure enough, Nohara now was a little disappointed when she heard Naruto's words, and Naruto's mouth corners slightly raised, but he did not say anything. Suddenly, Nohara now suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered. If you don't leave at night, I'll give you a surprise. What surprise? Naruto looked at her in confusion, thinking that it might be a maid outfit or a black and white silk nurse uniform. He had already seen these, and they were just that. Well, I have an idea. I've discussed it with Sarah. She lowered her voice and whispered in Naruto's ear, as if she was afraid of being heard. In fact, the upper and lower floors of the house are very empty. Even if Nohara now shouts loudly in the living room, there is no need to worry about the neighbors hearing it. But whispering makes the atmosphere more secretive. Really? Naruto swallowed and looked at her in confusion. This don't test me. I really have nothing to do with Sarah. I know. She said. No, you don't know, are you still testing me? Although Naruto was almost moved by her, he still defended himself. I haven't talked much with Sarah, but Queen Lilin did help me. I really didn't test you, I swear, every word I just said is true. Nohara now said seriously, I really talked to Sarah. Nohara now did talk to Sarah a long time ago. She knew that the two of them who did not belong to this world could only rely on Naruto to survive from the moment they traveled through time. Instead of waiting for something that will happen sooner or later, it is better to take the initiative. If it really drags on, when time passes, the two people's situations will be different. Sarah is not a pedantic person. She has been in this world for more than a year and has slowly accepted the reality of the country's demise. She is now a princess of a fallen country and can't do anything. Although she did not give up hope, she also knew that she had to rely on Naruto to achieve many things, so she reached a consensus with Nohara now very smoothly. Don't joke, you said it's not a test. Naruto tickled her, and Nohara now dodged with a smile, and the sound changed while playing. The living room was surrounded by rhythmic soothing music. After an hour, until the music was almost inaudible, Nohara now grabbed him. Take a break. Yes, no, what's the big deal about taking a break? Naruto asked with a smile. No, you really come to take my life, right? Nohara now stood up from the sofa, staggered a few times, and finally touched the edge of the sand to stabilize her body, took a deep breath and said. I'll take a shower first, and remember to ask Sarah to open the door later. She doesn't seem to have brought the key. Okay. Naruto replied. After she entered the bathroom, Naruto turned around and casually took a comic book from the bookshelf on the left to read. He felt a little bored, and this was almost a task for him. But the point is that he didn't know what was wrong with his body. Everything was normal, but it seemed a bit too much. He just warmed up, and the other athlete had already left the field. It was like running. He didn't even reach the finish line, and the other athlete had already given up. Although he was happy running in the middle, it didn't seem to be very meaningful to win the championship without reaching the finish line. Almost instinctively, what Nohara now said before came to his mind, and he couldn't help but be moved. Although I don't know whether what she said is true or not, if one opponent is not enough on the sports field, adding another athlete seems to allow the game to continue. Naruto has no opponent in the 10-kilometer long-distance race. Nohara now's limit is 3 kilometers, or even only 2 kilometers. She herself admitted that she was not good at it and proposed to invite foreign aid to relay the race. In other words, because Naruto's physical strength is so good, running 10 kilometers is more than enough for him. So every time he competes with Nohara now, he wins too easily. If this continues, the meaning of the game will inevitably be lost, so Nohara now proposed a new relay race system. The only difference is that Naruto still runs the whole course, and she invites foreign aid to enter the field and take over the whole course. And this foreign aide is Sarah, because Sarah is a novice. In order to make the game more fair, Nohara now proposed that she run 3 kilometers in the first 5 kilometers and Sarah run 2 kilometers. She and Sarah run together for the last 5 kilometers, but Naruto must slow down and cannot deliberately target the two. Under the premise that he didn't know whether this game was formal, Naruto did not agree rashly, and responded that he would think about it first. He wanted to hear Sarah's opinion and fulfill Sarah's wish first. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Naruto went to open the door consciously. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sarah standing outside the door with a basket of vegetables, her ears red and her head down, not daring to look at Naruto. "Are you back from buying vegetables?" "Yet." Sarah nodded hurriedly. "I'll go to the kitchen to wash the vegetables first." Do you want to drink the newly bought tea? I'll boil water for you." "Okay." Naruto was much calmer than her. "You don't have to worry about me. I'll find something to do myself." "Okay." Sarah hurried into the kitchen. Half an hour later, Nohara now came out of the bathroom with wet hair and asked when she saw the basket of vegetables hanging there. "Is Sarah back?" "Yeah, in the kitchen." Naruto drank the new tea while reading comics. Nohara now didn't care about Naruto. She wiped her wet hair and went into the kitchen. Soon, there was a sound of playfulness in the kitchen. It seemed that Sarah whispered, followed by Nohara now's laughter. At noon, the three of them ate around the dining table, and no one spoke. After dinner, the two girls cleaned up the dishes together. In the afternoon, the three of them went out for a walk around Tansho Street. Even though the two girls were very familiar with Tansho Street, they were still excited and chattering along the way, and they also bought a lot of things. The money Naruto left them from the beginning was enough for them to live for decades, so they didn't have to worry about not having enough money. The two also bought Naruto new slippers. Even though there were a few new pairs of slippers at home, they decided to buy them. At sunset, the group returned to the house. After a rest, they didn't cook but bought some food and beer. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that they put the food and drinks on the table. Nohara now got a pack of red candles from somewhere, and the curtains in the living room were all drawn up. There was no light in the house, only a few candles were lit on the dining table. There was also one candle on the sofa, one in the bedroom and one in the bathroom. Naruto also began to feel a little interesting. The moment the curtains were drawn and the candles were lit, a dim and ambiguous atmosphere appeared. The distance between them after not seeing each other for a long time suddenly became blurred, and even Sarah became more talkative. "Cheers." The three cups collided, and Nohara now's eyes narrowed into a crescent. The firelight danced on the faces of the three people, and Sarah blushed and sipped the wine in small sips. "Sarah, why do you want to learn ninjutsu?" Naruto realized that the time was almost right, and brought up the topic. "Don't be restrained, can you tell me?" He did not say something like "you can tell me," but used a tone to guide her to share, subconsciously letting Sarah accept the fact that the three of them were a group. Okay." Sarah seemed to agree, a little drunk. She wanted to take another sip to boost her courage, but Naruto took it away. Chapter 554 Lilin will be restored again and welcome two queens. Naruto took Sarah's wine glass very naturally, and did not let her continue drinking to prevent her from getting too drunk, but he did not say anything. He just stared at Sarah, motioning her to continue talking and not stop. Sarah seemed a little nervous, and glanced at Naruto and Nohara now. Fortunately, the light around was dim. The dim light of the red candle blurred the boundaries between people and reduced her inner defense. Probably because she could not see the expression on her face when she looked up, but could only hear the voice. So there was no need to observe the expression, nor to feel anxious about whether what she said was appropriate. "I want to restore my country and go home." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly. Her breathing became rapid, and she did not dare to look up at Naruto or Nohara now. This idea had been in her heart for a long time, but she did not want to cause trouble for others. After all, the cost of realizing this wish is too huge. Restoring the country is impossible for her alone. Even if someone helps her, it is impossible. That's why she decided to learn ninjutsu. If the road to restoring the country is long, even if she can't reach it in her whole life, she at least hopes to stay on the road. It's better than staying in the same place and suffering every day. Living aimlessly every day has made her a little breathless. But Sarah also knows that if there is no Naruto, if there is no Nohara now's company, she will not even have the chance to suffer now. This hope of life is given to her by her mother and Naruto. She can't be willful, and she can't be willful. Before this, she never dared to speak out her heart, for fear of causing trouble to Nohara now. This time, she said it out of the wine, and she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Restoring Lilin is a little unrealistic, and it's too rash to say it out. After all, it's her own business. There's no need to say it out loud and cause trouble to others. I can't go back home. 20 years ago after all, the dragon vein has been closed. Naruto said after thinking for a while, it's troublesome to open it by force. It's likely to be damaged. Hearing this, Sarah lowered her head and whispered. I know, I just want to. I know I can't go back, and there is no hope of restoring the country. I just want to do something by myself, even if I can't restore the country in this lifetime. So I want to learn some ninjutsu, so that I can go back to Lilin in the future. At least I can go out and see if there are any surviving people in Lilin. I won't run around, I just want to learn some ninjutsu, and when the war is over, Naruto interrupted her, it's really impossible to go back to 20 years ago, but it's not difficult to restore the country. Lilin is just a small country anyway. Just find some Lilin people and enclose a piece of land to restore the country. Ah! Sarah was stunned, but restoring the country requires gathering many people and a lot of money. I don't understand business and politics. I just want to take another look at Lilin. It's really complicated, but compared to learning ninjutsu, it's obviously simpler. Naruto said, so, do you choose to learn ninjutsu or restore the country? Sarah was stunned for a while, and it took a long time to realize what Naruto had just said. Lilin can really? She stood up, her breathing became rapid, really? Can it really restore the country? Yes. Naruto said steadily, I will give you the greatest support. In fact, it is not difficult to restore Lilin's national system. At present, we only lack manpower, and I can handle the rest. So compared to a ninja, perhaps restoring Lilin's national system requires a wise queen. Naruto has his own considerations. At present, he has occupied 4 small countries headed by the Rain country. He has never thought about recuperating there. It is just a chess piece to contain the 5 major countries. The Snow country can be regarded as a large rear base for him, and it will definitely be useful in the future. He has long distrusted Konoha. Supporting small countries to control big countries is a good way for Naruto. Anyway, the nobles have inexhaustible money, so it is just right to use some of it to do something more beneficial to him. I won't learn ninjutsu. I will choose something else. Sarah seemed to become excited, and her eyes shone with a strange light. I won't learn ninjutsu. I will choose something else. Sarah seemed to be excited, and her eyes were shining. The huge surprise completely diluted her nervousness and reminded Sarah of what she was going to do today. She suddenly sat down shyly, thinking for a while beside the table. The 3 of them changed some topics to talk about. After dinner, Nohara now suggested going out for a walk. Naruto and Sarah had no objection, so they changed their shoes and walked out. The street was still bustling. Nohara now and the other girl walked in front and whispered, and Naruto lagged behind. Sarah, if you want to restore your country, I will go with you. I am willing to do so, but isn't Konoha your hometown? Sarah asked hesitantly, Lilin is far away from Konoha, do you really want to go? What does it matter? It's not bad to be far away from Konoha. Nohara now said with a carefree look, my family and friends have almost disappeared in the past 20 years. I have no feelings for Konoha anymore. The reason I agreed to cross the dragon vein and come to the future was that I couldn't stand the continuous wars in Konoha. I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to be cannon fodder for the village anymore. You see, I'm not weak or strong. They asked me to intercept the food and logistics of the other elite troops. Isn't this asking me to die? In short, I don't need any village, I just want to be with you. Okay, me too. Sarah smiled innocently, then Lilin not only needs 1 queen, but now it needs 2 queens. That's good, I also want to try the feeling of being a queen. Actually, there was another sentence that Nohara now didn't say. She knew that she couldn't tie Naruto down by herself, and she also knew that Sarah didn't have much choice. If she wanted to rely on Naruto to restore her country, she had no other choice but to become. The 2 of them staying together would at least make Naruto remember her. If they were really separated, Naruto and she would only see each other once every 6 months, which was not what she wanted. On the other hand, Naruto knew what was going to happen next, and when he thought it was about time, the 3 of them returned to their residence. The next thing became very procedural. The two girls went to wash up together first, and Naruto leaned on the sofa to read comics to kill time. When the two girls came out, Naruto went to take a shower again, and then the three of them were silent, each doing their own thing. The red candle was burning slowly, and the night was getting darker. In the second half of the night, after getting up, Naruto walked to the window, and the red candle had burned to the bottom. He turned his head and looked behind him. Seeing that no one had woken up, he opened a corner of the window and looked at the cold Tansho street. The dawn light was faint in the distance, and he squinted his eyes. Even if he hadn't slept all night, his body was still refreshed. It was really difficult for him to judge the relay race, and he could only say that it was indeed fresher. However, his body did have some problems, but fortunately it was not too strong, about 10 times the normal ninjas. Since when did he become stronger, and his body became stronger as well? If it were someone else, they would probably have been running around in ecstasy, saying maybe he would even pull the 9 tails up and down to test a tailed beast ball to see where the limit of his body is. But Naruto is not that kind of person. He relied on the system to complete the task purely to become stronger and to lie down. Lying down covers a wide range, and in simple terms, there are only a few things. If the price of physical sanctification is that he can't do it, then he would rather not do it. He can't just pull 100 people over every time he's in the mood, and then. Of course it's impressive to say it out, 100 people do that, but the actual operation is like a factory assembly line. If it's just for the pursuit of that moment of happiness, it's not worth it at all. Excessiveness will quickly make something that was originally very interesting lose its fun, and Naruto resolutely abandons this behavior. And his response is to share the power, the biggest to the extent possible. He would divide the chakra he had obtained from his body, and while discarding most of the chakra, he would be one step closer to happiness. Naruto planned to actively weaken himself and only retain a small part of the chakra. If he encountered a difficult enemy, he would directly use the forbidden technique in close contact. He didn't want to join the glorious evolution, whoever wanted to evolve could evolve. As early as 2 years ago, he had discovered that the high density of chakra in the body would lead to a higher purity of bloodline, and the direct manifestation was that the body became inexplicably stronger. It's actually nothing to be a little stronger, but it's mainly because he's too strong, and it's foreseeable that he will not be interested in women. This is even more uncomfortable than killing him, so after finding an opportunity, he decisively chose the gift of the evil god. Divide it out, divide it all out, anyway, there won't be much after dividing it into 10 parts. After blowing the cold wind for a while, Naruto couldn't help but secretly say that the relay race was really smooth. No wonder there were so many learning materials about the relay race before crossing. Since it has been enduring, there must be a reason for its existence. The next day, Sarah moved to the bathroom with some difficulty and began to wash up. Looking at herself in the mirror, she almost subconsciously reached out to smooth her hair and put it up. Suddenly, the girl's hairstyle turned into a more mature bun, and Sarah couldn't help but narrow her eyes. I don't know why, it seems that this hairstyle suits me better. Can't you stay one more day? Just as Sarah came out of the bathroom, she heard Noharanao's voice. She couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. Naruto seemed to have something to do and was ready to leave. I was going to leave yesterday. I really had something to do. Be good and I will be back soon. By the way, you should pack up too. It's almost time to leave here. He put down the water cup, glanced at Sarah who came out of the bathroom, and said to Noharanao who looked lost in front of him. In 7 or 8 days at most, or 3 or 5 days at least, I will definitely come back and take you to the ancient kingdom of Lulin. Shall we go find the remnants of Lulin first? Sarah said with a red face. She was afraid of embarrassment and dared not move. She felt a faint stinging sensation every time she took a step. Thinking about the initial discussion about the relay race last night, she felt a little frustrated for the first time. Don't look for them. Just build a temporary residence. When the manpower arrives, we will start building the city after demarcating the land. Naruto had obviously thought about it in his mind a long time ago and said it very fluently. As for the manpower and funds for building the city, I will arrange it. As for the population, we will talk about how many remnants of the ancient kingdom of Lulin can come back then. I will also arrange for people to migrate here. In short, everything can only start from scratch, and it is not easy to start from scratch. If you are too impatient, the environment may be worse at the beginning, but it will be much better after the temporary residence is built. Yet. Sarah nodded obediently. She was not in a hurry. Naruto's response made her feel safe. I am not afraid of hardship. I can endure it. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but look at Sarah more, thinking that you are really good at endurance. Can't you stay for another day? I have prepared now. Nohara tiptoed, suddenly smiled and leaned close to Naruto's ear, exhaling like orchid. Special program. After listening, Naruto couldn't help but turn his head and stare at Nohara, with a trace of struggle in his eyes. After thinking about it, he finally said helplessly. I really want to stay, but I really have something to do and can't delay. Next time for sure. Union, the front line. Kirabe reluctantly got on the carriage for the return trip. The negotiations between the 5 major countries have come to an end, and there is no need to use force to deter. The interests have been divided, and it would be impolite to deter again. If everything goes well, Kirabe will return to Union for several more years. Even if he is bored, he can't leave the village. In the final analysis, it's like being in prison. He finally got out once, and now he has to go back again. Sitting in the swaying carriage, Kirabe looked at the scenery outside the window with a little greed. Almost for no reason, a sentence he heard from somewhere flashed in his mind. It seems that we can go home if we win the war, but we don't know when we can come out next time, or maybe we won't come out in the future. The small village is really boring, right? Do I have to stay in the village again, suffering day after day? What's the meaning of life? Ah! Confused, too confused. Sitting in the narrow carriage, Kirabe felt more and more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but use ninjutsu to transform an octopus tail clone to stay in the car, and the real body slipped out of the car quietly. When he ran away at first, Kirabe was very nervous, fearing that the escape would be leaked and he would be punished by the 4th Raikage AI. But the farther he ran, the more he left all his worries behind. The smile on his face became more and more intense, and not far away, the smile on Naruto's face also became more and more intense. It's worth my patience. In the end, you couldn't stand the loneliness and escaped. Now you are alone. He muttered to himself as he fell behind Kirabe slowly. What should you do now, Kirabe? Boom. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Killer Bee looked up and stopped. In the distance was an endless forest, which was covered with dark clouds. Unconsciously, Killer Bee had arrived at a strange forest he had never been to before. Almost subconsciously, he looked back and jumped away at lightning speed. Who? Killer Bee shouted, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. See you again, Killer Bee. Naruto, wearing a Sasuke face, slowly walked out from behind a big tree, with an irrepressible sinister smile on his face. Chapter 555. Teiwa finally saw the person she wanted to see, like a high fever, ushering in the long-lost medicine. Killer Bee saw that the person coming was Sasuke, and immediately got ready for battle. Uchiha Sasuke? Why are you here? I've been following you for a long time, Killer Bee. Naruto grinned, if you know what's good for you, just stand there and don't move, don't make meaningless resistance. The two of them didn't say any nonsense. 5 seconds after they met, the battle began. Kirabe, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, roared and rushed towards Sasuke like lightning. Just as he was drawing his sword, he suddenly found 7 or 8 golden chains rushing towards him. The whole set of forbidden techniques, including the diamond ceiling and the evil god's running dog, was thrown over and stunned Killer Bee. Originally, he wanted to test the half-tailed beast and run away immediately if the situation was not right, but now it seemed a little wrong no matter how he looked at it. It was simply too outrageous. The battle was not is that how you play it? If you have this ability, why are you following Yulu? In the last second before fainting, Killer Bee still had a lot of complaints to spit out. Naruto put away the diamond seal and did not approach Killer Bee directly. He knew very well that people like Killer Bee who had experienced 2 wars were the most cunning. Maybe the fainting was also pretended, and he would launch a sneak attack when he got close, and then escape. So, he directly threw an evil god lackey over, intending to directly extract the tailed beast in Killer Bee's body from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Fortunately, Killer Bee did not. He was not pretending to be unconscious. The evil god's lackey was put on him, and after a while, he began to extract the 8-tailed cow demon. The blood-red 8-tailed chakra continued to flow out of Killer Bee's body, and was finally collected by the evil god's lackey. He waited for a long time to hear the news that the 5 major countries had finished negotiating. He had been hiding for this moment. Only by getting rid of Killer Bee, the two Yuki people would have a chance to become the 5th generation Raikage. After today, there will be no more combination. As for any contribution, merit on the battlefield, etc., Naruto is not worried at all. Yakushi Kabuto is dead, but Otsutsuki Kagaya Otsutsuki has not resurrected yet. When Kagaya Otsutsuki resurrects, it will be time for him to retreat behind the scenes. Thinking of this, he looked up and took another look at the extraction process of the 8 tails. Killer Bee was still in a coma. The evil god's lackey was steadily extracting the 8 tails chakra, and it was estimated that it would be finished in 10 minutes. He followed Killer Bee all the way to the old forest in the wilderness, and he was not worried that someone would jump out from somewhere and interrupt his plan to extract the 8 tails. The day of the retirement plan is getting closer and closer. As long as the 8 tails and the 1 tails are collected. On the other hand, he continued to borrow some money from the nobles of the 5 major countries to support the 4 small countries. At the same time, he quietly built the Snow Kingdom and the ancient kingdom of Lilin as his rear base, so that he could retire at any time to recuperate and have fun. After fighting for so many years, can't he enjoy himself? After extracting the 9 tails from Killer Bee's body, he planned to find Tsunade first and make things clear. Finally, when Black Zetsu gathered the tailed beasts, he would secretly extract the 1-tailed Sand Shikaku. It is estimated that Black Zetsu will not be able to gather the tailed beasts so quickly for the time being, and he can take advantage of this free time to arrange all the affairs. 10 minutes later, the 8 tails looked at his shrunken body in disbelief. Killer Bee was still in a coma and there was no sign of waking up for the time being. "What did you do to me, you guy?" asked the 8 tails. "Being a dog, exciting, right?" Naruto looked indifferent. He had a natural ability to suppress the tailed beasts imprisoned by the evil god's lackeys. He raised his hand and the 8-tailed beast immediately fell down. "You? Uzumaki Naruto? You actually treated me like this? What? You don't accept it?" Naruto's mouth curled up with a hint of sneer. "Kyuubi was much more fierce than you in the past, you can be more arrogant." "Kurama? Well, he lives a much more carefree life than you now." Naruto smiled, without even looking at the unconscious Killer Bee on the ground. "He has food and drink, and can go anywhere. He is the same, a slave to humans." 8 Tails said stubbornly, "I have a good temper with Killer Bee, much better than 9 Tails. The difference is huge, at least he is worshipped, and you are just a weapon to Kumagakure." Naruto chuckled, "Don't fool yourself, how many years can Killer Bee live? You change Jinchuriki again and again, but in the end you are still used as a tool, and you are still self-satisfied here." 8 Tails. Forced by the restrictions of the evil god's lackeys, 8 Tails found that he had no power to resist now. After being silent for dozens of seconds, Naruto put it into the sealed space and locked it up. In the sealed space, the 2-tailed Matatabi looked up and saw his new neighbor, and was unexpectedly happy. "I thought that the first person to come in would be the idiot Kurama, but it turned out to be you, Ushio and I. When were you caught?" Ushio and I asked sullenly, obviously not in a good mood. On the one hand, he felt that what Naruto said made sense, and on the other hand, he was worried that Killer Bee would die. The 8-tailed was not worried about his own safety. At most, he would be locked up for a while. Anyway, the tailed beasts were immortal. On the contrary, the lifespan of humans was very short. He could sleep and wake up to see the light of day again. It was just a pity that he finally met a human who was in a bad mood with him and died like this. "I don't know. There is no concept of time here. It shouldn't be long." 2-tailed Matatabi said, "But humans are really not good things. I was betrayed by that woman. Forget it. It doesn't matter where you stay." 8-tailed Ushiki suddenly said, "Humans are really unreliable. I won't trust humans anymore." "But do you know what Kurama is doing?" 8-tailed said. "What's wrong with Kurama?" 2-tailed was a little confused. "He has been completely assimilated by his kind. No, he is more cunning than humans." 8-tailed told what he saw when he saw the 9-tailed on the battlefield last time, and immediately got the support of 2-tailed Matatabi. "Bah, he is simply a scum among the tailed beasts." "Scum." The 2-tailed beasts cursed at the 9-tailed through the railings. After a while, they became a little bored and fell into silence again. After a while, 2-tailed Matatabi suddenly said something. "I really want to go out and take a look." Yet. On the other hand, Naruto didn't care what the tailed beasts were thinking. They were just a ball of immortal chakra. Their role was to revive Kaguya or be used in war. No matter which point, it was not good for the ninja world at all. The ninja beasts did have intelligence, but Naruto was not a saint. Compared with humans, the tailed beasts were not bad, and they had suffered enough. No one would stand up and say that they would give the tailed beasts freedom and let them run freely on the grass. If there were such people, they could no longer be called saints, but simply thugs. Naruto only believed in one thing, that he should treat himself as an ordinary person first, and then consider the interests of the people he cared about. If the tailed beasts were not in the way, he would ignore them. Obviously, the freedom of the tailed beasts was a disaster for ordinary people. Before leaving, Naruto first sent a signal to the two wooden men through the air, telling her that he had successfully extracted the 8 tails from Killer Bee's body. Killer Bee is now just an ordinary jonin, not much different from her before. As for Killer Bee, she was thrown into the woods after falling unconscious. If someone is sent to look for her, she will most likely be found. For this reason, he also gave the two Yukato an approximate coordinate. As for how the Yukato will use the coordinate, he has no control. After passing through the Yellow Spring Gate, Naruto returned to Konoha as usual. He showed up at the flower shop in the mountains and the snow country respectively, taking advantage of the time difference, and had 2 lunches at Ino and Hinata's place at the same time. One normal lunch eat, although it is still daytime in the snow country, it is already dusk in Konoha. It is just right not to waste time, and the time difference is perfectly caught. Although this is perfect, running between the two sides will always be tiring in the long run. It is already summer now, and Hinata can be brought back in 2 months. If we really wait until that time, the ninja world will also usher in a shocking change. He originally thought so, but he didn't expect that after a month, Black Zetsu still had no movement. I don't know what this person is doing. There are still a group of white Zetsu under his command, but they can't collect all the tailed beasts. So Naruto basically did nothing this month, except for accompanying Ino and Hinata every other day, talking, eating and chatting with them, and temporarily left a Lulin restoration plan on hand. However, he mainly arranged funds, and the manpower was bought directly from the Wind Country. Originally, this kind of thing was impossible to happen. After all, how could a superpower send people to help a small country restore its country? Even if this small country is abnormally small, it can't be called a country at all. However, who is Naruto? He has someone in the Kingdom of Wind to help him get things done. Temari mediated for a few days, and finally the top leaders had to agree to this matter, which was neither big nor small. It took about half a month, and the location of the wall of the ancient Kingdom of Lulin had been marked. With the stimulus of funds, the foundations of high-rise buildings were instantly put into place. As for the completion, it will be at least half a year later. Sarah and now Nohara lived in a temporary stone house. Naruto was not worried about their safety. Considering that the two women were relatively weak, he directly left the 8-tail and the 2-tail there. If they encountered danger, the 2-tail and the 8-tail would be authorized to obtain part or even all of the power. As long as the opponent was not an Otsutsuki, they would beat him to death. He promised Sarah and now Nohara the plan to restore the country of Lulin, and naturally he would not just perfunctorily do it. He would do his best if he said he would do it. However, it was true that he was short of manpower, but even so, Naruto did not have the idea of gathering power. He originally planned to retreat behind the scenes, so the lower the better. If there are not enough people, then one person will work as 2 people, and 2 people will work as 10 people. It doesn't matter if it's a little tiring, as long as he can hold on for this period of time. He doesn't trust others. He also went outside to look for Tsunade several times, but he didn't find her in the end. With nothing to do, he could only wander around the construction site of Yuyin. As a result, he had more time to meet Sakura. A month passed in bits and pieces. In the middle, he met with Teiwaya. It was a bit surprising that Teiwaya had been in the Land of Fire for almost 2 months. Tansha Street, midsummer. The two walked out along the street at dawn, and Naruto suggested going to a breakfast restaurant with a unique taste. The heavy dew drooped on the plastic shed beside the street, and the heavy footsteps of the 2 people seemed particularly harsh in the quiet street. There was always a sound of "oo-at" around, constantly disturbing Teiwaya's mind, making her a little anxious and unable to concentrate on thinking. This is an old habit she had during her journey. When she wandered to some extremely dangerous places, she had to be ready to fight even when she was asleep. The high tension caused her to suffer from tinnitus for a long time. Even in a quiet room, she would sometimes hear the bug-like sound of rustling. When the sound became louder and louder, she would wake up immediately. "Why didn't you look for me when you came back?" he asked subconsciously. "I looked for you, but I couldn't find you." Taewia looked puzzled. "I heard that you went to the battlefield, and then I went to the battlefield, but I couldn't find you after looking for you. I should have left for something at that time." Naruto was a little embarrassed. He often ran around at that time, and most people couldn't find him. "I stayed in the battlefield for half a month. I heard that we won, so I returned to the land of fire." Taeyu said slowly, "I was planning to sneak into Konoha to find you. I met a weird guy in green clothes at the entrance of the village. He said you were not in the village. I went back to Tansho Street, and you know what happened later. So, you have been waiting for me in Tansho Street." Naruto was a little surprised, thinking that when he went back to Tansho Street to go shopping with Sarah and the others, Taeyu should not have come back yet. "Fortunately, otherwise I would have died." "Yes, I knew you would come to find me." Taeyu smiled, her long fiery red hair draped over her shoulders, looking extremely satisfied. Naruto couldn't help but reach out and rub her head, thinking that he really deserved to die. But he changed his mind and decided to forget it. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. "I have already cheated, and now I confess, even Jesus can't tolerate me. It's good that you're back. Have you seen the mountains and rivers you wanted to see?" he said with a smile, his hand on Duayu's shoulder, his expression relaxed. Behind him was the cold street, and the sound of the wind blowing all the time seemed to disappear at this moment. The wind blew his shirt, and the light gave him a layer of golden edges. Duayu looked up at him and saw that the light of the early morning seemed to fall on him alone. The darkness was one step in front of him, and behind him was 1,000 feet of light. In this quiet morning, he turned around and looked at himself in an ordinary way. The constant uneasiness in his heart disappeared in an instant, as if he was walking towards himself from his broken world. My journey of withering everything seemed to have come to life again, like a high fever, ushering in a long-lost medicine. "I've seen it, nothing special," she said with her head down, her voice a little low. "I had a dream the day before yesterday. I dreamed that you said you would come to me. Although it's a little late today, the dream still came true. I know you won't lie to me." She raised her head with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 556 The Bloodline is about to be born, or 2. Naruto looked at her smile and didn't know how to respond for a while, so he could only smile with guilt. Except Ino and Hinata, most of the women who have intersections with him have some interests in it, but Duyu has never thought about getting anything from him. Even children. Two pure feelings made Naruto a little confused, and he usually didn't think about it subconsciously. But since he saw it, he couldn't hide it all the time. After 3 meals a day, Uzumaki Naruto, who always focused on sex and not heart, got up to make tea. He casually wrapped himself in pajamas, stood by the window with hot tea and turned his head to say, "I'm a little busy here, I don't trust others, how about you come to help me?" Taewei rubbed her stiff face and looked at him lazily. "Okay. Why don't you ask?" "I don't want to ask." "Is it far from Konoha?" she asked. "In Taki country." Naruto hesitated. "It's a bit far, but I will come to see you often. You know, I never lie to you." "Okay." She agreed almost without hesitation, and then asked, "I heard on the way that the rain country, the grass country, and the 4 small countries were circled. Did you do it?" "Yes, I cleared the 4 small countries." He nodded. "If you don't do this, the war will never end. In fact, I don't care about the ninja world 100 years later. Given the nature of these 5 major countries, I'm afraid that the war will turn several times before I close my eyes. It's really annoying. It's better to let them be more peaceful. War is not a good thing. Too many people will be displaced because of it." Taewia agreed. She had traveled to many places and seen too much helplessness. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Naruto, as if she realized something. "Are you trying to stop the war?" "Not really. It's just so that I can live a more comfortable life and not be disturbed by those bad things." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Small-scale wars, as long as too many people are not involved, I don't care about those bad things at all. As long as the result is good, the purpose doesn't matter." Taewia smiled, "But I don't care about those things. If you want to do it, I'll help you." Hearing this, Naruto hesitated again and added another sentence. That being said, this is just a job, not a wish, a mission, a goal that must be achieved. I didn't spend too much time on it. If it was someone else, such as Kuratsuki or Hydrangea, that worthless female ninja, he wouldn't have to say these extra words. Because these two scumbag ninjas have the genes of slacking off and lying down in their blood, so there's no need to say more. But if it was the simple-minded Teiwaya, and he heard her ask him that, he obviously just wanted to create 4 small countries to discuss the 5 big countries and make them quiet down. It's really not for the peace of the ninja world. He doesn't have such a grand dream at all. It's always because the damn child of destiny didn't appear. This Naruto, the boss of the version, had to take action and sort out all the mess in advance, but he was not very willing to do these things, let alone enthusiasm. If there was no threat from the Otsutsuki clan, Naruto would not even care about the Ninja World War. Unfortunately, there is no if, he still doesn't know whether Jiraiya has found the child of destiny. Looking at Teiwaya's confused look, Naruto had to say a few more words. It really doesn't matter, even if you go over and mess around, it doesn't matter, it's just an insignificant thing. You don't need to fight for Taki country, and you don't need to work too hard. Just need to maintain it routinely, you know? There is someone I trust there, that's enough. Okay. She said. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, and for the first time he felt like his words fell on cotton. He wanted to say something else, but when he saw her look, he stopped. Your work efficiency is a bit slow, Black Zetsu, can you do it? Naruto found Black Zetsu again and asked the question he wanted to ask a long time ago. What do you care? Have you collected both tailed beasts? Black Zetsu was really angry. He had been a freelancer for hundreds of years, and now he was like working in a black factory assembly line. This Uzumaki Naruto is really damned, why didn't anyone come out to collect him? Not yet, I only got 1 tailed beast. Naruto said perfunctorily, but it's mainly because your progress is not fast. If I start early, the pressure will be too great. What do you mean? Of course, I can attack Kazekage only after you are ready. Otherwise, do you think that attacking a Kazekage can be solved by drinking 3 cups of wine? Naruto was a little speechless. Aren't you having an affair with Kazekage's sister? Black Zetsu looked puzzled. Hey! 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 Don't talk nonsense, what kind of words are these? Naruto interrupted Black Zetsu directly, don't say anything careless, forget it, even if what you said is true, so what? Can we take a shortcut to knock out the wind shadow, and then extract the tailed beast from the human body? He was a little speechless, what you said is really I'm waiting for you to gather all the tailed beasts. To tell you the truth, as long as you are ready, it's not difficult to collect 1 tail. It can be done in no more than 2 days. Really? Black Zetsu was skeptical. No need to lie to you. You should speed up the process. Naruto warned Black Zetsu seriously, his tone full of dissatisfaction, if I can live to your age and still can't beat a few small-tailed beasts, then I will just die. Black Zetsu. He found that his life was really depressing now. As long as he was related to this bastard, he had never been happy. Uzumaki Naruto deserved to die. Time passed little by little, and Naruto fell into a situation of working non-stop again. For the first time, he found that he could be so fucking busy. Seeing that Ino and Hinata were about to unload, he went from visiting every other day to every day. Then he sneaked out in the middle of the night to meet Teiwaya in Taki country. He began to regret why he said that he would visit Teiwaya every once in a while. If it was just Teiwaya, it would be fine. He had to go to the Rain country and the ancient kingdom of Lulin. Fortunately, Naruto was really strong. Most people would have died if they did that, but he managed it. He slept for 1 hour a day, and spent the rest of the time doing meticulous time management. It was not that he was greedy, but he overestimated the strength of Black Zetsu. He didn't expect Black Zetsu to be so useless, far beyond his imagination of Black Zetsu. But he couldn't help Black Zetsu collect the tailed beasts. In order to save trouble, Naruto told Black Zetsu very forcefully that he was only responsible for the 1 tail and the 8 tail, and the rest of the tailed beasts would be collected by Black Zetsu. Now he really regretted it. If Black Zetsu could collect the tailed beasts within the time he estimated, then Kagaya Otsutsuki would have been resurrected. In this way, Naruto only needed to accompany Ino and Hinata, and he could find excuses openly. Now it's not possible, he can only manage time reluctantly. Every day was almost full. He flew around half of the ninja world and couldn't tell the difference between day and night. Until he was about to become a father, time suddenly stopped. To be on the safe side, he still brought Hinata back from the snow country. Currently, Hinata and Hanabi are staying in the Hyuga clan's residence waiting for the birth. Perhaps the child is the top priority. Hyuga Hayashi rarely put on an ugly face. He calmly asked several Hyuga clan members working in the hospital to take care of Hinata. In response, Yamanaka Inoichi didn't react much, but the two groups tacitly didn't mention the other party. Naruto is also a show-off. He always sends tea to Yamanaka Inoichi. It's either Snow Lotus or some rare supplement. Anyway, whatever is rare, the main thing is to have a nourishing value. Yanaka Inoichi has a cold face, but he is not afraid. He takes the initiative to send fishing rods and other things. Anyway, the colder the old father-in-law's attitude, the more he sends, until the other party speaks. If nothing else, he knew that Yamanaka Inoichi was thin-skinned. As long as he had the patience to study the opponent's weaknesses, nothing would be impossible to get over time. Don't stand anymore, sit down. Yamanaka Inoichi finally couldn't bear it and accepted Naruto's gift. He was embarrassed to give Naruto a cold face again. Okay. Naruto smiled. Yamanaka Inoichi was quite helpless. His own cabbage had been taken away, and now it was useless to kill the pig. Seeing that the cabbage was about to come out, forget it. On the contrary, the two parties, Ino and Hinata, did not shy away from it. Sometimes they would ask Naruto, Ino, or Hinata, how is the other party? Naruto naturally would not tell the truth. 90% of it is true. The only thing that was modified is that the other party has been sleepy recently. Obviously, neither of them had this situation. It was just an excuse for Naruto to find a buffer for himself. For example, he stayed in Konoha hospital for a while, a little longer. Ino would take the initiative to urge, I don't need you now, it's almost time to go see Hinata, don't let anything happen to her. Oh, go quickly, it's not just an angry remark. Similarly, on Hinata's side, she would also frown slightly. Naruto, you go and accompany Ino, I don't have much to do here. Everything I need is ready, it's not so fast. Ino and Hinata were about the same time when they were due, and Naruto was almost always with them, either staying in Konoha Hospital or in the hospital of the Snow Country. Fortunately, although Naruto had little experience, there were enough people on both sides, so he was actually not needed. He could do relatively little, mostly chatting and accompanying, and then washing fruits. The rest of the time was just waiting, a long wait. So he began to think about the wedding, which was originally delayed because of the Ninja World War, but now the war is over. But the problem is that Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't know when she would be resurrected, and it would be a mess again. Over there, a large group of people had gathered outside the ward. It could only be said that Ino's affinity was not acquired, and Yamanaka Rino's popularity was even better. Naruto had never thought that there were so many noble ladies in the small Konoha. It could only be said that Naruto's eyes would automatically block those who were not good-looking and unimportant. As for the ward of Konoha Hospital, Kakashi had already made arrangements with the hospital in advance and vacated the best room before he had completely returned from the battlefield. Outside the corridor, Kakashi said he wanted to come back. Naruto was a little surprised. He didn't expect his mentor to take him so seriously. When will he arrive? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Today. Yamanaka Inu saw that Naruto was no longer so annoying. At least he didn't have the urge to slap him to death. Are you in such a hurry? Naruto was a little touched. Yes, Kakashi said he didn't want to stay in that damn place called the negotiation site for a day. He planned to train Shikamaru after he came back and resign early. Yamanaka Inu said. Naruto, It turned out that he didn't want to work. He was speechless for a moment. He thought Kakashi really didn't forget his original intention. Train Shikamaru? It's not bad for Shikamaru to be Hokage. After all, they have a relationship. There was someone to take care of Hinata at the Hyuga station. Naruto would go there when he had nothing to do. However, Hyuga Hayashi was much harder to talk to than Yamanaka Inu, and he usually ignored Naruto. Naruto didn't feel guilty. He always walked past Hyuga Hayashi with a swagger. When he looked unhappy, he called him Lord Hayashi, and when he looked good, he called him Uncle. The main thing was to change his attitude according to the situation, and fortunately, the direction of the wind was good. Every time Hayashi Hyuga saw Naruto, the gloomy expression on his face was almost enough to drip water, and he wished that the word bad luck could be written on his face. However, the other party had already cooked the rice and cooked the rice. In the end, Hayashi Hyuga could not do anything to Naruto. 2 or 3 days passed almost bit by bit, and all the people involved counted the hours one by one. Naruto ran back and forth, did not sleep at all, and could only rest for a while in fragmented time. The Yamanaka couple almost kept guarding Ino. Sometimes Naruto could not stay for long when he came, and would be pulled out by Yamanaka Hai to avoid disturbing Ino's rest. On the other hand, Hayashi Hyuga said that he did not welcome Naruto, but he would not stop him from entering when Naruto came. Instead, Hayashi Hyuga was a little absent-minded, and pretended to pass by the small courtyard outside Hinata's room from time to time. "How is your sister now?" Hyuga Hayashi finally couldn't help but called Hyuga Hanabi to ask, and then got a positive answer. "Everything is fine, my sister is a very good ninja, and her physical fitness is actually very good." Hanabi smiled, "Father, don't worry too much, everything will go well." "I'm not worried, I just asked casually." Hyuga Hayashi said with a stern face, "If your sister didn't have an affair with that bastard, I wouldn't have lost my face." Hanabi was a little speechless, but she didn't know what to say. She thought her father was a bit hypocritical. Kakashi was late, but he got back in time. He visited Ino and Hinata symbolically, and then met with Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hayashi to talk about some things in the village. Finally, he remembered that he had an apprentice, and the master and apprentice were speechless when they met. "Naruto, do you know? I have only accepted you, Sasuke, and Sakura as my disciples in my life." Kakashi said sadly, "Although your abilities have surpassed mine, you have also made me lose face in the education industry." Chapter 557. 2 daughters were born one after another, and everything went well. Looking at Kakashi's melancholy expression, Naruto couldn't help but be speechless. What does it mean to lose face? Among the three of them, Uchiha Sasuke is a traitor. My will of fire is burning, and my family is settled here. Who loves Konoha more than me? You are guarding here today? What about Hinata? Kakashi asked a very meaningful question, still running to both sides. No, it shouldn't be possible at the same time. Naruto said, after running here, run there, it should be in time. Konoha Hospital and Hyuga Station are not far away. In fact, it only takes a moment, but Naruto will not take the initiative to say that he can teleport by coordinates. He doesn't use it often, after all, it is not accurate. He would only use the yellow spring gate unless he was moving a long distance. There's nothing wrong with what you did, but don't you want to rest? Kakashi asked before leaving. I'll go back to the Hokage building first, tell me when the baby is born. I've rested enough and I'm not tired. Naruto said. Kakashi nodded and was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and stared at Naruto for a few times, and said with a careful tone. You're a father now, so be a little more stable. Ah. What do you mean by stable? Naruto was a little confused, scratched his head and asked deliberately. Then, Kakashi was silent. When he thought of his disciples becoming fathers, what about himself? Suddenly, Kakashi had no desire to speak. This damn guy is really... Watching Kakashi leave, Naruto couldn't help but smile, whistling happily and turned back to Konoha Hospital. Time passed almost hour by hour, and the estimated time was within the next 2 days. The doctor's original words were that the baby could be born at any time within the next 2 days. Hinata's time was a little later. Naruto had been running between the two places, and spent almost the same amount of time on both places. He really couldn't do anything, and what he could do was very limited. One was the eldest princess of Hyuga, and the other was the princess of the Yamanaka clan, and the only daughter of the three major families of Ino, Shika, and Jo. The birth of the two was only a little lower than the birth of Kushina back then. Kakashi arranged for the Anbu to strengthen the security around Konoha Hospital and Hyuga Station. Although he knew that his disciple was not a good person, it was precisely because of this that Kakashi was more reluctant to let things go wrong. The land of fire is good, it's not easy to settle down, and he doesn't want anything to happen again. He still remembers that 19 years ago, he was assigned to be a guard next to Uzumaki Kushina who was about to give birth, and the Nine Tails rebellion happened that night. Kakashi knows his shameless and troublesome disciple very well. If Ino or Hinata gets into trouble, the fire country will at least disintegrate. It's annoying. I wouldn't have been Hokage if I had known. Kakashi leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes and thinking about the negotiation information brought back from the battlefield. The three major countries of Wind, Fire, and Earth all intend to destroy the alliance of the four small countries of the newly emerging Grass Country and Rain Country. This is really a scene they don't want to see anyway. Kakashi represents the interests of the nobles of the Fire Country, but he is not a noble, so he doesn't pay much attention. He just negotiated normally according to the process, and in the end, he didn't actually negotiate any results. The old man, Tsuchikage Onoki, is too irritable. He always verbally provokes the Raikage at the negotiation meeting, and sometimes they suddenly quarrel while talking. In addition, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumagakuer, Killer Bee, disappeared. When he was found, the tailed beast in his body had been extracted. The talks were about to end but were temporarily suspended. The Tsuchikage also received news that the tailed beast Jinchuriki had an accident. In this way, the talks were almost coming to an end, but they went back and ended in vain. Naruto didn't know about these things, and he didn't bother to care about the reactions of the five major countries. Originally, he was not nervous about the two girls having children. Perhaps it was because the two girls' schedules collided, and he was busy on both sides and didn't feel anything. But in the afternoon, the moment Ino was pushed into the delivery room, Naruto became anxious as soon as he had free time. He realized that even if Ino was in good health, he was afraid of accidents. Human life is fragile, even ninjas are no exception. Yamanaka Inoichi kept walking back and forth in the corridor. At first, Yamanaka Rino thought he was a little annoying, but later found that Naruto and Yamanaka Inoichi were pacing in the corridor, and suddenly he didn't want to care. After walking for about an hour, Yamanaka Inoichi and Naruto showed no signs of stopping. The two grown men looked towards the delivery room from time to time. How long will it take? Yamanaka Inoichi asked tirelessly. If everything goes well, 3 or 4 hours. Naruto was nervous, but he couldn't help but pace around like an ant on a hot pot. Why don't we ask our mother? Yamanaka Inoichi ignored Naruto's thoughts and started to pace around like him, mumbling something as they walked. Finally, Yamanaka Rino couldn't stand it anymore and looked at the two of them. Can you two sit down? Stop walking around. How long have you been in there? Why is there still no news? Naruto found a place to sit down, but he was still restless and asked on pins and needles. Yes, how long has it been? Yamanaka Inoichi said. It's only been 2 hours. No matter how smooth it is, it won't be that fast. You two stay still. Yamanaka Rino couldn't help but hold her forehead, thinking that these two people really made her worry. Naruto couldn't sit still. He said he was going to wash his hands, and when he came back, he started pacing back and forth in the corridor. Yamanaka Rino couldn't do anything about him, and she didn't bother to care about him. But every few minutes, Yamanaka Rino would subconsciously look up at the time. Fortunately, everything went well. About 10 minutes after the 3rd hour, the baby was born. The nurse took the baby out after about 10 minutes. Ino hadn't been pushed out of the delivery room yet. The nurse smiled and said that everything went well. Both the adult and the child were healthy. The few people were relieved. Naruto gently took the baby from the nurse's hands. He didn't look like a baby at all when he was just born. Looking at his first child, Naruto felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a daughter. Be careful, don't fall. Yamanaka Rino reminded. Mother, hold the child for a while. I want to go in and see Ino. Naruto followed the advice without hesitation and handed the child to Yamanaka Rino. He cared more about Ino than the child. Yamanaka Hai only glanced at the child all night, and then watched Ino's bed being slowly pushed out. Naruto almost immediately stepped forward and took the bed from the nurse. Slow down. Yamanaka Hai shouted to Naruto. Okay. Naruto responded without turning his head, looking at Ino nervously, and silently said in his heart, the person I have liked for a long time gave birth to a child for me. Yamanaka Hai followed a few steps at first, until he was sure that his daughter was really fine. He finally stopped where he was. He watched Naruto push Ino back to the ward, and was stunned for a long time before turning around and walking back. The feeling that his father handed his daughter to another father made Yamanaka Hai feel a little blocked in his heart. It was not until he saw with his own eyes that Naruto really cared about Ino that he was relieved. But all the dissatisfaction with Naruto before, in this moment of relaxation, made her heart, which was already full of mixed feelings, become empty. Just after Naruto answered, he turned his head and looked at Ino with pity. Her lips were pale and her face was weak. "Ino, how do you feel now?" "It's okay, where's the baby?" she asked, and even wanted to get up, but was stopped by Naruto. "At the mother's place, you don't have to worry, the baby is safe." Naruto's eyes were full of Ino, and his eyes never moved away. "You will see the baby later, you need to rest now." Hearing his voice, Ino felt relieved inexplicably. Fortunately, everything went well, and she had made enough preparations beforehand. Now she also has a baby. She tilted her head to the side of the pillow and saw Naruto's right hand holding the bed with bulging veins, and his fingers were even so nervous that they were trembling slightly. It was a little funny. "I'm really fine, you don't have to be so nervous, I'm in good health." "I know, but I can't help being nervous." Naruto pushed Ino towards the ward, and his tone was still trembling. "Thank you, Ino." "No, this is our baby." Ino smiled, staring at the rapidly receding ceiling. She knew what Naruto meant by thank you. There was love, family affection, giving him a child, and tolerating Hinata. To this day, too many things have happened in the past 6 or 7 years, and many things are completely unclear. Although sometimes she occasionally feels cheated, she finally chooses to forgive. Life can't be repeated a second time, and there will never be such a hot summer again. When she was 12 years old, the cicadas in the summer were clearer than ever. She still remembers sitting in front of the high counter in the flower shop, holding up her face and laughing at him for buying the wrong snacks. The teenagers at that time were always shining, running freely through the dark alleys could bring the wind of youth, and every muddy footprint they stepped on was called summer. She naturally liked someone, even if this person was not perfect, it was not a mistake. Because she had seen the way that person loved her fearlessly and unscrupulously, and this love had lasted from the midsummer when the cicadas were singing to the present day, and it still did not diminish. That was enough. Liking too much would easily lead to gains and losses, and he also had things that made her hate him. Everyone had seen how they had been together, from the ignorant youth, from quarrels and conflicts to a little bit of reconciliation. Finally, the 4 seasons of the world rotated, and they were still together. With a baby, there was an extra continuation of love. Even if youth had gone away for a long time in the blink of an eye, she could still look back and miss it. She was not a vassal of anyone, she built a communication system and did what she had always wanted to do. "I want to eat something," Ino said with a hoarse voice. "What do you want to eat, fruit or?" Naruto hurriedly took out a bunch of food, and then heard Ino hum, picked up the washed apple and took a bite. It was midnight when Naruto left Konoha Hospital. Ino talked to him intermittently, from the present to the future. She started to cry while talking, and then she started to smile while crying. Finally, when Ino and the child were tired, he had time to run out. He didn't do much, but he seemed a little depressed. Emotions are the most precious and most exhausting things, far more complicated than any material tangible things. There are really not many people who can make him give his feelings, and he can count them on half a hand. After taking a deep breath, Naruto did not choose to rest but walked to the residence of the Hayashi clan. Ino was fine, but Hinata had not started giving birth yet. It was impossible for him to rest at this time. He had to pretend to be energetic even if he was exhausted. Hyuga residence. Naruto rushed to Hinata's room. Hinata was in good condition. The two talked for a while. Hinata saw the fatigue on Naruto's face and suggested that he take a rest. He didn't refuse, and leaned against her room for a while, and unknowingly it was the middle of the night. A sudden low cry of pain woke Naruto up with a start, and he vaguely guessed something. As soon as he stood up, he saw Hinata's fingers tightly clasp the edge of the bed, and Naruto took 2 or 3 steps forward. While comforting Hinata, he picked her up. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine." He lowered his head and said to Hinata, "Lord Hayashi has prepared more thoroughly than I have, and everyone will be here soon. Don't talk, otherwise it will hurt." Hinata's tears suddenly fell, leaning against Naruto's chest, tightly in his arms. While Naruto was comforting Hinata, Hanabi, who heard the noise, had already brought everyone. Hinata Hayashi found 7 or 8 doctors and nurses from nowhere, and went directly into the delivery room dedicated to the Hyuga clan. Everything was already prepared. Naruto didn't even have much chance to talk to Hinata. Naruto could only watch and then began to pace again. Anxious like a grasshopper, waiting for years. 3 hours later, it was finally over. The nurse took the baby out. It was a girl. Naruto didn't even look at the baby. Hinata was pushed out. Naruto took care of her carefully and poured her a cup of warm water. "Where's the baby?" she asked. "Go wash it. It'll be fine with Hanabi and Hayashi watching." Naruto comforted her and held her hand tightly. "Drink a sip of warm water first." "Okay." Hinata finally relaxed. This was her home. After drinking a sip of water, she felt sleepy. She wanted to sleep after a few words. But she still forced herself to talk to Naruto. There was a trace of fatigue and satisfaction on her face. Life is really a new journey. I can't imagine that a new life has been in her belly for 9 months. A feeling of flesh and blood emerged from her heart. Hinata was suddenly very glad that she met Naruto and finally had her own child. "Thank you, Hinata. If you are tired, take a good rest," Naruto said gently. "I am not tired. I am just a little sleepy," Hinata said stubbornly. She looked at Naruto and found that Naruto, who was always smiling, was now a little haggard. Her clothes were messy and her hair was a little messy. "Why don't you take a rest here? They won't be back so soon anyway," Hinata said. "Father will arrange someone to take care of the baby." Chapter 558 What to name, Naruto, without hesitation Yukino, Himawari. Now Naruto has gone from 2 women he cares about the most to 4, with 2 more little ones. However, almost everyone's attention is on the children. "Don't hold them like this, the children are easy to get hurt." Hinata Hayashi scolded Naruto and personally demonstrated how to hold the children more correctly. Naruto slipped into the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino was free, while the Yamanaka couple were busy taking care of the children. Even Yamanaka Hai, who has always been a workaholic, didn't go to work and stayed at home. "No, it won't matter if I'm missing someone in the intelligence department." Yamanaka Hai waved his hand impatiently. "Go away, don't bother me." Naruto had to sit side by side with Ino on the sofa and took a bite of the pear handed over by Ino. "What should we do?" "I don't know." Ino was flipping through a magazine. "I can't help at all. I have to wait for a while before it's my turn to hold the baby." I could have helped." Naruto was a little embarrassed. "But now it seems that I am overthinking and I am not needed at all." "Shh, you'd better keep your voice down. If your father and mother hear you, they might teach you a lesson." Ino lowered her voice and said, "Last night they told me something about fatherly and motherly love. Alas. They are too concerned about their children now. Why didn't they think of doing this to me before? Maybe their love for their children is implicit. The relationship between generations is different." Naruto hugged Ino and comforted her. "Don't worry, I will definitely not do this." "Okay, how is Hinata?" Ino asked. "You asked twice, and both were fine, smoother than you." Naruto said, "You don't know how annoying it was to wait in the corridor of Konoha Hospital. Your mother almost couldn't stand it at that time." "Why? We are annoying when we walk back and forth." Naruto laughed. "Why bother her? My mother is actually more like a princess. She used to have the final say at home." Ino leaned on the sofa and stared at the ceiling in a daze. "I used to be afraid of her, and occasionally I would go along with her wishes to please her. Now I don't have such thoughts. I thought I grew up, but later I found out that it was not the case. It's just that she got old and realized that she couldn't be as willful as a girl in her 20s. So she instantly changed her role and became a mother." While Ino was saying this, Naruto was observing her reaction. He remembered that on a rainy afternoon a few years ago, Ino had told him some things about her childhood, including some views on her mother. At that time, Ino had some complaints about her mother, but now it has changed. Naruto didn't know what Ino was thinking, but he was afraid that Ino would be depressed after having a baby, so he tried his best to accompany her until nightfall before leaving the Yamanaka flower shop. Hinata's mental state was better, and Naruto was relieved. After finally returning home, he looked up and saw that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. A month of hard work was almost over, and he didn't have to run back and forth anymore. After washing up, he closed his eyes and slept until the afternoon of the next day. Naruto woke up in a daze, not realizing his situation at all. When he was washing up in front of the mirror, he suddenly remembered that he, Ino, and Hinata had a child, and he felt a little strange. The children on both sides had no worries about no one to take care of them, and Naruto didn't need to stay up all day and night to take turns to watch over them and coax them to sleep. The big families on both sides could do all these things well. That's why Naruto almost forgot that he had a child. Getting up, and then visiting the Yamanaka and Hyuga tribes respectively, this has almost become Naruto's current daily task. After 3 or 4 days, there was news from Black Zetsu. There has been no movement for more than 2 months. Did you capture the tailed beast or go on vacation? It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, I am ready for the tailed beast. Black Zetsu said with a gloomy face, now it's time to fulfill your promise, the last tailed beast. I know, there will be results within 3 days. Naruto said lightly. Black Zetsu nodded, and he also knew the nature of the man in front of him, and didn't want to be ridiculed by him. He simply left without saying a harsh word. After Black Zetsu left, Naruto did not rush to leave, but went to the Yamanaka and Hyuga tribes to meet Ino and Hinata as usual, and to see the children by the way. Both women need to rest. Although ninjas have better physiques, resting well is very beneficial to both the body and appearance. Your daughter has been born for so long, but she still has no name. Let's give her a name. Yamanaka Ino patted Naruto's shoulder and suggested. Yukino. Naruto almost didn't hesitate. You've thought of it a long time ago. Ino was a little surprised and looked up and said, this name is quite nice. I thought you had never thought of it before. I guess so. In fact, I never thought of it before. Naruto explained, saying sweet words, I was just worried about your safety. The child's name was actually thought of many days later. Okay, Yukino, this name is quite good. Ino smiled. She got up from the sofa, looked at Yamanaka Inoichi, and asked, Father, what do you think of this name? Your child, the name must be what you like. Yamanaka Inoichi was not entangled, and looked at Yamanaka Rino again. The latter was also smiling, obviously very satisfied with the name. So, the name Uzumaki Yukino was decided, and she became the newest princess of the Yamanaka clan. Yukino will be the princess of our family in the future, let grandpa hug her. Yamanaka Inoichi didn't want to pay attention to the 2 boring adults, so he went upstairs to tease his granddaughter. The wedding should be held soon, how about you hold it after you have rested? Naruto took the initiative to mention the wedding, and said, I'll let Koji help with the specific process, his wedding is pretty good. Except that the couple's appearance is not as good as ours, the whole wedding process is still okay. I can find someone to make father and mother worry less and rest more. Okay. Ino said with a smile. Hyuga clan land. Hinata looked at Naruto, who came and asked him the same question. Sunflower. He said decisively, without any difficulty in making a choice, I think this name is good, and our daughter will be as warm as the sun in the future. I like this name very much. Hinata's eyes lit up. Well, it's really good. Hyuga Hanabi said with a smile, now she has a beautiful aunt and a beautiful name. Naruto subconsciously ignored the first half of Hanabi's words and frowned. If you are too idle, you can go to the ninja school to eat and wait for death. Hearing this, Hanabi turned around and threw herself into Hinata's arms, pretending to cry. Sister, my brother-in-law called me a waste. Okay, he didn't call you a waste. Hinata smiled and patted Hanabi's back, full of maternal brilliance. Higurashi is born, and I don't have that much time to accompany you. If you are really free, you can consider working in the Hokage building. Let Naruto and Kakashi tell you, and you can start working. No, I don't want to go to the Hokage building. Hanabi hugged Hinata and refused to let go. I want to play with Himawari too, no one can break us up. This if father knew that you did nothing all day, he would be angry. Hinata hesitated. It doesn't matter, with my brother-in-law here, he must have a way. Hanabi looked indifferent, father doesn't have as many tricks as my brother-in-law, and he can't beat my brother-in-law. Hinata couldn't help covering her face when she heard it, thinking, is there anyone who slanders his father like you? If he was heard, then. Before this thought dissipated, a suppressed cough sounded. Ahem. Hanabi was startled and jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She looked back mechanically. Until she saw the old-fashioned face of Hinata Hayashi, her whole face was pale. She turned her head to look at Naruto, with hope in her eyes. That Naruto raised his mouth slightly. Hanabi, you are wrong to say that. Father is not making things difficult for me because he loves his juniors. What are you talking about? What means or what? I don't understand it at all. Hanabi was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that this green tea brother-in-law would be so hard-hearted. She was so angry that her teeth itched, but she was so embarrassed at this time that she wanted to dig a 3-bedroom and 1 living room with her toes to get in. What I just said was. Hanabi, don't be naughty next time. Naruto said earnestly, without paying any attention to Hanabi's cannibalistic eyes, and turned his head to pretend that he saw Hinata Hayashi inadvertently. Father. Naruto saluted in a pretentious manner. The Hyuga clan liked this tone. Yet. Hyuga Hayashi replied with a straight face, and then looked at Hyuga Hanabi, as if asking, are you planning to rebel? Hanabi lowered her head, and cursed Naruto, the green tea brother-in-law, in her heart. Haha, father, why are you here? I just came to see, I didn't expect someone to say I'm old. Hyuga Hayashi was embarrassed to say that he was here to see his granddaughter, and he happened to catch a black-hearted little cotton jacket who was talking bad about him behind his back. He has always been strict in educating his 2 daughters, but he has gradually become free-range since the past few years. After all, the eldest daughter ran away with Huang Mao and he couldn't control it. Now Huang Mao not only made his daughter pregnant, but what's more tragic is that Hyuga Hayashi found that Huang Mao was even more capable than himself, which is embarrassing. After a lot of trouble, Hyuga Hayashi was too lazy to care about other things. Hanabi looked embarrassed. Father, I didn't mean that. It's mainly I'm sorry, father. Hinata Hanabi, who was against the wind, decisively chose to surrender, and directly saluted in French style, bowed and apologized. I don't know what you are doing all day long, go back to your room and reflect on yourself. Hinata Hayashi scolded with a stern face. What a look. Hanabi was sad and could only run away in shame. She never thought that as soon as she left, the stern Hinata Hayashi suddenly changed his face. She carefully looked out and asked. Where is my little granddaughter? Is she asleep? In upstairs, she should have woken up. Hinata smiled, went upstairs and took Sunflower down. By the way, father, what do you think of the name Sunflower? Okay, as long as you think it sounds good. Hyuga Hayashi did not raise any objections, his eyes followed Sunflower's movement. Really awake, let grandpa hug you. Hinata and Naruto smiled at each other. The next day. After handling the family affairs, Naruto did not go to the direction of the wind country, nor did he go to the snow country or the rain country. Instead, he went to the thunder country first and met with the 2 Yukatos. As soon as they met, the 2 Yukatos consciously threw away their armor and fought a big battle. In the middle, she couldn't stand it anymore and called for a pause. You have been chased for 3 years. The 2 Yukatos took a breath and looked at Naruto helplessly. If you have any opinions about me, you can say it directly, there is no need to torture me. No, I'm tired recently. Naruto leaned on the sofa, his eyes were a little unhappy, and he looked at the window and said, if this continues, I will go crazy. What do you mean? I am already invincible in singles. No matter how much I hypnotize myself, it is useless. I must play doubles. Naruto sighed. Where can I find doubles? This competition system itself is a foul. Besides, there are not so many multiplayer competitions in the current version. Singles are more common, or relay races. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business. Naruto turned his head and looked at the 2 Yukatos. Is Killer Bee back alive? Can he still threaten your position now? Alive, I brought him back with my men. The 2 Yukatos narrowed their eyes. How can I say threat? The tailed beast Jinchuriki is indeed pitiful without the tailed beast. When you took away the 2 tails in my body, I still had some complaints. Now I finally understand what you mean by the tailed beast will hinder my development. What do you mean? Naruto asked one more question. The power of the 2 tails is not strong enough, far from enough. Yukato said calmly. Kirabi lost the 8 tails and is still not free. You are right. The tailed beasts are just weapons after all. No matter how friendly Kumagakure is to the tailed beasts, it is useless. In their eyes, the tailed beasts are just weapons. Of course. Naruto said indifferently, freedom can only be fought for by yourself, not given by others. I understood this truth 6 years ago. Kirabi has no harm in losing the 8 tails. At least he can live longer. Does the tailed beasts really affect the lifespan of the Jinchuriki? The 2 Yukatos asked hesitantly. Well, you just don't feel it yourself. Naruto replied. Actually, this was just nonsense, but now he is the authority on the tailed beasts, so he can say whatever he wants. As for whether it will shorten the lifespan, it depends on the person. There is another thing about Samui and Mabi. The two wooden men turned to look at Naruto and said, they have thought it through and want to do something. Well, didn't I say it before? Naruto was a little surprised. No, they want to make a pledge of allegiance. She said. Collecting names for the descendants of Uzumaki. As the title says, the name building for the children of the scum Naruto is reserved. There are already 2 eldest princesses, Himawari and Yukino. A large number of names are needed, no traitors, and all the beloved ministers can speak freely. Chapter 559 Nine-Tailed Fox, How did you get into the chat group of Tian Lao? Naruto was in a trance for a while, and asked with some doubts. Why? I don't know. The 2 Yukito actually knew, but now she could only say she didn't know. You have to ask them yourself, I'm just passing on a message. Okay, let's talk about it in a few days. Naruto didn't care too much, there will be some trouble in a while, I can't stop it, don't rush. Hearing this, the 2 Yukito couldn't help but raise their heads. They thought to themselves that this was strange, what kind of trouble could not even he stop, isn't he the biggest trouble in the ninja world? What is it? The relics from 100 years ago, some things sealed by the previous ninjas are coming out. Naruto pretended to sigh, not wanting to tell the 2 Yukito the truth. It's too troublesome, and there's no need. The more she knows, the less practical benefit she has, so it's better not to know. Anyway, Naruto also plans to withdraw later, so he doesn't plan to say it too clearly. For example, things like Kagaya Otsutsuki and Hikaru Uchiha, once they break the ground, it will be a disaster for the ninja world. But there will always be someone who will stand up, and the matter will be exposed to everyone. It's not good to involve too much, anyway, it has nothing to do with the 2 Yukito, so let her not rush up to death, just stay there. Although fighting with Kagaya Otsutsuki, most people would not lose their lives, but there are always accidents. For example, Niji, this kind of person will be killed by the plot as soon as he goes to the battlefield. Fortunately, Niji's body can no longer support him to continue to be active on the battlefield. Even if there is another ninja world war, Niji can only stay in the rear. The physique of ninjas is very strange. Perhaps the disabled in their eyes are the physique of normal people. Niji was not seriously injured, but he was injured in the last time, so he gave up the idea of going to the battlefield in person. Got it. The 2 Yukito nodded. By the way, Killer Bee is still imprisoned in Yunli Gorge, right? Yes. Yukito hesitated. Before Naruto left, he specially confirmed that Killer Bee was indeed still trapped in Yunli Gorge, even if there was no ninja beast in his body. Perhaps the 4th Raikage was worried about Killer Bee's safety, or for the sake of finding the 8 tails in the future. Put the tailed beast back to him. In short, the motive is no longer important. Even if Killer Bee's current combat power is not inferior to that of ordinary Jonin, losing the 8 tail is like breaking his spine for him, and it is impossible for him to live a second life. This is related to the Raikage's training strategy for Killer Bee. The Brotherhood of Kumigakure is so deformed. Brothers are valued, but the tailed beasts cannot be abandoned. Naruto did not comment on Kumigakure's approach. He is not from Kumigakure village and does not care about the real attitude of Kumigakure towards the tailed beasts. That day, the 2 Yama people found Samui and Mabi, and the 3 women rarely gathered. First, they are all traitors of Kumigakure, which is embarrassing, and second, the work content of the 3 people does not overlap. On a circular platform in Kumigakure, the 2 Yama people leaned against the railing and said to the other 2 women. I have already passed the message, he said, we will talk about it later. Okay. Mabi sighed, adjusted her suit skirt, and looked worried, we have no other choice. We can't be empty all our lives. Yet, it's even more impossible to find someone else. Samui said, let alone whether he likes it, we can't hide it from him at all, and we dare not. There is no other way to go except compromise. Why didn't you think it through at the beginning? Mabi sighed faintly, you are smart, Yamuren. The 2 Yamuren didn't say anything. She was indeed a little smarter, otherwise she wouldn't be favored by that person. But this is not something to be proud of. At that time, she chose to offer everything just because she had no choice. In comparison, Samui and Mabi didn't want to be Raikage like her. The 2 of them had almost no thoughts, just wanted to live and work well. What made them compromise was just because they didn't have that need, so it was better to compromise with Naruto. At least they could meet their needs and have a child if necessary. Yokito also knew that Mabi and Samui were different from her, and they were not without a way out. That kind of thing is not that fun, it's very tiring. How could it be? Mabi said in surprise, but I asked those married people in the village, and they said that kind of thing should be done as early as possible, otherwise it will become more and more boring. On the afternoon of the second day of the 3 days promised by Black Zetsu, Naruto finally arrived at the sand village, but he did not alarm anyone. He just stayed in the dark, lurking in the shadows. The villain's revenge, from morning to night. He has not forgotten the scene where he kindly reminded them, but was almost treated as an enemy by the sand village. The sand village did not know the rules, so he could only repeat it briefly. The Kazekage-Gaara was not so easy to hide, and there were a group of people around him, so even if Naruto wanted to take action, it would be difficult to find an opportunity. Until the next morning, Naruto, who had been squatting all night, saw Gaara walking towards the Kazekage building alone, and he was immediately full of energy. The opportunity has come. Naruto hurriedly followed. Gaara seemed to have sensed something. He just turned around and the 4-symbol seal came to him. There was no fight. Gaara had no time to react. He fainted in the blink of an eye. The sand in the gourd behind him wanted to overflow. Naruto raised his hand to seal it without even looking at it. Whatever it was, the seal was done. Now he has returned to his original nature and no longer uses fancy ninjutsu. What raise Nan, water escape and wind escape, he only has 2 tricks in the future. Sealing techniques, and forbidden techniques. When the news of the disappearance of Kazekage Gaara spread in Tsunagakure, he had successfully thrown Shikaku of sand into the evil god's lackeys. He ignored Shikaku's screaming and threw him directly into the sealed space. One-tailed Shikaku was still cursing in the prison of the sealed space, and suddenly heard 2 familiar voices. Fat Raccoon Cat, you came in too. Also? Shikaku turned around, but saw the 2-tailed Matatabi and the 8-tailed Ushiki, and was stunned. His brain was almost burned dry at this moment, and he couldn't figure it out. Why are you here? What do you think? The 8-tailed Ushiki pointed to the prison bars. Did we voluntarily run into jail? That Uzumaki Naruto really deserves to die. The 1-tailed Shikaku exhaled and said loudly, no one knows that he did it. The little devil from Sand Village fainted directly. Then I advise you not to resist, otherwise you will be beaten if you go out. The 2-tailed reminded. Why? He's just a human, and I can move my finger, Shikaku said proudly. Once I get serious, he's no match for me. Then how did you get in? Big Fat Raccoon Cat. 8-tailed couldn't help but pour cold water on Shikaku. I didn't even have a chance to fight back at that time. That guy's strength was close to Senju Hashirama. How is that possible? Shikaku looked unconvinced, but when he thought about how he didn't have the strength to fight back at that time, he immediately calmed down. What should I do then? I don't know, I can't get out at all, and it's useless to ask what to do. 8-tailed Ushiki completely lay flat. You ask me, why not ask Matataru? Don't ask me. 2-tailed Matataru said, Kurama is more familiar with Uzumaki Naruto, you have to ask Kurama about this matter. Kurama is just a dog, shameless. Shikaku spat, and then walked around in the cell with his belly dragging. I'll think of a way. There must be a way. I rely on more than just chakra to fight. I also rely on my brain. Seeing the 1-tailed Shikaku showing off his wisdom again, the 8-tailed Ushiki came. What's the point of thinking of a way to beat him if you can't? Shut up. A bunch of idiots. Shikaku said angrily. Soon after, Joey joined the cell chat group with a confused look on his face. He was originally holding a glass of wine and drinking non-stop, and the whole person was immersed in the beautiful dream made up by alcohol. Just when he was in high spirits, snap, he was back to the familiar cell. Hey! Joey Fat Pig dragged his fat body, dragging a bottle of wine in his hand, and looked around. Fat Raccoon Cat, why are you here? Shikaku, Matatabi, and Ushiki were also stunned. Just after they finished saying bad things about Julima, the other party came in directly the next second. For a moment, Ushiki even thought that Julima was preparing to retaliate against them. You are the fat one. Damn stinky fox. You are as annoying as that brat. Shikaku cursed directly, it's all your fault, you human lackey. What are you talking about? What kind of talk is that? Although Kyuubi didn't know why he was put in the cell, he couldn't care less for the moment. The quarrel was more important. You are slandering me, don't you know? You are the running dog of humans, and you have such a good relationship with humans. The nine-tailed pig shouted loudly, I have always been mortal enemies with humans, and you slander me. Get out, you running dog. Shikaku approached the cell, his paws resting on the railing. We are in this state now, isn't it all thanks to him? You still have the nerve to mention it. What's wrong? What does Uzumaki Naruto's work have to do with my nine-tailed fox? The nine-tailed fox said righteously, speaking of being a dog, it's obviously you who are the dogs of humans. I am held high by humans, how can I be the same as you dogs wearing collars? Dog? Aren't you in now? Shikaku was the sharpest talker, glaring at the nine-tailed fox with gritted teeth. Don't tell me you came involuntarily. What's it to you? The nine-tailed fox subconsciously refuted, but was thinking in his heart, yes, how did I get in? Could it be that I was sold out by that bastard? The more Kyuubi thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he suddenly panicked. Haha, you can't be tough anymore, right? Shikaku said, and turned to look at the two cells next to him, intending to instigate Matada and Ashio. It was Kyuubi, that stinky fox, who sold us out. Otherwise, why didn't we even have a chance to resist? It's not a coincidence at all. Go to hell, you dead raccoon. Kyuubi showed his vicious face. I'm afraid of you. Shikaku also showed his claws. Come on, I have to kill you. Kyuubi and Shikaku didn't get along with each other in the first place, and now that they are cellmates, they can't wait to tear down the cell. Unfortunately, the cell made of the seal is indestructible, not to mention that the evil god's lackey's skin is firmly locked on them, making the two guys unable to use any skills. So, Kyuubi and San Shikaku could only talk trash to each other across the cell fence. Naruto didn't know that the four guys in the sealed space would quarrel. At this moment, he returned to Konoha first. After washing and resting, he followed the clues left by Black Zetsu to find him. You must have heard the news. Anyway, the 1-tail, 8-tail, 2-tail, and 9-tail are all in my hands. Naruto put his hands in his pockets. I'll give them to you, and the deal between us will be over. I know. Black Zetsu nodded. Then how do you hand over the tailed beasts to me? Release them directly. Naruto glanced at Black Zetsu. Do you have a way to calm them down? 4 is not too many. I can teach you how to do it. What? Black Zetsu thought he really had a way. Beating up the one-tailed San Shikaku first. That guy has the most tricks. Remember to knock him down. Naruto explained seriously. When fighting the 8 tails, you have to break its legs and cut off all the octopus tentacles. The most troublesome one is the 9 tails, which has many tricks but is also the most difficult to deal with. It is best to beat it hard. Don't hesitate even if it begs for mercy. You must beat it until the 9 tails can't get up at all. It has no strength to release chakra. At this time, it is considered a success. Finally, the 2 tails is weaker. When it is about to spit fireballs, punch it directly on the chin. Be ruthless and don't hold back. Did you hear it clearly? Black Zetsu was completely confused. What a mess. Dealing with 4-tailed beasts by himself? How can this be done? Is this Uzumaki Naruto a brain problem? Don't let go. Then how can I give it to you? Naruto was a little impatient. Do I have to give it to you one by one? How long will it take? Can you be faster? Black Zetsu suppressed his complaints and spoke. There will always be a way. First get rid of the 2 tails. After several days of hard work, Naruto and Black Zetsu finally finished cutting. The 4-tailed beasts were handed over to Black Zetsu bit by bit in the form of chakra, and the 2 of them hardly rested. When the dust settled, Naruto returned to Konoha quickly and slept until dawn. As for the 9-tailed fox, he didn't think it was a big deal. There was no question of betrayal. There was no interest relationship between the 2 of them, and the 9-tailed fox would not die. Now it was necessary to revive Otsutsuki Teru with the 9-tailed beasts, and there was nothing that could be done about it. When everything was over, the 9-tailed fox could appear again, but it was just like sleeping again. When he woke up, everything would be a new beginning. He turned over in a daze and slept for another day. When Naruto washed and ate, it was completely dark. He stood in the empty house and looked at the dark night. He couldn't help but look a little lonely. He was not alone, but he was often alone. It was because he was involved in too many bad things. He had to do things alone many times. It's almost over, everything is almost over. He muttered to himself, it doesn't matter, just wait a little longer, until Kagaya Otsutsuki is resurrected. Damn Otsutsuki clan, you will definitely have a hard time. Chapter 560 Wohen. Hokage, the online meeting of the Five Shadows is about to begin. Shikamaru turned around and reminded, the Kumigakure is already urging them, Hokage, please get ready. What can be achieved by talking every day? It's probably another accountability. Kakashi sighed and couldn't help complaining. Other people's disciples are all mature and steady, but my disciples have ruined my reputation. It's really hard to describe. The Kumigakure said. Shikamaru looked down at the hot documents and continued, Sasuke attacked Killer Bee, and earlier, it was suspected that Sasuke had attacked the two-tailed Jinchuriki Nii Yukato in the same way. Sasuke is already a traitor, what else can he do? Kakashi stood up reluctantly with a dead fisheye outside the mask. Sasuke is already a traitor, what else can he do? Kakashi said reluctantly, with a dead fisheye outside the mask. Sasuke is already a traitor, what else can he do? Kakashi said reluctantly, with a dead fisheye outside the mask. Sasuke is already a traitor, what else can he do? Kakashi said reluctantly, with a dead fisheye outside the mask. Sasuke is already a traitor, anyway, we can't do anything about Sasuke. I also know that Sasuke has committed many evil deeds, but we can't do anything about it. We can't catch him, and he has slipped into the territory of another country. Konoha has to go through the process to apply for assistance. Catching people is completely not worth the loss. After all, isn't it compensation? But compensation requires negotiation talks, and we talked with those people for the first 2 or 3 months. In the end, after half a month, nothing was negotiated. Listening to Kakashi's complaints, Shikamaru was also a little helpless. Kakashi intended to train him, and he knew the reason. Although that's what he said, it's the 5 cage talks after all, so we still have to participate. The 5 cage talks, participation is important. Kakashi walked into the meeting room prepared by the intelligence department with the mentality of visiting the grave, holding the intimate paradise in one hand, and watching the people in the intelligence department debugging the equipment boredly. Hokage, it will be ready soon. The person in charge explained with sweat on his forehead, there is a problem with the equipment, please wait a moment. It's okay, it's okay. Kakashi waved his hand without taking his eyes off the page, saying, don't worry, the 5 cage talks are a complete waste of time. Yes. The head of the intelligence department was sweating. Alas, life is hard, and promotion is not necessarily a good thing. The former head of the intelligence department, Ino, has gone home to give birth to a baby and has not returned yet. There has been no news since she became pregnant. Even if the child was born, there was no rumor about returning to work. As for the former head, Yamanaka Inoichi, he had said that he would go to work as usual, and maybe he would need to take leave occasionally to go home to take care of his granddaughter. But when the new eldest princess of the Yamanaka clan was born, Yamanaka Inoichi disappeared directly. What about going to work or not? What about the head of the intelligence department? Yamanaka Inoichi is now an ordinary villager. The Yamanaka clan dominated the intelligence department. Some people originally complained about it, but now the whole family didn't come. They were all focused on their children. The intelligence department was still functioning, but its status in Konoha had regressed more than 180 steps. Not only did the invisible benefits disappear, but the workload also increased. After a while of chaos, the equipment finally started to operate autonomously. With the 10-second countdown, Kakashi reluctantly put down the intimate paradise in his hand. He stared at the screen in front of him with his chin supported and felt bored, thinking that he was going to start arguing again. I just don't know what his group of unworthy disciples are doing at this time, and I don't know who did those things. It's just that Kakashi feels that this matter is a bit strange. Why does it feel like something Naruto would do? However, Naruto has now temporarily accepted a special mission, and that mission is somewhat related to the Hyuga clan. But Kakashi doesn't bother to care so much. The disciples have grown up and can not only embarrass him, but also stab him in the back. Just pretend you don't know. As the Hokage, he only needs to protect the interests of Konoha. With Ino and Hinata around, he doesn't worry about Naruto becoming a traitor. Just a little regretful. He didn't think of how to keep Sasuke at that time, otherwise it wouldn't have developed into the situation today. He shook his head. The meeting has already begun. Which country? A team of carriages stopped at a long-abandoned market town. The sun was setting and the setting sun had long been swallowed by the night. Two ninjas jumped off the car. One of them was a girl with a bun. After looking around for a while, she couldn't help but take a breath. She was not afraid of anything, but this kind of gloomy place was the most afraid. On the contrary, Xiao Li, who also jumped off, poked his head and didn't feel anything about this abandoned market town. He asked curiously. Naruto, where is this? We have arrived, the sealed place of the Kingdom of Witches. Naruto yawned and jumped off the carriage as well. This is the destination of this mission. Please come and exorcise the spirits. Exorcise the spirits. Tian Tian got goosebumps all over her body. Exorcise the spirits by looking for witches. Why do you need Konoha to do this? We are just ninjas. This I know it too well. Anyway, the mission is a bit urgent and even I can't refuse it. Naruto waved his hand. The client seems to be quite powerful. Some connection with Konoha. The client. Naruto smiled and spread his hands. Yes, it seems that he has a good relationship with the Hyuga clan. I happened to meet the client, Dokuza, asking for help from Master Hayashi, so I couldn't refuse and had to take the initiative. Why did you drag us in? Tian Tian held her face with a nervous expression. I'm most afraid of this kind of thing, it's too scary. Because Niji was injured, I was planning to find Xiao Li and Niji to team up with me. Naruto said slowly, unfortunately although I'm helpless, I can only make do with it for now. What? Tian Tian was immediately angry, what do you mean by make do with it? I don't want to come either. Why is there such a scary thing, invisible and intangible wuvu? As the three were talking, a middle-aged merchant dressed like a man got off the carriage in front. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief and trotted over from a distance. Sorry, three ninjas, the witch street is ahead. It has been abandoned for a long time and there is no place for people to live. We can only stay temporarily on the edge of the town. The conditions are simple and the hospitality is not good. Please forgive us. It's okay, we don't mind. Tian Tian changed his face again when facing the client, like a spring breeze. I don't know what the exorcism of this witch country is. This the middle-aged rich businessman's face changed immediately. Those things sealed underground have come out, we can't do anything, and we don't know much about things that happened a long time ago. In short, if the witch street is not exorcised, those things underground will eventually come out and eventually devour the witch country. The rich businessman's words were ambiguous, and Tian Tian and Naruto couldn't help but frown at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. At night, the darker it got, the drowsy feeling in Tianatian's mind kept lingering in her heart, but she ignored it and slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Waking up in a daze in the middle of the night, Tian Tian felt dry mouth and subconsciously touched the ninja flashlight. This is a new ninja prop developed by Konoha, which is convenient for ninjas to see underwater and illuminate at night. He reached out his hand, but accidentally touched something unexpectedly cold, and pinched it twice reflexively. Ah! A girl's seductive voice entered her ears, and Tian Tian woke up instantly. She remembered that she was sleeping in the room, and she couldn't find any living creature except herself, let alone women. All the strength in her body seemed to be drained away. Tian Tian struggled to sit up, but couldn't get up at all. Finally, she got the flashlight in her hand, but the more anxious she was, the more she found that she couldn't turn it on. In her blurred vision, she saw a candlestick beside the bed. The scene in the room gradually became clear, and Tian Tian struggled to look. What came into view was a girl half covered with a white wedding veil, blushing, and beautiful bones. She sat at the head of the bed in a white wedding dress, which was indescribably weird. No matter how slow Tian Tian was, she could still notice something was wrong. White wedding dress, the delicate and beautiful girl sitting in front of the bed. Everything was so unusual. Are you awake? The voice of the girl in the white wedding dress was a little ethereal. Tian Tian looked at the weird scene, and her back was instantly wet with cold sweat. She was still sleeping in the room, how could she wake up in this ghost place? Is this a dream? Her eyes were blank for a while, and just when she was about to say yes, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. It was Naruto's lazy voice. Don't make a sound, don't look at that thing. A shiver ran from Tianation's toes to the top of her head. Not a human? Are you serious? What on earth is this woman in white clothes in front of her? She seems to be staring at her. Instantly, the fear factor in Tianation's genes suddenly erupted. She wanted to ask the voice of Naruto in her mind, what should she do now? Unfortunately, Naruto's voice sounded once and then there was no movement, as if the line was broken. Before she figured out the situation, Tian did not dare to act rashly. The woman in white clothes changed her face when she saw that her call was fruitless, and a line of blood and tears flowed down, which scared Tian who was sitting opposite her. Her teeth kept trembling, and she could not even raise her hand. Without any thought of resistance, she stood there like a puppet for a moment. She was complaining in her heart, what should she do? What should she do? At the critical moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed out of the darkness and directly tore the shadow of the white woman at the head of the bed with a bang. The white woman, who was still alive and well in the last second, was instantly grasped into a ball of nothingness in the next second. As the big hand tore the white woman, the surrounding scene changed instantly. The room was still the same room, but there was no bed. She slept in a sleeping bag made of wooden boards. Before Tian could react, Naruto walked out of the darkness slowly. He leaned against the table with a playful look on his face. Tian, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Tian was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, what on earth is that thing? It's too scary. Why do you look like this? It should be an illusion, but I don't know who made it. Naruto said with a smile, you are unlucky, I just happened to come here, why did you freeze just now? I am most afraid of these things, I am lucky to be able to avoid them. I was almost scared to death. Tianation's face was pale, you knew it a long time ago, why didn't you mention it, wake me up? I don't know, I just found out. Naruto explained, that thing also came to me just now, but it didn't scare me. What on earth is buried underground? It's so fierce. Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Seeing Naruto's behavior, a terrifying thought popped up in his mind. Where is Ninkai? She blinked, and she couldn't believe that someone had walked out of the darkness inexplicably. Who knows if the person in front of her is Naruto, or something pretending to be him. It's really a turtle changing his vest, but the soup is the same. Ninkai? You are scared, right? There is no Ninkai. He looked at Tian in surprise. Ninkai didn't come at all, but Xiao Li next door seems to have seen the person who cast the illusion and has chased him out now. Hearing this, Tian basically believed him. Xiao Li went out like this, will there be any danger? What danger can a guy who pretends to be a ghost with illusions be in? Naruto waved his hand, if I had known you were so afraid of these things, I would not have brought you here. Xiao Li and I are enough. This market town is indeed a bit strange. And that merchant is not a good person, but it doesn't matter. He will come back sooner or later. Illusion. Tian was confused, why can't I solve it? Although I am not good at illusion, I am very good at solving illusions. How could it be? Wait for news from Xiao Li. You will know tomorrow. Naruto walked to the window with air leaking on all sides, looking at the dark night outside, and said nothing. It was estimated that Xiao Li had not returned by dawn. Tian paced back and forth for half an hour with some anxiety, and finally couldn't help but find Naruto and asked anxiously. Xiao Li hasn't come back yet. Nothing will happen, right? No, Xiao Li is much better than you think. Naruto still looked calm and indifferent, it will be dawn soon, wait patiently. Sure enough, after daybreak, Xiao Li came back slowly. Xiao Li. Tian waved excitedly, this way. Just after she finished shouting, she suddenly turned her head and whispered to Naruto. Why does Xiao Li look weird? I don't know, maybe he was hit by an illusion, or maybe he was too tired. Naruto said, but the probability of the former is relatively low. Xiao Li has his own way of distinguishing illusions. What? Tian asked subconsciously. If you punch it, it will disappear if it is fake. He said firmly. Finally, Xiao Li staggered closer to the two of them, his face a little grey. Finally, he lay on the ground with a thud, his eyes were dull and he gasped for air. Water, give me water. Sure enough, he was too tired. Naruto spread his hands, took out a bottle of water from the sealed space, unscrewed the cap and handed it to Xiao Li lying on the ground. Did you catch that guy? Did you find anything? He asked. I caught him, I chased him all night. Xiao Li said hurriedly while drinking water, it's a man in his 30s who claims to be a priest here. I beat him for a long time before he was willing to tell the truth. There are indeed things sealed under Wu Town. But it has been too long, and many secrets passed down by word of mouth have been lost. I only know that it is related to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 561 Ino, you already have a child, why don't you tell me now? When he heard that it was related to the Uchiha clan, Naruto couldn't help but look up, with a look of surprise on his face. This is the kingdom of witches, how can there be things from the Uchiha clan? I don't know, that person was almost beaten to death, and he couldn't say anything new no matter how he turned it over. Xiao Li sighed helplessly. Tian Tian was confused. When did Xiao Li start to use violence to interrogate the target? Isn't this what Naruto would do? When did the third team? I think you didn't hit hard enough, Xiao Li. Since that guy has taken action against us, he will never easily tell the secret. Naruto analyzed seriously. Impossible, I have beaten him seriously, believe me. Xiao Li was dissatisfied. Tian Tian covered his ears. It's not that he can't use violence against the enemy, but ninjas generally don't do so. At least the third team didn't originally have this style, but now. Forget it, go back. Naruto suddenly said. What? Tian Tian and Xiao Li were shocked by him. They turned their heads to look at Naruto with surprise. The mission has just started and it hasn't been completed yet. How can we go back? Xiao Li asked. Yes, the mission client won't agree, right? Although Tian Tian was terrified, he had to cheer up when he thought of the mission. No matter whether they agree or not, I accepted this mission, so I have the final say. Naruto turned his head and looked at the two people, they are wrong, they are hesitating and not telling the truth. That's what you said, but the mission can't be done this way. Tian Tian hesitated, if we go back like this, you won't be able to report it, right? Hey! Naruto looked puzzled, stood there for 2 seconds, and then realized something in an instant, and said with a smile. At that time, I took the task to give Lord Hayashi a way out. It doesn't matter whether it is completed or not, as long as it is accepted. The client did pay the fee, so what? They were wrong first, even if the client is not satisfied, just tell them to shut up. I haven't settled accounts with them yet, who dares to come to me? But, this is not good for Konoha's reputation, right? Tian Tian asked. Of course it's not good, but it doesn't matter. He spread his hands, stretched out his hand and pulled the two back. You think too much, worry too much, and you will only be tied up. I will take responsibility if something goes wrong, just go back. Tian Tian and Xiao Li were a little confused. They had taken on such tasks before. The employer did not tell them the whole story. Generally speaking, they would try their best to investigate. Until there was danger, the team gave up the task on the grounds that the client's information was false. When encountering a difficult client, you even have to debate with him, write files and provide evidence, and it's not over until midnight. In short, it's a headache. On the way back, the witch country only had carriages for travel, so the three of them sat in the carriage and swayed to prepare for the return journey. In fact, Naruto could have used the Yellow Spring Gate to go back directly, but he didn't want to do that. What he lacked the most now was time. There was no movement from Black Zetsu for the time being, and there were many other trivial matters to deal with. If he really got busy, he might not be able to touch the ground until next month. On the contrary, if he takes his time, there will be fewer things in front of him. Just because as long as he is busy, whether it is the two Yukatos, Hydrangea, Kurama Yakumo, or Ino, Hinata, a series of people related to him will ask for his opinion. There are too many things and they are too dense. At this critical juncture, he will only deal with some important things. Apart from things related to Ino and Hinata, he almost doesn't care. As for the Kingdom of Witches, it is just an excuse for him to avoid trouble. He doesn't care what is buried underground, and he is too lazy to take the blame for others. He just takes this opportunity to go out and relax. Take a look, if the task is not good, just leave. At his level of strength, he can do whatever he wants. There is no need to care no matter what others say, or what the villagers think. Naruto suddenly realized that he seemed to be close to invincibility when he was chasing Kabuto Yakushi. 6 years have passed since the system first gave him rewards. He has countless forbidden techniques, and almost all the power that originally belonged to Naruto has been abandoned by him. Whether it was the initial extraction of the 9 tails, or the recent dispersion of his own chakra. He no longer needs the power of ordinary ninjas, even the power of the tailed beasts seems insignificant in front of his own power. To a certain extent, Naruto has returned to his original simplicity. He no longer needs to throw kunai, and he doesn't even need to use Flying Thunder God to teleport to avoid attacks. With Izanagi, it is hard to find anything that can kill him now. Ninjas rely on chakra to release ninjutsu, and various hand seals are just auxiliary. Naruto also needed to make hand seals at the beginning. Later, with the help of the system, he almost got rid of hand seals. Now he doesn't even need chakra, and what is sweet to others is poison to me. At first, he just wanted to become stronger, not to learn ninjutsu, whether it was ninjutsu or the system. As long as he could become stronger, he was not picky. Now, Naruto feels that he is no longer like a ninja. After 3 days of swaying, several people returned directly from the Kingdom of Witches to Konoha. Before leaving, Naruto deliberately wrote down the coordinates of the Kingdom of Witches in case they could be used in the future. Sure enough, the client came to the door soon, and somehow, this person didn't dare to find Hyuga Hayashi. So he turned his spearhead and pointed it directly at the Konoha mission department. The person in charge of the mission department is a nobleman from the Fire Country, full of fat, and he hurried to meet someone who complained. Let's talk, sir, let's talk. The fat noble wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the angry client, and asked hurriedly. Sir, what mission are you dissatisfied with? Don't worry, Konoha has always valued credibility and will handle things properly. The mission of the which country? Which country? Let me take a look first. The fat noble appeased the client and hurriedly returned to his seat to check the files. After a while, he turned out a file. He glanced at it, his face suddenly froze, and he looked up and said. This mission cannot be done. Difficult. Koji looked at Naruto with a look of doubt. What's so difficult about a wedding? Just hold one a day, first with Ino and then with Hinata. Koji, if you want me to die, you can be more direct. Naruto glanced at him. It's not that important whether to hold the wedding with Ino or Hinata first. The point is that no matter who comes first or later, I will die. At the end of Konoha Street, Shikamaru, Koji, Niji, Inyazuka Kaiba, Shino, Xiaoli and other men were all there, eating yakitori and drinking beer, leaning against the big green tree. The autumn moon was high in the sky, the cool breeze was blowing, and the wine was shaking slightly in the glass. Just die, what you did is inhumane. Shikamaru commented, you are really strong-willed. We marry one, and you plan to marry two. Yeah, a scum like you really deserves to die. You took both Ino and Hinata at the same time. Instead of asking us, you should ask Hyuga Hayashi-sama. Inyazuka Kaiba said. What are you asking? Ask. Naruto leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. I'm thinking of a solution now. The war is over. I should have been here long ago. We should hold a wedding. What are you going to do? Xiaoli asked. He had no idea about marriage. Why not hold a wedding together? It's convenient. Hold it together? Then he really deserves to die. Niji added. Stop talking nonsense. Give me some advice. Naruto said absent-mindedly. He didn't think they could give any constructive advice. He just wanted to get together. The time they spend together will only get shorter and shorter. When they have children, it's basically unlikely that they will often hang out with him. What advice? You're going to marry both of them anyway. Koji said. You already have children, but you're still hesitant. Can't you just get Hinata and Ino together to discuss it? What do you know? I can appear at the same time with Ino, or with Hinata, or even the two of them can appear at the same time. Naruto retorted, but the three of us can't appear at the same time. Do you understand? I don't understand, but I know you are showing off. Koji shook his head. Naruto, why don't you just die? We uncles will help you take care of the children. Go away, I'll think of a way. Naruto took a sip of wine. By the way, Koji, how did you do that wedding last time? Introduce it to me. Okay, actually Koji began to talk about science. It was late at night. Everyone was drunk, the table was a mess, and Naruto was also a little drunk. Seeing that he had drunk almost everything, he stood up and planned to go to the boss to pay the bill. Who would have thought that as soon as he stood up, the drunken people all stood up and turned their heads to stare at him. What? What? Koji sobered up directly. Naruto was startled, looking at the rows of people, he was a little panicked. What are you doing? I'm tired of sitting, stand up and move around, haha. Shikamaru found an excuse and did 2 chest expansion exercises. Naruto, where are you going? To pay the bill, where are you going? Naruto was confused. Hearing this, the crowd became even more nervous, and they moved closer to Naruto one by one. What? Naruto took 2 steps back, looking at the crowd that surrounded him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva in fear. You guys are following me to pay the bill. If you are all drunk, take a rest, otherwise I can't send you back one by one. You don't need to send me, are you going to pay the bill? Koji looked at Naruto with a suspicious look. You're not going to the bathroom suddenly, are you? No, you, Naruto suddenly realized, pointed at the crowd and said, you don't think I want to run away, do you? You all think I'm too shameless, right? Koji looked at Shikamaru, Shikamaru looked at Inuzuka Kaiba, who looked at Niji, and they looked at each other and looked back and forth for a few rounds, and a question mark popped up in their hearts. Aren't you shameless? You don't know what's going on. I have changed my mind. Ino told me about running away last time. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Naruto directly brought up Ino's personal experience. Everyone heard this and smiled awkwardly. You should have said it earlier. It's not that we don't believe you, but we are just joking with you. Shikamaru said with a smile. Yes, it's just a joke. Inuzuka Kaiba was sad, and suddenly remembered that he had tricked the 3 little ones of Konohamaru last time, and his face flushed. Ino mentioned it, so it's okay. Koji lay back in his chair. In the consensus of several people, for Naruto, Ino's words are more effective than the words of the Hokage. If there is something that Naruto can guarantee with Ino or Hinata, it is 100% true. Seeing that Naruto really went to pay the bill, everyone's hanging hearts were put down. The next day, after washing up, Naruto began to think about life. Should the wedding be held in advance or wait until Kagaya Otsutsuki is done? But now Heiju will not do it, and he has no excuse. As usual, he went to the Yamanaka flower shop. Since the 2 were not married, and the Yamanaka couple wanted to take care of the children, Naruto still lived alone. When you get married, just buy a bigger house. Yamanaka Rino stood up and said gently to the 2 people lying on the sofa in the living room. Okay. Ino looked uninterested and obviously didn't listen to the words. Naruto was also uninterested. He looked at Ino and asked in a low voice. Where do you want to go? I don't know. It's not peaceful yet. I'm worried about Yukino. Ino also replied quietly, let's talk about it in half a year. Let's stay like this for now. That's too hard, isn't it? He asked. It's okay to have my mother to help me take care of the children. Ino said with her chin propped up, I don't really want to stay in Konoha, but I can't bear to leave my mother. After hearing this, Naruto thought to himself, what about Yamanaka Inoichi? Can you bear to leave your father? That's easy. You can live in the capital of the Land of Fire, or settle in another small country. Naruto said, the Land of Tea is not far from Konoha, that's not bad either. Too far. Ino said distressedly, then turned to look at him, by the way, how about we open up a separate place? What place? In Konoha we can open up a piece of our own territory near Konoha. We can buy it with money, right? Ino suddenly became excited, her eyes sparkling. This way, we won't be too far from Konoha, and we won't feel bored staying in Konoha. It's too boring to guard the flower shop every day. We can also grow flowers and supply flowers to the flower shop in the mountains. 2 of us? We have to take care of the children, isn't it enough? Naruto hesitated. Don't we have Hinata? Ino looked puzzled, the 3 of us should be enough, and we can pay some people to help us with chores. When Naruto heard this, his heart moved, but his face did not show any abnormal expression. Is this okay? Why not? Ino asked back. Hinata is here too, you too. Naruto looked embarrassed, and he couldn't help but want to jump up in his heart. I actually think this is not good for you. You already have a child, and you tell me it's not good? Ino pinched him and rolled her eyes. Chapter 562 Youth 6-year-long run, the carefree boy seemed to have traveled through time. A large manor is of course good, close to Konoha, and he doesn't have to live with his relatives. Naruto is used to being free, and letting him stay with his elders every day is even more uncomfortable than beating him every day. But he can't take the initiative to say it, after all, he can't take care of the child alone. Besides, the Yamanaka couple really likes Yukino, and they can't stop it, so this matter can only be raised by Ino. For Naruto, the three of them living together is a perfect prerequisite answer. As for why it is a prerequisite, it is just a hypothesis. Ino raised this hope, but it didn't happen at this moment. What's more important is the attitude she expressed. That is, Ino accepts living with Hinata. Hearing this, Naruto's hanging heart was finally put down, and he said with a smile, "I'll ask later, and it will be done in a few days. This matter is not urgent." Ino leaned on the sofa with her head propped up, her eyes swept across the shadow left by the sun on the windowsill, a pot of lush green plants reflected in her pupils, and her red lips slightly parted. "Is the war over? I always feel a little uneasy, and I feel that something will go wrong." "It's okay, it's over long ago." Naruto glanced at the windowsill. "The sun is nice today, do you want to go out for a walk? The body will recover faster when you are in a good mood." "I've almost recovered, and I don't want to go out recently." Ino shrank on the sofa, as if she had less energy after giving birth. She also joked that half of her nutrition was absorbed by the child, but she didn't show fatigue at ordinary times. "What does Hinata usually do?" "Stay at home, and occasionally go out for a walk." He said truthfully. "What's wrong?" "I want to see Hinata, it's boring to stay at home alone, and there's no point in going out." Ino pouted and said, "I'm a little bored, I don't know who to talk to." "Ah, are you going today?" "Yes." Ino suddenly became excited. She always paid attention to her posture and had a perfect figure. She would subconsciously straighten her back all the time, even when. "That's fine. Is there anyone to take care of Yukino?" Naruto paused and looked at Ino's tight little face. "If there is, we can go directly now." Hyuga clan land. Hyuga Hayashi knelt on the tatami, his posture straight, looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was also kneeling in front of him with unfriendly eyes, and had the urge to kill. "What are you doing here?" "To see the child," Naruto said shamelessly. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi's face suddenly darkened, and he looked up at the man with a look as if he was hiding a knife. Unable to bear it any longer, he asked in a deep voice. "What do you mean by bringing that girl from the Yamanaka family here?" "Lord Hayashi, please calm down." Naruto smiled and said shamelessly, "The sound is too loud, don't scare the child, and besides, this is something that will have to be faced sooner or later. This is tantamount to saying, 'Lao Deng, my ghost fire has stopped at your warehouse. Stop nagging, say something useful, first come to the flower.'" Hinata Hayashi is really regretting now that he didn't kill this shameless yellow-haired man at the beginning. Now his own cabbage has been pushed by the pig, and it's too late to say anything. Besides, he likes the little cabbage now. In line with the idea of not wanting Sunflower to be without a father, Hinata Hayashi suppressed his temper, and his eyes changed from nuclear kindness to kindness. "I don't like to care about the affairs of you juniors, but Hinata may not think so. Don't worry about this, Lord Hayashi, Hinata has her own ideas." Naruto said, "But there is something I want to discuss with Lord Hayashi." "You'd better not speak. Some things have to be said. If you don't say it now, you will have to say it next time." Naruto said calmly, "I want to find a piece of land and build a bigger house not far from Konoha. When the child grows up, I will take Hinata to live with me." "What?" Hyuga Hayashi couldn't hold it anymore. "You and Hinata are not married yet. What do you mean by waiting for the child to grow up and take Hinata to live with me?" He thought to himself, "Does the old man have to look at your face when he sees his granddaughter? This is a matter for the future. There is no rush. I want to hold the wedding earlier." Naruto pondered for a moment and said what he was thinking. "When?" "A week later." Hyuga Hayashi just nodded and fell into a brief silence. He didn't expect Hinata's wedding day to come so soon. His brows were slightly furrowed, wrinkled, and slowly relaxed after a long time. "At this point, I won't say anything harsh. Although you are shameless, you treat Hinata sincerely. I just hope you won't let Hinata suffer in the future." "Of course." Naruto agreed. It seemed that after talking about a certain topic, the tense atmosphere between the two men melted away instantly, and Hyuga Hayashi also began to instruct him on some details of the wedding. Naruto wrote down everything, and soon left the room and walked towards another courtyard. 1 week is his estimate of the time it takes for Black Zetsu to revive Kaguya. It can't be done in a short time. If it's longer, I'm afraid Black Zetsu has done it. The 9-tailed beasts are already together, and there won't be too many things missing. Although Black Zetsu doesn't have Kabuto Yakushi as a helper, it's not impossible for him to revive Uchiha Madara with his ability. In the courtyard where Hinata is, the 3 of them sat together at a small square table for a long time, and there were 3 cups of steaming tea on the table. The last time this scene happened was on a rainy night 6 years ago. But the atmosphere was not as calm as it is now, it was simply described as Shura Field. However, at the wedding of Koji, when Naruto was not present, the relationship between the 2 women was eased once. Now that they have a child, the atmosphere seems harmonious. Within a week, Ino was a little surprised and turned to look at Naruto. Yes, I thought about it before. Naruto actually thought about it yesterday, but it didn't stop him from talking nonsense, holding a cake box in his hand and fiddling with it. Ino folded her hands, her beautiful eyes narrow, expressing doubt. You are equally important in my heart, more important than myself, and now there are a pair of children. To be honest, I don't have much ambition, I just want to watch you live a leisurely life. He continued. I also think it's good to be ordinary. I may prefer to be myself rather than being a ninja. Hinata smiled gently. I always felt depressed in my heart before, wanting to prove to my father that I can be excellent, but later I let it go. The main family and branch family of the Hyuga clan have been in conflict for a long time. A weak ninja cannot inherit the position of the head of the family. My father also has his. Now you don't have to think about it. Everything has been solved by Brother Niji. My father doesn't have to worry about the main family and branch family all day long, and Hanabi and I don't have to work hard for the position of head of the family. Hinata spit out her inner thoughts, and Ino seemed to be touched. She pursed her lips and said, I can't be idle. If I have the opportunity, I still want to work in the intelligence department of the Hokage building. Although my father's mind is on Yukino now, I still don't want my father's business that he has run for so many years to disappear. Hearing this, Naruto immediately understood why Ino was a little listless during the period after giving birth, and sometimes stared at a place in a daze. After a long time, it turned out that they were thinking about the intelligence department, which was easy to deal with. Both women finished talking, which was a simple heart-to-heart talk before marriage, and expressed their thoughts and plans. Naruto naturally would not be pretentious, and said, I have already informed Lord Hayashi about the land for building the house, and he will find someone to arrange it. I will not be a ninja in the future, and I may do something I want to do every day. I don't know how much contribution ninjas have made to the world, but I think I can do something else. Something more meaningful, such as creating an illusion projection or something like that, used in daily life. Compared with the ninjutsu that kills people, this will definitely make a lot of money. Preparations before the wedding were in full swing, and there were too many people helping, so Naruto himself was free. As for the money, he didn't need to spend a penny. Both families were big families in Konoha, and he was alone, so he arranged everything on both sides. As soon as the elders met, the wedding, the venue, and the personnel were all arranged. It doesn't matter what others think. What's important is that Hinata Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi sat together. This alone is enough. The nature has completely changed. It's no longer Naruto who's trying to get something for nothing. Hinata and Yamanaka married their daughter together. Even if Naruto is ignored, this is a real alliance. In other words, once the reality is accepted, everyone except the 3 parties will benefit. Naruto got the hearts of Hinata and Ino as he wished. He got the consent and blessing of the elders of the 2 women in a roundabout way and walked into the marriage hall hand in hand. Ino and Hinata finally let go after 6 years of stalemate. It can be regarded as a reluctantly acceptable ending. In any case, this 6-year-long run from youth to the end finally has an ending. The sunset is setting, and the orange glow covers the long streets of Konoha. It seems to be connected to the horizon, and it is hard to tell whether it is day or night. The scenery is beautiful enough to make people go through everything they have experienced in their lives in their minds. With a puff, Koji used his chubby fingers to pry open the beer bottle cap and handed it to Naruto, who was staring at the Konoha street full of sunset. You're getting married the day after tomorrow, why are you in a daze? Naruto sighed faintly, turned his head and looked at Koji with emotion. A person will meet 2 people in his life, one amazed the youth, and the other softened the years. For me, all the tasks along the way are not as difficult as getting an ending with Ino and Hinata. Although I have always been optimistic, sometimes I hesitate when no one is around, and I worry that I will mess things up completely and end up with no one. Aren't you getting what you want now? Koji raised the bottle and saluted the sunset from a distance. Yes, it's not easy. Naruto also raised the bottle, so, since ancient times, the only difficult thing is to do things, and you will know how difficult it is after you succeed in something. You are so literary. I know you don't want to be a ninja, but you want to be a poet. Koji said sarcastically, you are taking advantage of me and still acting cute. You will understand after you get married. You will suffer. Hehe. What do you mean by hehe? It doesn't mean anything, just a token of my appreciation. But by the way, Koji, isn't it time for you to make up for it? Naruto said teasingly. Get out. The two staggered along the dim Konoha street, just like 6 years ago. The young men ran along the street, wantonly, as if the fearless youth could travel through the time. Fortunately, as time passed, they were still passionate and young. Chapter 563, Forget about emotional scumbags, but also give gifts to everyone equally. In the dim room, an orange light suddenly lit up with a click, and under the light was a long wooden table, shiny. Slowly moving along the light, it was a serious face of a young man. Konohamaru looked around, nodded, raised his fist and shouted with full energy. Since everyone is here, let's start our battle plan. What? Yuden scratched his head, a little confused. What battle plan? Aren't we going to discuss what gift to give to Naruto? Giving gifts is also a battle plan, we have to give a new gift. Mohawang jumped out and clenched his fists, we can't lose. But no one can compete with us. Yuden couldn't help complaining. How about recording wedding wishes? Konohamaru was not hit by Yuden's complaints at all, and said excitedly, looking for people to record wedding wishes everywhere. Is it in time? The wedding is the day after tomorrow, we can't find too many people. Yuden expressed the difficulty, if we go to find someone now, it will take 2 days. That's why it's worth the challenge. Konohamaru was very imposing, very good, Yuden, go find a video recorder, Mohawang, go contact the Hokage. I'll find other people and make sure to prepare the wedding wishes before the day after tomorrow. Yes. Mohawang was the first to respond. Yuden sighed silently. At this point, he could only raise his hand and continue. It was not difficult for him to get a video recorder. Naruto is getting married. What gift should I give him? Damn it. Inyazuka Kaiba held his head and slammed it on the table twice. I have received many gifts from that guy over the years. Who doesn't? That guy really loves to give gifts. Koji rubbed his temples. I was so busy being happy for him that I forgot what gift to choose. I can't give him nothing. What did Shikamaru give? Koji turned around and asked. I don't know. Give him a pair of big deer antlers. Shikamaru waved his hand, also tangled, I usually receive too many gifts. I don't know how to give them back to Naruto. Ningji, you too. Koji was a little curious. Yeah. Ningji nodded. What about Xiao Li? I don't know what gift to give. How about a pair of dumbbells? Xiao Li scratched his head and asked. Not very good. Koji curled his lips, what's the point of giving dumbbells to newlyweds? Are they for exercise? What should I give? Xiao Li was a little frustrated. Naruto, this guy, is a scumbag in love, but he also treats favors equally. Koji sighed for a long time, I have never seen such a top-notch person, it's really amazing. He has given gifts to everyone he can, and now his wedding is more lively than when Kakashi became the 6th Hokage. Inyazuka Kaiba complained while lying on the table. There is no way, people in the land of fire are like this, they don't want to owe favors to others. Shikamaru leaned back on the chair with his head in his arms, looked up at the night sky and said, I have received too many, I don't know how to pay them back. Yes, I have a child now, I don't know what gift to give to the child, it's a headache. Inyazuka Kaiba echoed. Abarame Shino looked even more worried. He was not good at speaking and took a long time to say a word. What should I give? I don't know. You ask me, who should I ask? Inyazuka Kaiba exhaled a foul breath, I originally thought that this guy would get married earlier than all of us, but who knew that he would be so late? If he got married earlier, we wouldn't have to think so hard. Most of the gifts that can be given have been given by that guy. We can't give him the same gift yet. Koji suddenly felt a headache. I plan to give a high-end meal ticket, but one may not be enough, at least a stack is needed. Then I'll give a high-end shogi, and a few big deer antlers and some deer antlers. Shikamaru said casually. It's a pity that Naruto doesn't like dogs and doesn't keep dogs. Inyazuka Kaiba pondered for a while. Give gold, dog head gold can barely be considered a dog, right? What are you giving? Koji turned his head and stared at Inyazuka Kaiba. Okay, you're giving gifts like this, right? What are you rolling? If you do this again, I'll complain to your mother first. Go away, just change one. Inyazuka Kaiba said impatiently. Raising dogs is indeed quite profitable, but because of Koji's words, he had to take it back. What about Ninkai? What are you giving? Relatives, don't be too polite. Ninkai said with a dull expression, waving his sleeves, the Hyuga clan has good wine, give a few, just give him a bottle to keep. What? This is also possible. Inyazuka Kaiba was stunned. I know what gift to give. There is royal jelly honey in the north of Konoha forest. It is very valuable. I can go get some. Aberame Shino said. Koji was sweating profusely. It seemed that only his gift was the most ordinary. However, he firmly believed that Xiao Li would not be able to think of any normal gift. Inyazuka Kaiba was also a fool. In short, it was okay as long as he was not the last one. A stack of high-end meal coupons was actually rare. Just when several people were struggling, Konohamaru suddenly flashed out from the dark, holding a coquettish red video recorder in his hand, and took a lot of photos in his face. Brothers, let's record a wedding blessing. Koji's married people turned their heads subconsciously, not wanting to face the camera. After hearing that it was a wedding blessing, they turned their heads awkwardly. I haven't thought about it yet, Kaiba, you go first. Koji evaded. Why should I go first? Ye was not convinced. Let Xiao Li go first. Yo-ho. I'll go first, Naruto, happy wedding. Xiao Li rushed up, scaring Konohamaru, who was in charge of filming, so much that he kept backing away. The next one was Inyazuka Kaiba, who said something nonsense like couples should get along well. Koji scratched his head and said, you should eat well after marriage. This kind of nonsense is even more meaningless. Shikamaru looked up at the sky and said happy wedding. Ningji said a few words of blessing, and Shino was silent for a while. Hinata, Ino, Naruto, happy wedding. As soon as the words came out, I felt something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, I felt it was reasonable. I didn't know what to say. Several people took turns to send their blessings. After stumbling for a long time, the effect was not satisfactory. Konohamaru put down the video recorder in frustration and sighed. This video is totally useless. It can't be used as a gift at a wedding. Who cares about you, kid? Inyazuka Kaiba was a natural thorn. Konohamaru glanced at Inyazuka Kaiba and recognized that he was the shameless person who made them pay the bill last time. He felt contempt in his heart and completely forgot that Naruto was the first to stand up the bill. Can you guys be more serious? Time is really running out. Konohamaru fell to the ground with a frustrated face. Why? If you want to ask why, Shikamaru scratched his head and looked around. Most of us have been married, it's really hard to say something against our will. What do you mean by happy wedding? Look, none of us are that happy. Konohamaru was stunned. He didn't understand. Marriage is supposed to be a very happy thing. My grandfather once said. For that kind of thing, the premise is not to get married for the sake of getting married. Koji interrupted Konohamaru and stood up and said, we are not unhappy, but we don't have much feeling about getting married. Why? Konohamaru asked without giving up. Not everyone can get married with someone they love. The reality is that the time doesn't match, and they can't meet in space. They get married in a daze. Shikamaru explained. Then Konohamaru's arms fell, and the camera hung beside his legs. That bastard is an exception. Koji waved his hand, a little impatient, that guy hooked up with the most beautiful female ninjas in our group of ninjas. In the end, the blessing was not recorded, and there were only a bunch of awkward videos. Konohamaru simply withdrew. He planned to find other more stable adults to record first, and then find them later. Late at night, Hokage building. Looking at the dark camera in front of him, Kakashi hesitated for a while and said with a smile. In a blink of an eye, the disciples are getting married. I really don't have much to say for a while. Maybe I have no experience in marriage. Let me think about it first. Or, you can go find Master Jiraiya first. Hearing this, Konohamaru was stunned. Master Jiraiya is back. Yes, you should stay with Naruto now. You should be able to find him in the tavern on the east side of Konoha Street. Kakashi said. Stay with brother Naruto, forget it. He looked decadent, this is a surprise. If brother Naruto sees it in advance, it will be meaningless to come. Is that so? Kakashi said lazily, then you can only wait until tomorrow to find Jiraiya-sama. You can look for him at the hot springs in the West District, and you should be able to find him. It's too late tomorrow. Konohamaru complained. What can we do? Naruto got married in such a hurry. Kakashi waved his hand, I don't even know what gift to give now. If it doesn't work, you can ask Shikamaru. What about Tsunade-sama? Is she back? Konohamaru asked again. No. Kakashi shook his head, I can't find her. Tsunade-sama's whereabouts are uncertain. Unless the ninja world explodes, she will not appear. Speaking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, supporting his head with his hands. I really envy Tsunade-sama's life. When can I step down? Konohamaru sighed and left. He worked hard all night but didn't accomplish anything. It was mainly because he was in too little time. If he was given more time, maybe. In the East District of Konoha Street, in a tavern. Under the orange light, Naruto sat with a tall man wearing a red coat and white explosive long hair. Plates of snacks were placed in front of the two. You're waiting until now to get married, and you're in such a hurry. Jiraiya raised his head and drank a glass of wine. The war has just ended, one Zetsu escaped, and the white Zetsu hasn't completely disappeared. Naruto picked up a chopstick of snacks with his chopsticks nonchalantly, who knows what will happen in a while, we can't just wait like this. What rumors have you heard? Jiraiya paused for a moment, turned his head and looked at Naruto. No, just a guess. Naruto said casually, by the way, you've been wandering around for so long, besides visiting love shops everywhere, have you found the child of prophecy? I think I found it, but I'm not sure yet. Jiraiya seemed a little hesitant. In the past 2 years, he has been outside collecting intelligence and looking for the child of prophecy. The former was reimbursed by Konoha's expenses, and the latter has been looking for decades without any definite news. Hearing this, Naruto was a little speechless. He thought to himself, Lao Deng, I'm almost done here, you said you're about to find the child of prophecy? Who? He asked. I'm not sure, maybe I made a mistake. Jiraiya's words were vague, and he spoke after being questioned for a long time, it may be related to the Uchiha clan. Evil Uchiha. Naruto almost blurted it out, in fact, he was not much better. However, he usually did a lot of bad things to frame others, and he almost spit out this sentence subconsciously. What evil Uchiha? Jiraiya asked, are you talking about the defected Uchiha Sasuke? Almost, Uchiha people are very strange. Naruto smiled and didn't dwell on this topic, what do you mean by the child of prophecy is related to Uchiha? The old toad dreamed again, and this time he gave a more accurate prophecy. Jiraiya came closer, and there seemed to be some hesitation on his face, you are getting married soon, so don't worry about it. I didn't say I would care, I just wanted to listen to it out of curiosity. Naruto was really annoyed by the old toad, who predicted all day, most of which was influenced by the chakra of Otsutsuki. Well, I can't say for sure. Jiraiya was tangled, the old man said that the child of prophecy might also be the one who destroyed the ninja world, and he has a pair of evil eyes. It's most likely Uchiha. Naruto analyzed. Good and evil only take a moment, who knows? Jiraiya shook his head and said, now according to the information I have collected, the child of prophecy may be Sasuke, but it is probably not accurate. Why? Uchiha Sasuke does want to change the world. He once tried to join forces with Kabuto Yakushi to destroy the world. Jiraiya sighed, a little discouraged. Sasuke is not the only Uchiha, but you don't have to worry about the lecherous sage. Naruto comforted, anyway, the prophecy is not accurate, there is no need to look for it anymore. I have been looking for the child of prophecy for half my life, how can I give up so easily? Jiraiya muttered, let's not talk about this, you should still care about your wedding. There is nothing to worry about. I am the most idle one now. Someone has done the job. Naruto said, let's put it this way, I have been hanging out outside for the past 2 days to see what weird gifts those guys will give me. I usually give them gifts when I have the chance. To exaggerate a little, I didn't even leave a dog behind. I was just waiting for this day, haha. Looking at Naruto's heartless smile, Jiraiya couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. It's really unfortunate for the master. Now he finally understands Kakashi's feelings. There are a few such disciples. It is very likely that they don't want to accept disciples in this life. It is really embarrassing. Chapter 564 Naruto's Wedding, Ino Hinata Finale. The next day. In the hazy morning, Naruto had already gotten up early to prepare. Koji and his group took him to a small room. There was someone waiting for him there to put on troublesome clothes. He yawned, still very sleepy after washing up. This outfit looks good no matter how you look at it, right, Shikamaru? Koji stood aside to watch, turned his head and said to Shikamaru standing beside him. It should be. Shikamaru scratched his head and avoided Koji's eyes. In Shikamaru's opinion, the wide black patterned haori is completely a bondage. Once a man reaches the point of wearing a patterned haori, it means that his youth is over. Naruto turned his head and glanced, and his peripheral vision scraped the 2 guys standing aside to watch the show, with a pair of dead fish eyes. Why are you getting up so early? It's not your wedding. The dawn was visible outside the wooden window frame, and the faint light sprinkled in front of the mirror. Naruto had already put on a wide black patterned haori, looking tall. Do you think we remembered it so early? Koji yawned, they were dragged up by force. They have gone to Ino to help with makeup. You have worked so hard. Naruto was embarrassed. Koji and Shikamaru were shocked that this guy could actually speak human words. They looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. It's almost time for breakfast, right? Shikamaru asked to change the subject. What to eat? The same as before. When it comes to eating, Koji is no longer sleepy. Definitely not, it should be some special meal or something. Shikamaru said, the wine and drinks have been put away, only some drinks and the like. Why? Are you afraid that we will get drunk again? Last time we got drunk, no one paid the bill. Did you forget? The two were still arguing, and Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Although he said he wasn't nervous the other day, how could he not be nervous when the moment came? His heart accelerated slightly, and Naruto looked at the blurry Hokage rock in the distance. The blurry skylight slowly enveloped him, and he couldn't help but think that his fate seemed to have changed. When the 3rd Hokage asked him why he didn't want to become a Hokage, he said that his dream was to lie down, and becoming a Hokage would not make him happy. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. If the enemy broke into the village in the future and wanted to hurt the people closest to him, what would he do then? The answer Naruto gave at that time was that he didn't know, not that he really didn't know, but that he felt it was inappropriate to say it out. What he would do, time has given the answer. The 20 years that Uchiha Obito lived in misery were completely erased by him, as if this person had never existed. Yakushi Kabuto was unknown, unsung, and no one even hated him. He never had the chance to meet Yakushi Nono again, let alone prove his talent. The 9-tailed beasts that caused the turmoil were pulled out just like that. After that, there was no more human pillar in the ninja world. What child of prophecy, what will of fire, what revenge, dream, everything that stood in his way was smashed to pieces. This world is all about power. After 6 or 7 years of fragmentation, the ninja world has changed. Have you changed your clothes? Someone came over and asked. The door was pushed open a crack, revealing Hanabi's cunning smile, and she said in a long tone, brother-in-law. Well, I've changed. Where are they? Naruto responded, and greeted Shikamaru and Koji. By the way, let's go eat something together, the wedding will last until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally, the newlyweds were not allowed to meet before the wedding. However, Naruto and his group plus a black silk sister-in-law were not rule-abiding people, and they sneaked out to have breakfast. Shikamaru and Koji went backstage to work, while Naruto followed Hanabi to the backstage and saw the 2 women putting on makeup together. Hinata and Ino hadn't changed into the white wedding dress yet, they were the last to change, and before that they had to eat something to fill their stomachs and then put on makeup. In short, it was a very tiring process. Some women were crowded in the dressing room, and when they saw Naruto come in, they covered their mouths and laughed secretly, and someone asked boldly. The newlyweds can't see each other before the wedding starts. It's too long, I don't want to wait. Naruto also responded with a smile, not as sharp-tongued as usual, and the women also laughed loudly, pulled each other out of the door, leaving the space for the 3 people. 3 people, although it's weird the village has been established for so many years, and I have never seen a wedding of 3 people together. But considering that the other party is the Hyuga clan and the Yamanaka clan, it seems to be reasonable. It's normal for the princesses of big families to marry one more person. Although the Fire Country has clear requirements for the number of partners in marriage, there are 3 types of people who are excluded: the nobles, the ninjas with prominent status, and the daimyo. Although the law is very flexible, Naruto didn't care about this useless law. What the nobles of the Fire Country usually do, others don't know, how can he not know? Although he has never joined the circle of the Fire Country nobles, he has robbed a lot of property from them. For those nobles who hold silver parties all day long, the meaning of marriage is only to leave the property for a shelf life. Marriage has offspring, which means there is a clear shelf life for the property. At least before they die, they can have fun without restraint, without worrying about being targeted. Is the wedding cake ready? Ino lifted her hair, leaned over and picked a bottle of drink from the low table, then unscrewed the bottle cap and glanced at him. It's ready a long time ago, I don't know what cake is delicious, so I asked Koji to choose it. Naruto said casually, paused for a moment, and added another sentence. I bought 2, so it must be enough. 2. Hinata turned her head to look at him, surprised and asked, so many? They hadn't put on makeup yet, and the light in the room was not bright at this time. Only the 2 mirrors were bright and dazzling. The days in October were not long, and most of the time it was dim. It was bustling outside, and someone was already arranging the details of the wedding banquet, moving things and lifting tables. Hinata was wearing thick plain clothes. She probably got up and walked around and sweated a little. Her face was reflected with a little warm honey color, and her almond eyes blinked, with a puzzled look. 2 is just enough, no more, no less. Naruto glanced at Ino from the corner of his eye. Even though he was about to get married, he still didn't dare to be careless at this last step. The Master of Defense never lets down his guard unless it is a foregone conclusion. Where is the white wife? He looked around, grabbed Ino and Hinata's hands and walked out. I just saw them carrying the white wife in. You haven't put it on yet, what are you doing? Ino complained, but she didn't struggle. Hinata didn't struggle either, and completely indulged him to lead her forward, smiling lightly with her lips pursed. She has been waiting for this day for a long time, and after a lot of twists and turns, she married the person she loved most when she was young. She will always remember that in the depths of the old alley, the boy climbed up, stepped over the roofs, and brought her a bag of medicine. When she needed to prove herself, only Naruto supported her equally. There was no condescending advice, nor any sympathetic emotions, just telling her to do it if she wanted to, and he even had a better way. I should be able to wear it secretly now. Naruto opened the 2 boxes, and there was a small lock. Hei felt insulted immediately. I raised my hand and broke it, and the lock fell off. There were indeed 2 sets of white wedding gowns inside. It's very troublesome to put on. Ino seemed to understand what Naruto wanted to do, and hesitated with her hands. It's impossible to put it on completely without help, I can only wear the appearance. That's enough, Hinata, do you want to wear it? Naruto suddenly had a camera in his hand like a magic trick. Take a photo together, just the 3 of us. Will it not be okay later? Hinata didn't refuse, but was a little confused. That's different, keep one now. Naruto urged, white wedding gowns are very troublesome, and we must change them immediately after the wedding. Really? Ino complained, but still got up and prepared to put on white wedding gowns. Come and help us, one person can't put it on. Oh. Naruto hurriedly helped. He didn't worry about being disturbed, and after a lot of trouble, he finally put on the white wedding gown simply, and directly gave up the cumbersome interior and steps. The good thing is that the 3 of them standing together finally felt like a newlywed couple. This feeling is very wonderful. Just by changing their clothes, the 3 of them looked different. They invited many people to the wedding banquet, including the 2 big families of Hyuga and Yamanaka, and the guests were like clouds. After dawn, the guests will show up one after another, and the scene will naturally be very grand. But respectability and grandeur do not only belong to them, but also to the two big families of Hyuga and Yamanaka. This is an inevitable thing. Although the wedding is solemn, it will also become like a rigid show because it is too solemn. Only at this moment, in this not very spacious dressing room, Ino and Hinata, who simply put on white wedding gowns, stood side by side with Naruto on the left and right. This moment completely belongs to the three of them at the same time, and belongs to their youth that is about to end. It's crooked, it's crooked. Ino said anxiously. It's okay, Ino. Naruto was a little helpless. Sure enough, the woman said no, but she was more serious than anyone else when she really dressed up. Who said it's okay? We have to take pictures. I don't want to become ugly. Ino looked serious. She saw Hinata struggling to put on the white wedding belt. She didn't bother to pay attention to Naruto and turned to her. Hinata, you don't have to force yourself. Your breasts are not small to begin with, and now they are even bigger. Oh, I tried it, and it's really hard for one person to wear it. Hinata reluctantly put down the belt, but you still have to wear it at the wedding at noon. Who told him not to? Ino snorted, and then took Hinata's hand and comforted her. It's okay. If you really can't put it on, I won't wear the belt. It doesn't matter anyway. Thank you, Ino. Hinata smiled. You can start shooting. Don't worry about that thing. Ino and Hinata are coming. Naruto fiddled with the camera and found a stand to adjust the angle in advance. Fortunately, the camera from Konohamaru has a delayed shooting function, which is just right for the three of them to take a secret wedding photo that belongs only to them. In fact, Naruto never dared to say that this three-person wedding photo was his long-cherished wish. At that time, he did not dare to guarantee that he could really walk into the wedding hall with the two women, and he prepared various plans early. If in the end, he could only choose one of the two, he would definitely persuade one of them to take the three-person wedding photo. Fortunately, he succeeded. There is no way to have both in the world, unless this is a different world. The Naruto world is a different world. Although it is a bit difficult, miracles still happen. Hinata and Ino are now by his side, and they have a child. In a few hours, the three will be married with everyone's blessings. Naruto hurriedly ran over to press the camera button, and then hurriedly ran to the two women. The wide-black action was not convenient and looked a bit funny. With a puff, Ino couldn't help laughing, and Hinata also laughed. The two women looked at each other, and seemed to have the same tacit understanding, and when Naruto ran over and stood up. In the first 2 seconds of the white light flashed, Ino and Hinata kissed Naruto's cheek together. In the simple dressing room, with a click, the picture freezes at this moment. At this moment, they belong to him forever, and he belongs to them forever. The incomplete white wedding dress is their remaining youth. This play before the official marriage is like playing house. Even though they are about to get married, they still tacitly took this incongruous wedding photo, as if looking back at the past. Youth is like a fleeting moment. They are willing to wait for themselves who were once running on the streets of Konoha. Hinata Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi sat across a table. The tea beside them was emitting curling white smoke, and no one had the heart to taste the tea. They frowned and looked complicated. Although they knew that their daughter was married off by themselves, they still felt like vomiting old blood in their hearts. Who dared to believe that Huang Mao really parked the car downstairs and pried their daughter away? For a moment, they seemed like deflated balls. The head of a family was just an ordinary old father at this moment. They didn't want to hear anything, only endless regret. After a long time, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly sighed softly and said, "If I had known, I should have killed him at the beginning." "I agree." Then there was a long silence, silence. Hyuga and Yamanaka married their daughters at the same time, which was completely exchanged for the face that Hyuga Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi had accumulated for so many years. It was like all the points accumulated for a lifetime were exchanged at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that it's not appropriate to shed blood on the wedding day, the two fathers-in-law would have been sharpening their knives by now. "Hiki, Uzumaki Naruto really deserves to die," said Hinata Hayashi. "He really deserves to die." Yamanaka Hiki agreed. In comparison, the two younger ones seemed very happy. For the moment of marriage, they put on the most grand makeup and wore a complete white wedding gown. The three of them were gathered together and stood behind the white gate. Someone led them here. About 5 or 6 minutes later, they heard the salute and had to walk out of this door to accept the blessings of the guests. Only Ino, Hinata, and Naruto were left at the door. In the middle of the night, Hinata spoke first, obviously a little nervous, and her voice was a little trembling. I've thought about the future, and I've thought about being with you. I think about it when I'm free, when I'm daydreaming, when I'm sad. I want to be together no matter what, even if... I know, no need to say, Hinata. Naruto interrupted her, grabbed her hand and comforted her softly. We're already together, and we won't be apart in the future, I know it all. Ino turned her head to look at him, and Naruto also grabbed her hand and said. We're married, finally married, although the process was tortuous. But compared to the missed opportunity, everything is worth it. I'll always like you. How long will you like me? Ino's eyes curved into crescents with a smile. Maybe a little longer than death. He smiled too. Is the time coming soon? Ino suddenly said, and her words made the three people nervous at the same time. Naruto could clearly feel the heat in the palms of the two women. Don't be nervous, it's just getting married. Hearing this, Ino and Hinata turned their heads and said in unison. Don't shake your hands. Bang. The salute sounded, and the door in front of them suddenly opened. There were no cherry blossoms in October, but there was a clear sky. The three of them took a deep breath, looked at each other, smiled, and said. Happy wedding. The autumn sun was high, and they had a grand wedding. Everyone in the audience had seen how they loved each other. Youth belongs to the three of them, and so does love. Every road they walked was brilliant and enviable. The applause from the audience was thunderous, like a grand blessing that lasted for a long time. Ino, Hinata, End. Chapter 565 Special Course of Teacher Hongdu. This blessing video is a bit abstract. Konohamaru took it. Naruto shook the camera in his hand, sat on the stone steps, and looked puzzled. What happened? Konohamaru scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. It's because everyone didn't cooperate with me, so it became like this. It was already a week after the wedding, and Naruto received this belated gift. Konohamaru gave another gift that day. He probably thought that this video was useless, so he just gave it to him. Naruto watched it several times and said. Okay, I'll take it. Comment on it. Konohamaru immediately got excited and asked. My opinion is that it's better not to give it, but I accept your kindness. Naruto stood up and put the video recorder into the sealed space, keeping it for future use. No, my video recorder. Hey? Didn't you say you would give it to me? Naruto glanced back at Konohamaru. Why? Do you regret it again? You won't forget who taught you the raise nan. No, I don't regret it. No, Konohamaru took his hand back with a guilty look. He realized many things later, such as learning the raise nan. At first, Konohamaru thought Naruto just taught him an ordinary sea-level ninjutsu. After all, that thing spins balloons, and it doesn't look very powerful. As a result, after learning it, I found that it was actually a fully developed S-level ninjutsu, and it can also play attribute changes. This is fucking. Naruto's kindness will never be repaid in his lifetime. Ninjutsu is completely unattainable. Ordinary ninjutsu can be learned through scrolls, but ninjutsu like raise nan really needs hands-on teaching. The premise is that this kind of signature ninjutsu must be willing to be taught by the other party. Why did Naruto teach ninjutsu at that time? It seems that it was because it was raining at that time. In order to evade them and not want to be disturbed from sleeping, he simply taught three people raise nan, and in the end only he practiced it. The past is unbearable to look back. Konohamaru suddenly had an illusion that S-level ninjutsu is just like this. Why are you alone? Where are Yuden and Mogi? Naruto stood up from the stone steps and squinted his eyes to look around. It was already late autumn. Konoha almost has no spring and autumn, only long summer and cold winter. Yuden is preparing for the teacher interview at the ninja school. He plans to be an assistant teacher at the ninja school. He doesn't like fighting and killing. Konohamaru replied. Assistant teacher, isn't that just doing odd jobs? A yellow-haired man suddenly remembered the stupid red bean. He had secured the teaching job for that woman himself. You can't say that. After all, the ninja school has a tight job quota, and Yuden can't be a teacher directly. Konohamaru said. Mo Huang also went there as an assistant teacher because there are no tasks now. Although the ninja world war is over, but the impact will continue. The current situation is definitely better for being a teacher in a ninja school. What about you? Naruto asked. Of course I will become a real ninja. Konohamaru said proudly, I will become the man of the 7th Hokage in the future. Naruto brother, just wait. 7th Hokage, then you have no chance, give up. Naruto was not interested. I will definitely beat you. Konohamaru shouted loudly, full of energy and momentum. You misunderstood, not me, I mean Naruto coughed, the 7th has already reserved Shikamaru, you have no hope, you can try the 8th. How long do you have to wait? Konohamaru was stunned. Naruto waved his hand, not wanting to continue to care about him, turned and walked towards the direction of the ninja school, and threw down a sentence lightly. I'm going back, you do your best. Ninja school. Red Bean was standing on the podium in her teacher's uniform. The not-so-strong autumn sun was shining on the door of the classroom, and the edge was a little blurred. Naruto stood there for a while and was ready to leave. He just came to take a look on a whim and had no intention of staying. Red Bean accidentally saw him and quietly sent a wait look. Naruto stopped and simply wandered around the ninja school. About half an hour later, Red Bean found him in the wall behind the school. She pulled him into the equipment room mysteriously, and saw that no one was around, so she went in. What are you doing? Naruto waited until the door was closed, and then symbolically pushed Red Bean away. Red Bean was confused and asked back. What are you doing? Hey? Didn't you pull me in? Naruto looked around, this is a combat equipment room, in the corner there are some sweaty cushions stacked. The light is dim, there is a smell of dust. I have something to show you. Hongdu said mysteriously. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is there anything else on you that I haven't seen? Brain. Go to hell, Uzumaki Naruto. Hongdu punched him on the shoulder in anger. Can you be serious? Is your brain full of color garbage? You dragged me into this misleading equipment room, blame me for thinking wrongly. He argued, what do you want me to see? Luminous watch. What a mess. Hongdu rolled her eyes and took out a gift box. This is what I bought with half a year's salary, one wallet after another. She took a deep breath and said. Happy wedding to you. Thank you. Naruto took the black wallet and looked through it. It was indeed very exquisite. Your salary is not high, why did you spend money on this? I hesitated for a long time before I decided to buy it. Hongdu held his forehead and sighed, it's really too expensive. The salary of teachers in the ninja school is not high. I feel so sad. Then why did you buy it? There is no need to waste this money. He said, but I still like this gift very much. I will use it to store money in the future. In fact, what Naruto said about putting money was just putting a few bills in his wallet. His real wallet was a sealed space, which was really a huge warehouse. All the jewels stolen from the nobles and daimyo of the Land of Fire were placed there, like the treasure of the evil dragon, but on second thought, Naruto and the evil dragon were almost the same. They all piled up the jewels of the plundered nobles into a small mountain, and then robbed the princess and placed it in front of them. It's just that there is no warrior who can defeat the evil dragon in this world. The evil dragon Naruto was originally a warrior himself. His thieves are all over the ninja world, controlling the situation in one side. If the child of destiny really appears, if the other party come to attack, Naruto can kill the opponent with a backhand, and finally invite a group of people to watch and draw conclusions. Damn, died of suicide. The only thing that has not been done yet is waiting for Black Zetsu to save his mother. When the war starts, he will rush in and then retire gloriously, not caring about the world. The only hope for the rest of his life is to sleep in the sun, raise children with Hinata and Ino, and have endless money. Thinking back to the equipment room, he looked at Hongdu. Hongdu blushed for a moment and said a little embarrassedly. When you got married, I felt that it was not appropriate for me to give you an expensive gift, so I gave you a little one. Now I make it up to you, and I sincerely wish you a happy marriage. You also know that I don't have any expectations for marriage, but I hope you can be happy. You just need to accompany me occasionally. I thought you were going to say something nervous, but it turned out to be just this. Naruto picked her up and walked to the cushion in the corner. Although Hongdu was a stupid woman, she was not slow to react. She hooked her hand around Naruto's neck. Feeling his breath, Hongdu, who had not been touched for a long time, felt a little dizzy. Like a shrimp bent backwards, her heart was beating in a daze, and her white neck began to turn red. The blood was rising up little by little, and every inch of her skin became hot. What are you going to do? Hongdu asked knowingly, her consciousness was a little confused. What? Naruto put her on the cushion, and there was a faint smell of rubber, mixed with Hongdu's body fragrance, you should know that there are some questions I don't understand. What question? Hongdu raised her head, arched her neck, and her voice was interrupted. Naruto smiled and was very arrogant. Questions about the homework of stupid women. Chapter 566, Ninjutsu Number 1, Crow Flying. Take a break. Red Bean grabbed Naruto. You are a novice and love to play. You are good if you can do it, and you are not good if you can't do it. Naruto was a little speechless and left Red Bean's side. What do you mean by taking a break? Shut up, isn't it normal to have poor physical strength? Red Bean lay on the abandoned mattress, covering her face with her palms weakly. I am just a teacher in the ninja school, not a ninja anymore. How long do you want to rest? Naruto asked hesitantly. 1 month. Red Bean replied. You are not resting, you are on vacation. Naruto patted Red Bean and motioned her to move away. You can't blame me for this. Has your body mutated? Red Bean rolled to the other side of the mattress, turned her back and sighed. You were quite normal before. What do you mean by mutation? This is getting stronger. Although Naruto knew it, he was still unwilling to admit it, and said stubbornly, just say it, right? Yes, I guess so, but you are exaggerating too much. Hongdu curled her lips. I want to make you happy, but you want to kill me, isn't this a bit outrageous? How can it be so exaggerated? You are used to being lazy and haven't taken care of yourself for too long. You really don't treat me as a human being, Uzumaki Naruto. I will at least insist on training for a little while every day. Hongdu gritted his teeth, otherwise, how could I keep such a good figure? No wonder, congratulations on avoiding the tragedy of becoming a barrel. He was not interested. Yes, you are right. Hongdu rolled his eyes and complained while taking a break, I do exercise every day, but you can't step on the accelerator too hard, right? Isn't this to test your limit? You want to test my remaining lifespan, this won't work. Hongdu muttered to himself, it would be nice if I could find someone to share the burden. Who? Naruto was startled and turned to look at Hongdu. Uzuki Yujao, last time I asked her, she admitted it. Hongdu said casually. Did she tell you? He looked surprised. No, but now I'm sure. Hongdu sat up, narrowed her eyes, and smiled as if she knew some shocking secret. You don't want this secret to be known, do you? Naruto reacted quickly, and rushed to Hongdu in anger. Then we can only silence her. Hongdu was shocked and turned around to run, but was caught. Don't, I will really die. After leaving the ninja school, Naruto thought about it and decided to disperse his chakra. It was meaningless to have a body different from ordinary people. If the bloodline was too high, he would lose interest in reproduction. Besides, he didn't need these chakras at all. It was a pleasure to have abilities far beyond ordinary people, but it was painful to be different from ordinary people. Others could accidentally discharge their guns by just touching them, but he had to plow the land for half a day before he could let his son go back to the fields. It was novel once or twice, but it was torture after a long time. Isn't this pure physical labor? He couldn't stand it, so he simply spread the chakra evenly again. On the 3 women of Kumagakure. At the same time, on the other side of Kumagakure, the 3 women stopped at the same time without any signs. The feeling of chakra pouring into the body is not pleasant, even painful. Especially the chakra that does not match the amount of adaptation, like hydrangea, who has poor endurance, can roll on the ground in pain. The next day, Naruto came to the rain country as usual, wandered around but did not see Haruno Sakura. Just when he was about to ask Konan first, he did not expect Konan to find him first. Black Zetsu has been active recently, wandering around the land of Earth. I don't know what he is doing. Just keep sending people to watch, don't act rashly. Naruto waved his hand. Black Zetsu's story of saving his mother could not be said, and Kagai's resurrection was also quite abstract. Kagai's whole person is quite abstract. Perhaps the more developed the muscles of alien creatures are, the simpler their brains are. I know. Konan agreed. Where is Sakura? Yuyin recently built a hospital. She stayed up late to write training lesson plans and has gone to rest. Zionin smiled, thanks to Sakura, otherwise the hospital would be an empty shell. Well, when she wakes up, tell her that I have been here and will come again next time. Naruto left after saying this, and then went to the snow country. After a conversation, Naruto also learned about the recent situation of the snow country. In general, it is short of money and some large-scale infrastructure. Money? Small problem, if it is not enough, ask the masters of the fire country for it. I still have some here, invest it all. Naruto was not reluctant at all, and said after thinking for a moment, although the snow country is located in a remote area, there will be a day when the roads will be unobstructed. Investing it all in, will it be a loss? Feng Huaxiaoxiu asked with a worried look. You are the queen of the snow country, isn't it inappropriate for you to say this? Naruto slapped his forehead, speechless. This was the first time he saw someone leaning on his elbow and turning it outward. As the queen of the snow country, her first wish should be to develop the snow country. She was actually worried about whether she would suffer a loss. It's not impossible. That's what I said, but you are my man, I can't watch you suffer a loss. Feng Huaxiaoxiu said a little aggrieved, with a blush on her face. And my life can't be separated from you. I've become like you. I'll miss you if I don't see you for a day. What if you suffer a loss and you get angry and never come again? Although I care about the snow country, as a queen, I can't leave the snow country. If you really leave me, I can't find you. Naruto. This made him speechless. For a moment, he didn't know whether to praise her for being smart or say that she was not smart. How could this woman be like this? The bottom line of her IQ is too flexible. Why does the crow go straight to the brain when taking a plane? To be honest, Feng Huaxiaoxiu is worse than Hengdu. The only advantage is that her body is thin while Tuanzi is not thin. This feeling is very wonderful, especially when she lies down. Don't worry, it won't be a loss. I didn't join the snow country just for charity. Naruto explained, the entertainment in the ninja world is too monotonous and boring. Several wars in just a few decades have made the technology outside regress to a mess. On the contrary, the snow country has not been affected because of its remote location. This is the advantage of the snow country. I plan to create something new. When I have something to play with in the future, I can also make some money. This business is much more profitable than saving the world. It doesn't matter if there is no VR in this world, Kurama Yakumo can draw. It doesn't matter if there is no brain computer game, the Ito in Kurama Yakumo can make games. Maybe not at first, but after a few more fights, he will definitely be able to do it, and the efficiency is definitely faster and better than that of game manufacturers. Chapter 567. After that, he still remembered Tsunade by the campfire on a snowy night. Kurama Yakumo would never have thought that he would have such a role in the eyes of the yellow-haired boss, creating a virtual world comparable to the infinite moon reading, and you can enter and exit freely. After Naruto left the palace of the snow country, he found Kurama Yakumo, who was still in the capital of the snow country. No, I don't want it. When Kurama Yakumo saw Naruto, his first reaction was to hide, as if he had encountered something terrible, and turned around and ran away like a little mouse. Stop! Naruto called her. Kurama Yakumo didn't dare to disobey his order, and stood there blankly. Master, why don't you just asterisk me, don't torture me. What are you talking about? Naruto was speechless. I gave you chakra, but you still don't want to. Isn't it good to be stronger while standing? Master, I want to be stronger while lying down. Kurama Yakumo looked resentful, and he sat on the ground with his buttocks since he couldn't run away. Anyway, I don't want to be filled with chakra anymore. You are so useless, get up quickly, don't embarrass yourself here. Naruto pulled him up, and Kurama Yakumo hugged his arms with a reluctant look. Fill me, and I will shout. Don't make a fuss, I have something serious to talk to you about today. Naruto picked him up with his backhand. I plan to make a virtual game world, you come to help. What world? Kurama Yakumo was stunned. Virtual game. Naruto let her go, stood there thinking for a while, and explained, it's probably about creating another world, like a game, where you can enter and exit at will. How can there be such a thing? It doesn't exist at all. Kurama Yakumo said directly. Why is it impossible? Can it come true if you can't draw? He asked in confusion. I remember this is an illusion, the game world is also virtual, and to some extent it is also an illusion. Although that's what I said, the actual operation is very different. She explained, it's not too difficult to create an illusory world, but it's all controlled by me. If the people who enter the illusion want to get out collectively, it's simple. Just cancel the illusion, and you can directly use the dream drawing board next time you use it. Isn't this great? Naruto stepped on the ground under his feet and found that it was already hard. Winter in the capital of the snow country came earlier than other places. The capital was better, at least there was a geothermal system to maintain the temperature. Outside the capital of the snow country, there were already thousands of miles of ice and snow dragons surrounding it. It is impossible to get out of it on your own, and it is also very troublesome to customize the illusion. Once you get out, you will get out of it all. Kurama Yakumo pointed out the most critical difficulty. Can't it be like the infinite Tsukuyomi? He lowered his head and muttered to himself. What Tsukuyomi? Kurama Yakumo tilted his head, looking puzzled. Nothing. Naruto coughed and gestured with his hands. I just said if, there is an illusion that can make everyone's wishes come true in dreams, but they just can't get out of it. Hey? Isn't that dead? Yakumo Kurama was slightly stunned, thinking that if he couldn't wake up, he would be dead. Is it necessary to say it's so literary? I guess so, but this illusion does exist. As long as the last step can be solved, he can enter and exit freely. Well, do you have any good ideas? This the longest dream, it sounds very evil. Yakumo Kurama touched his little face and thought seriously, frowning after a while. If there really is such a thing, many people would not want to escape from the dream at all. This let alone realize it, it sounds very scary. I understand. Naruto already had a bold idea in his mind. He didn't plan to slice Kaguya into slices, but to use her as the dream matrix. Directly bring the ninja world from the semi-technological era to the cyber era. As for the problem of dreams, later you can study it slowly. Either you customize the template dream directly or set a forced exit. In short, players do not have the right to dream independently and can only play in the dream according to the settings. Originally, Naruto just wanted Kurama Yakumo to use her ability to speed up the game development process of the ninja world, so that he could lie down and enjoy himself for the next 30 years. After a practical understanding, I found that Kurama Yakumo could not do it, but Kaguya could. This directly sublimated Kaguya's value, from a slice of experimental material to the mother body of the game. It was wonderful, and Naruto was motivated at once. Okay, you go first, and I'll find you when I have news. He said. What news? Don't worry about it. Naruto smiled mysteriously, and suddenly remembered something. How are you doing here? Are you going to be transferred to Hydrangea? Really? Kurama Yakumo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this unscrupulous yellow-haired man would actually sympathize with him. It's okay here, but it's a bit boring. No one talks. But I can't leave here, and I can't leave Hydrangea either, right? Well, Naruto thought for a while, Hydrangea is even less important. How about this, I'll transfer her over to work with you. Konoha can almost completely control the 4 small countries alliance of the Rain Country. Hydrangea, the vanguard, can be withdrawn. 1 more or 1 less is not much. Hehe, thank you, master. Kurama Yakumo immediately changed his tone and said delicately with a pinched throat. Hiss, you are like this. Naruto left the scene quickly without staying for long. After bringing the Hydrangea to the land of snow, Naruto's life has been wandering around for the next few days. He may be in the land of grass in the morning and in the land of water trap in the afternoon. He doesn't have to worry about Konoha at all. Except for going home every 2 or 3 days, he is basically free at other times. Since the construction of the Uzumaki Manor has just started, it will take at least more than a month to complete. Unlike the rough log cabins that rise from the ground like Yamato, it is a real manor. Originally, this was not in line with the rules. After all, Konoha is a ninja village, and it is impossible to allow someone to build a manor outside the village. But in the end, Naruto said that he would not live in the manor even if it was built, so forget it. Then he proposed to leave Konoha to build a manor. At this time, the Konoha executives began to wake up again and agreed with his proposal to build a manor outside Konoha. Naruto really doesn't live there often, but just hopes to have a place to stay outside. Putting aside the matter of the manor, he spent some time to buy number 404, Konoha Street, along with number 403 and number 405 next door, and started to renovate it directly. There is no need to leave Konoha, because he has the gate of the underworld, which is more useful than Doraemon's anywhere door. He is free, but Konoha has no influence on him anymore, and it is entirely up to them to decide where to stay. In short, it is right to buy a house inside and outside, just in case. That is why, as the days passed, his daily life was almost different every day. He would find someone to play with during the day, and go home to play games with his wife and children at night. Either he was a supervisor or a laborer at night, and the children were taken care of by someone. Young parents lost the right to be tortured by their children from the beginning, and they only had fun at a young age. After a while, he finally realized that something was wrong. No, Black Zetsu ran away with the 9-tailed beasts he gave him? Why has it been so long, and there is not even a sound? Kaguya, who is so big, will not be resurrected. Oh no, could it be that Kaguya has already resurrected? Infinite Tsukuyomi has already started when I didn't know about it. On second thought, it's not right, I am immune to illusions. Let alone infinite Tsukuyomi, even Kaguya's own illusions would not work on me. After all, he no longer relies on chakra to fight, and can only fight with the forbidden techniques of the system. After thinking about it, Naruto decided to go and see the disappointing little Black Zetsu. This is so bad, after losing Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi, he has become so weak, this Black Zetsu is not good. He is so useless that he has to pick his feet. No wonder he has not achieved anything in 1,000 years. He can starve to death even if he is fed. After dealing with some trivial matters, Naruto set out 3 days later to start long-distance space jumps. The main purpose is to salvage a wave of Black Zetsu and find Tsunade by the way. Naruto's marriage was too sudden, and Tsunade was completely out of touch. Even if she received the news, she couldn't rush back with her personality. But she still had to give her what she should give her. Naruto didn't know what he thought about Tsunade. In short, she is both a teacher and a friend, and their feelings are quite complicated. There are many entanglements between the two. She is like a strong sunshine, shielding Naruto from the wind and rain when he was not so strong. Naruto still remembers the hot spring trip on the way to the 5-Cage summit and the heart-to-heart talk by the campfire. I don't know when and where he figured it out. From the beginning, Tsunade never treated him as a child. The accommodation room in the Iron Country was a bit simple. I only remember the small wooden window on the snowy night that year, and the hot tea was placed on the table. Tsunade stood by the window with her arms folded, quietly looking at the thick night outside. When Naruto asked, Tsunade just shook her head and didn't say much. Later, the strong princess of Senju dragged all the old things in Konoha into the water and turned to leave the village. Since then, he has lost any form of contact with Tsunade, and even thought that a person who was easy to find disappeared like snow returning to dust. Even though he knew that Tsunade was definitely not hiding, this was not her style. But fate seemed to like it this way. It's a joke. The gate of Hades can only be jumped according to the coordinates. Whether you can find it depends on luck. Maybe you will miss it countless times, or maybe you will find the traces of her life somewhere in the next jump. Before getting married, Naruto almost forgot about Tsunade, and couldn't remember her appearance. He only vaguely recalled the past in the middle of the night after waking up. On a snowy night, in a hot spring separated by a bamboo board, Tsunade gathered her thick golden hair and jumped into the water with a splash. Her snow-white skin rippled in the hot spring. She turned her head and asked, "Are you still wearing the necklace I gave you?" He would occasionally think of Tsunade's voice, but forget it the next second. Although Naruto didn't think Tsunade would care about him, maybe she had forgotten his prank long ago, but there was always a feeling of regret in his heart. When he was free, an idea would always arise unconsciously in his mind. Go find her. The reward for Mission 3 is to return to youth. Naruto doesn't know how Princess Senju will choose her life after returning to youth, but the unknown is also the best interpretation of the ending of their relationship. Before the coordinate jump, he was still thinking about how to greet the Hokage if he really saw Tsunade. Maybe it's been a long time since we last met, or maybe it's another bet with her. Anyway, she always loses every time she gambles, and she has lost most of her life. She shouldn't refuse another bet. Chapter 568 The First Reunion with Tsunade, in the Old Forest at midnight. Unlike the usual casual search, this time Naruto searched for 3 or 4 days and found the Bear Country from the Tea Country. The hardship is not something that outsiders can tell, but every time the space jump makes Naruto feel like looking for a needle in a haystack, he can't help but feel a little annoyed. At first, he was in a good mood, then he was irritable, and finally he was serious. Where can Tsunade hide? How can I not find her? Naruto scratched his messy black chicken head. 3 days of running around made him look a little haggard. Look for another day, if you still can't find it, forget it. He said angrily, he couldn't leave Konoha for too long, Hinata and Ino would be worried. If you can't find it, feed this potion of rejuvenation to the dogs, send it. Although he said so, after complaining, Naruto continued to gather information with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The forest was dense, and he really wanted to slap himself. It's really asking for trouble. Is there anyone in this broken place? Not to mention Tsunade, it's not easy for a living person to run out of the deep mountains and old forests, so let's just leave. The moonlight is dense, and the night birds are cooing. He stood on the top of the tree canopy in the forest and glanced back. The moonlight was dim, and a wisp of smoke floated in the distance. It was not very clear, but it was definitely not caused by some wild beast. Is there anyone? Naruto's expression was a little hesitant. He thought to himself that it was impossible for Tsunade to really enter the old forest. Even if there was someone, it might be a local native, and it was highly unlikely. There was no need to waste time, go look somewhere else. Thinking like this, he opened the gate of the underworld with his backhand, and hesitated when he was about to leave. Finally, he sighed helplessly, and walked in the direction of the white smoke while cursing. It has been 3 days since he found it, and it won't hurt to delay for a little longer. He followed the white smoke and passed through the jungle, killing a python with his hand. He finally touched the end of the white smoke, but only saw a bonfire. Hey? No one. Naruto was dumbfounded. There was no one when he ran over. However, the blazing bonfire in front of him was obviously not something that a wild animal could make. He thought about it and walked towards the bonfire. The next second, several rustling sounds of breaking wind sounded. Naruto turned his head to dodge, and several steel needles were inserted into the ground fiercely. With a bang, a large piece of soil was instantly stirred up in front of him. Grass debris flew everywhere, and what was even more amazing was that the steel needles were poisoned. He glanced at it and felt that the steel needles were a little familiar. After thinking for a while, he slapped his head. He had seen this steel needle before. Shizune always carried a set of the same ones with him. After 2 seconds of being stunned, Naruto suddenly became happy. Fortunately, he didn't leave directly. This steel needle seemed to be a set of traps. It was likely that the person was still nearby, or would come back. Just wait here. Naruto simply sat down by the campfire. After waiting for a while, he felt a little bored. So he took out the kerosene and charcoal from the sealed space, put them on the shelf, and had a barbecue for himself. Just when the seasoning was applied and the fragrance was wafting out, there was movement around. A ball of fire slowly moved from a distance, and finally pushed aside the bushes and stopped in front of Naruto. Shizune held a torch, and Tsunade followed behind and glanced at Naruto. Tsunade was wearing that green robe, with a black circle on a white background on the back and the word Gamble. Judging from the material, it should be a new custom-made dress. I haven't seen her for a year or two, and she still looks the same. Barbecuing in this deep forest, Uzumaki Naruto, are you tired of living? Tsunade asked. I went out for a walk, why are you here? Naruto started to talk nonsense. How many miles have you been out? Shizune couldn't help but complain, how did you find this place, where there is no one? I don't know, maybe I got lost. Naruto continued to talk nonsense, since it's like this, do you want to sit down and eat something first? Forget it, sit down. Tsunade said. Shizune first put away the steel needle trap, and then sat down next to Tsunade. Naruto had already handed her a cup of warm wine. She hesitated for a moment and said thank you. I thought, has Naruto changed his personality? After taking a sip of warm shaku, Shizune became more and more uneasy. She knew Naruto very well. Although he was pretty good overall, he was abnormal in some aspects. Something was wrong, 100% wrong. Lady Tsunade seemed to have no defense at all. You have such a convenient function. Tsunade picked up a piece of barbecue, took a bite and was a little surprised, and then drank another sip of warm wine. It seems that it is much more convenient to bring you with me than Shizune. Shizune was shocked, turned her head and stared at Tsunade, pulling her clothes and crying. Lady Tsunade, you can't do this. Just kidding, just kidding. Tsunade was impatient and pulled the clothes back abruptly, if you pull it any further, your breasts will be exposed. Hearing this, Shizune suddenly let go of her hand, a little embarrassed. Sorry, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade asked while tidying up her clothes and glancing at Naruto. How many days have you not rested in this outfit? I came all the way here. Naruto replied. Tsunade was holding a wine glass and was about to drink. When she heard this, she paused for a moment. The firelight flickered on her face, making her look a little delicate. Did something happen in the village? Everything is fine in the village. Kakashi is a qualified Hokage. Naruto said slowly, reaching out to pick up the wine pot warming on the fire. There was originally only one bonfire in the open space in the forest, and Naruto expanded it several times. A barbecue rack was set up directly on the ground, and boxes of fresh ingredients were placed on the ground. There was even a brazier on the ground, with charcoal burning in the basin and a piece of iron net clamped on it to warm the wine. The flames were red and hot. Tsunade was in good spirits, without a trace of fatigue. Shizune probably also had props like space scrolls. Even in the deep mountains and old forests, a basic standard of living can be maintained. The temperature difference between day and night in the forest is so great that ordinary people can't stand it at all. Shizune couldn't help but shrink her body, eating barbecue and warming herself with hot wine. "I'm married," he said. The charcoal emitted a red-hot light, and the wood in the bonfire couldn't withstand the high temperature, and it burst with a snap, shooting out a spark. Tsunade lowered her eyes, stared at the flame and hummed. Her eyes were narrow and long, standard beauty eyes, and her face looked a little cold when she lowered them. The atmosphere seemed to be frozen, and Shizune held the warm metal wine cup in both hands. Her palms were slightly hot, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She didn't dare to look at Tsunade directly, but only looked up at her with her peripheral vision. Fortunately, 10 seconds later, Tsunade took the initiative to break the silence. "When did it happen?" she asked. "Last month," Naruto said. It was a last-minute decision. The unrest at Kabuto Yakushi's place was not dealt with properly, and we were afraid that the war would start again. I wanted to inform Lady Tsunade, but I couldn't find you. Last month, Shizune and I should have been looking for medicinal materials. It's normal that you couldn't find us. The ninja world is so big, and we both went to some remote places," Tsunade said. It was a response, but not a response. "Who to marry?" she asked again. "Ino, and Hinata." Cough, cough, cough. Shizune didn't hold it in, and almost spit out all the wine. She looked up suddenly and looked at Naruto in disbelief. Tsunade was unusually calm, as if she had expected it long ago. "That's good." "Yes, it's good." He said so. Chapter 569 Tsunade, time is a terrible thing. I have become an old ant first. The bonfire crackled and burned slowly, and the atmosphere fell into awkwardness again. Shizune was in a state of agony for 10 minutes, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Was she trying to stay awake? Both of them were weirdos, and there were only two kinds of people in the same village. She waited patiently for a while, but they were still silent. After waiting for a long time until the wine on the stove was finished, Shizune couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She felt that they must say something this time. In the blink of an eye, Naruto took out a box of shaku from somewhere. Tsunade seemed to be a little drunk. Warm wine was the easiest to get drunk, followed by frozen strong wine. It was only soft when it first entered her throat, and her mind was also dizzy when she reacted. She was not drunk to that extent, just staring at the bonfire in front of her, not knowing what to say. "I wish him a happy wedding, I have already wished him a happy wedding." He ran all the way to the deep mountains and forests, covered in dust and in a mess, just to tell himself that he was married. If that was true, it would be a bit stupid. But even if Tsunade had some guesses in her mind, she would not ask directly. Drinking was just to find an opportunity and kill time. As time passed, Shizune began to doubt her life more and more. Was she redundant here? So these two people have been silent since they said a few words at the beginning? Are they planning to sit until morning? This way of drinking can only be done at noon, because sooner or later something will go wrong. In the second half of the night, Shizune couldn't resist the sleepiness that came over her and wanted to retreat. She accompanied Tsunade in many wild forests, and now she was also very tired. In theory, it is time to set up a tent and rest. Thinking of this, Shizune couldn't help yawning. But just such a yawn attracted the attention of Tsunade and Naruto at the same time, which scared her. "Shizune's sister Yin, if you are really sleepy, go back and rest," Naruto advised. Shizune looked confused. Why did it sound more and more like she was being sent away? She opened her mouth and was about to say something. Of course, to reject Naruto. But before she could say anything, Tsunade spoke first. Shizuan, go and rest. She was a little confused and turned to look at Tsunade, but got a cold look from her. Shizuan immediately shut up and turned away obediently. It's too scary. You can't afford to offend her. Let's run away quickly. Beside the campfire, the night was deep. This time, there were only two of them. Tsunade became more and more silent. Naruto pulled out the firewood and stuffed it into the fire one by one. It was already late at night. The moisture in the forest drifted closer with the night fog and was evaporated within 5 meters of the fire. The temperature outside the fire was very low, and the sound of wind above the forest could be vaguely heard. Naruto didn't continue to warm the wine. He looked up at Tsunade and asked. Drink? Tsunade responded, watching him pour the wine out and put it on the stove to warm it. There was no one in the deep mountains and old forests, and warming the wine in the middle of the night was really weird. Before he said carefully, I was actually a little reckless. What? Tsunade frowned slightly, what time before are you talking about? The time I entered the Dragon Vein, returned to 20 years ago, and then met you in the desert of the Wind Country. Naruto added. What? Now that you are married, you have a guilty conscience again. Tsunade smiled mockingly, moving the corners of her mouth, but there was no smile on her face. After she said this, the memories that she thought were about to be forgotten suddenly surged out of her mind. Far beyond her expectations, it almost drowned her like a tide. Thinking about it, 20 years have passed. I guess so, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Naruto said nervously, I have always cared about it, and I shouldn't have done it recklessly. Is this an apology? Tsunade suddenly smiled. She didn't want to mention the past, after all, it had been a long time. I found a way to make up for it. He said. Forget it, most of my life has passed, make up for it. Tsunade waved her hand self-deprecatingly and said, I can hardly remember what you said, you don't need to care. Such a small matter, just forget it. I don't want to forget it, I didn't approach Tsunade casually at the beginning. Naruto said calmly, because I like it, I finally went back to 20 years ago, it's a pity not to see it. What nonsense are you talking about? Tsunade glanced at him, that kind of thing, Minato was just a young man more than 20 years ago. At that time, it was impossible to associate it with Minato, I just felt it was strange, as if I had seen it somewhere. I didn't think so much at that time, I had already taken a step ahead. Naruto's voice was a little hesitant, I thought it would be okay at the time, just a little joke. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, right? Tsunade lowered her eyes, her expression a little lazy, to be honest, it was raining heavily that day and I thought you might not come. Maybe he will appear again in a few days, or half a month or a month. I have already thought about making another bet with you, and I will never lose again. Yet. Who knows, it will be delayed for 20 years. When I see you again, you are still not grown up. Tsunade laughed, time is really a terrible thing. You are still the same, but I have become an old ant first. I'm sorry. There is nothing to be sorry about. Maybe this is fate. Tsunade's eyes suddenly became complicated, Uzumaki Naruto, the past is the past. In the future you live well. Naruto looked up. Before coming, he had anticipated Tsunade's reaction, anger or indifference. But he did not expect that Tsunade would admit it frankly now. Maybe there was such a thought more than 20 years ago, but now, there is only one sentence to live well. Apart from this, there seems to be no other way. In the future it's not that there is no way. Naruto changed the subject, isn't Tsunade-sama eternal youth? What eternal youth? It's just relying on the yin seal to maintain the youth of the body. What? You want to learn? When I asked you if you wanted to learn, didn't you refuse? Speaking, Tsunade suddenly remembered something and frowned slightly, what do you mean? Tsunade-sama, you misunderstood, I mean is there a ninjutsu that can return to youth? After Naruto explained the matter, he started to do his old business again. Fishing. Are you confused? Tsunade reached out to touch Naruto's forehead, with a complicated expression on her face, Uzumaki Naruto, I used to think you were just too lustful. Now I find that you are so outrageous that there is no limit. People at least can't. She took a deep breath, it's over as of today, do you understand? Time will not flow back, you should be a little more sober. Chapter 570 Tsunade, returning to the body of 18 years old, about the heart. Time will not flow back, it is true. Naruto nodded, suddenly he didn't know what to say, paused, how to ask for the reward. Even if he took it out, how to explain it. Do you believe in light? I have a luminous watch, newly bought, do you want me to take it out and show it to you? I think I'll be beaten to death if I say this, I can't get it out even if I press it against the wall. After hesitating for a while, he carefully leaned against approach Tsunade. When the latter saw Naruto approaching, his face suddenly changed, you are so dirty, if you come closer, I will punch you to death, go away. Naruto. It's really fucking heartbreaking. Did I want to run around for 3 days and 3 nights? Well, just think of it as my bad behavior at the beginning, and now I am paying for it. Forget it, I will bear it for now, and I will go back sooner or later. Tsunade glanced at him and said. Don't accept it. Yes. Naruto was tough for a while, thinking that he was not afraid of anything, she couldn't beat him now, and even if she was kicked, she could dodge. Hey! Tsunade was stunned when she saw that he dared to come closer. Uzumaki Naruto, are you getting hardened? Come closer, I will punch you to death. No, Tsunade-sama, I just have something good to show you. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned, as if she thought of something, and looked at Naruto with an unbelievable face. Naruto Uzumaki, you are a father, can you be serious? What? Naruto was confused, thinking that he was not looking at Gujuji, what else was he thinking? No, Tsunade-sama, you misunderstood. Tsunade didn't say anything, frowned and looked at him. Although time cannot flow backwards, I have a way to make Tsunade-sama return to youth. He lowered his voice, the wind whistled, and said with a firm face. The bonfire was still crackling, and the flames flickered on Tsunade's face. Are you talking about the yin seal? No. Naruto retorted, the yin seal can only use chakra to keep the flesh and blood young. What I do is not a ninjutsu, it is a permanent return to youth. How old are you? 18. Impossible, Uzumaki Naruto, your brain has not been working well recently, and now you are confused. Tsunade just wanted to chat at first, but now she is a little worried about his mental state. Really? Naruto thought for a while and said, absolutely authentic, I don't know how to explain it, anyway, it will definitely work, anyway safe. At the end, Naruto himself couldn't say anything. The things given by the system are of course safe, but when he realized that he couldn't convince a person, he was a little confused. After a short silence, Tsunade suddenly spoke. Then take it out and let me see. I can't take it out, I can only give it to you. Naruto couldn't hold it in anymore. After thinking about the 3 days of running around, he still said, it's about the same as ninjutsu, a secret technique separated from the god of death. Is there such a technique? Tsunade looked up at him, why should I try it, although returning to youth is indeed very tempting. Suppose your technique is really useful, I can live for many years and get a young body. But why do you want to do this? Most of the people I know, whether friends or enemies, are dead. It doesn't make sense for me to live alone for a few more decades and be younger than Shizuan. Naruto didn't know what to say. If he really didn't want it, then forget it. How could he forget it? She had worked so hard to get it, so she had to take it. Although he said so, Naruto was not sure what Tsunade was thinking, and thought that he might have to change another way to persuade her. So, after a little thought, he asked tentatively. Isn't being younger than Shizuan attractive enough? What do you mean? Tsunade crossed her arms and glanced at him with a puzzled look. Shizuan is with Tsunade-sama every day, right? Although she doesn't say it, she may always think Tsunade-sama is troublesome in her heart. After all, you have to take care of an old woman every day, who has a bad temper and is willful, and she must be. Boom! A big hole was smashed into the ground, and Naruto stood there like a wooden chicken. Tsunade's fist was emitting thin white smoke, only 0.01 meters away from his head. What did you say? Tsunade looked ferocious and stared at him. He really didn't dare to move now. If he moved again, he couldn't be sure where Tsunade hit him, and it was hard to tell whether it was a big head or a small head. I mean, to say it's actually quite interesting to return to youth. Hey! Being younger than Shizuan is quite attractive, she will definitely be envious. Naruto roughly knew that Tsunade didn't take it seriously. After all, no one would easily believe that there is a fountain of youth in the world, let alone believe in returning to youth, but it didn't stop Tsunade from refusing. If there is a potion to return to youth, she will be the first to drink it. Although she said that there is no point in living so long, if Tsunade really thought so, she would not prefer to live a few years less to use ninjutsu to keep her body young. That being said, you just tell me that you have a way to return to youth. Tsunade's face was full of doubt. Uzumaki Naruto, are you crazy? What if it exists? Lady Tsunade, will you really refuse it? Of course not, but this kind of thing doesn't exist at all, don't talk nonsense. I'm done talking. She took a deep breath and put away the smile on her face. She stood up like this, with her hands behind her back, and the firelight reflected on her face. Tsunade rarely showed a gentle smile, and her eyes were relieved. Okay, I won't play with you anymore, Naruto. You don't belong here, go back to Konoha and live a good life, don't run so far again. You don't owe me anything, I should do what I want to do. This is a farewell speech, or it can be understood as a parting gift. This is the shortest parting gift he has ever heard. I'm not playing around. Naruto took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to approach Tsunade, and risked being beaten to death, and slapped Tsunade on the chest. This is Hashirama's cell activation technique. When Tsunade was touched, she was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Her first reaction was to get angry, and her second reaction was to slap this guy to death. This is outrageous, he even dared to do that to me. The next second, a thought that did not belong to her at all appeared in her mind. Do you accept cell activation and return to your young body at the age of 18? She didn't know where this thought came from, it seemed that whether to accept it was just a matter of her thoughts, and the opportunity was handed to her. Of course she accepted it, no one would refuse to be 18 years old. When Tsunade agreed, her body was suddenly wrapped in a soft white light, and her bones creaked. She was too familiar with this feeling, the cell activation technique. She had used the 100 healing technique countless times, draining the vitality of the cells in exchange for a young body. But this time it gave her a completely different feeling like this. There is no feeling of overdraft in the body, no cell is squeezed, but the body feels warm. The density of bones seems to be increasing, and all muscles in the arms and the whole body are recovering elasticity. The fine lines at the corners of the eyes are completely smoothed out, and the face is flat and tight. Chest. Tsunade subconsciously touched her chest, fortunately it only shrunk a little. She breathed a sigh of relief and continued to confirm the changes in her body. There was a white light around her. She couldn't stop the activation process, couldn't shout, and couldn't see everything outside the white light. But Naruto, who was standing by the fire, could see it clearly. There was no white light at all, and the holy light could only be seen by a few people. The chakra generated by cell activation exploded in an instant. Tsunade was shrouded in white holy light, thick mosaic and heavy code. Hiss, what a magical cell activation technique. Naruto was shocked to see Tsunade getting younger little by little, and every corner of her body returned to the age of 18. He couldn't help but be curious, what does Tsunade look like at 18? I have only seen Tsunade at the age of 9 and 14 in photos, but I have never seen Tsunade at the age of 18. In fact, her appearance has not changed much, she looks younger. Tsunade is actually very beautiful, with almost no flaws on her face, and she is a completely standard queen face. After her face returned to the age of 18, there was a hint of immaturity on her face. After about half an hour, Tsunade slowly realized that the white light in front of her eyes was gradually disappearing. After 3 seconds of stunned, she realized that she was not wearing any clothes. With a whoosh, a black cloak flew over. Tsunade grabbed it, looked at Naruto in the distance with a complicated expression, and decisively put it on. The night wind blew, and the cloak was empty, which made her a little uncomfortable. The rustling sound of footsteps sounded, and Tsunade turned her head to look at Naruto. She stretched out her hand to look at the skin that had become much smoother, and her eyes seemed to see things more clearly. It was as if she had completely changed her body, as if she had endless energy, and she could even feel the vigorous vitality and hormones in her body. She wanted to find a place where no one was to start secret research, and she almost forgot what it was like to be 18 years old. The war continued, the rope tree was lost, and relatives and friends left one by one. The world is changing, and in a trance, her body returned to the age of 18. If she hadn't looked at Naruto who hadn't changed in front of her, she would even think that all this was a dream. How can you have this ninjutsu? I really don't know, it was discovered by the Uchiha clan by chance. Naruto began to make up stories. Anyway, if the ninja world couldn't explain things clearly, he could just blame the Uchiha. First, the second-generation Senju Tobirama once said that the Uchiha kid was evil. Second, the dead will not speak up for injustice. Tsunade was suddenly a little speechless. Returning to youth is obviously a good thing, even if it is only temporary, but it feels like it should be permanent at the moment. She felt a little complicated at the moment. She just wanted to talk to Naruto. She thought that since it was like this, there was no need to say anything more, just say goodbye. As a result, he first said something inexplicable, and then returned to the body of 18 years old. For a while, she was a little confused again. Returning to 18 years old, how does it feel? Naruto was not as entangled as her. In short, it was considered to have fulfilled a wish in his heart. Well, the young body feels good, but Tsunade looked up and asked with a complicated expression, why did you give it to me? Is there any other reason for this? Of course there is. I'll give it to you if I want to. Maybe I just want to see the 18-year-old Tsunade-sama. He said. Hearing this, Tsunade was silent for a while and said. Didn't you see everything? Naruto. Although he said so, he would never admit such a thing, of course he didn't see it. Another reason is that what I did before a bit too much. About what? Tsunade asked. Dragon Vein, I went back to the past through the Dragon Vein, and I thought it was a parallel world at that time. He said, at that time I met Tsunade-sama, and I thought it was okay to do some pranks. Later I did a bit too much and deceived Tsunade-sama. No need to apologize. Tsunade waved her hand, and when she raised her hand, the wind still blew into the loose cloak, and the wind blew a bit of chill. It's been a long time, I don't care about it anymore. Naruto stared at Tsunade for 2 seconds and said, but I do care, at that time I thought we would meet again soon, and I never thought I would leave the Dragon Vein in a hurry. Chapter 571, Can't Get Rid of the Old Man, and the Feelings He Has Long Harbored for Tsunade. Hearing this, Tsunade wanted to recall the rainy afternoon 20 years ago, but found that her memory was a little fuzzy. It rained heavily, from morning to afternoon. She only remembered that she felt uneasy in the lightless afternoon, and there was a feeling of ambiguity that was extinguished bit by bit. God knows why she was bewitched at that time. It happened to be at that time, when she met an interesting person at the lowest point in her life. They were in sync everywhere, as if they had known each other for a long time. It's fake to not care about it, and it's also fake to not have any thoughts. It's just that she didn't have time to make any move, and the person had disappeared. It would be 20 years before they met again. The other person had become a child, just as mean. She didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Sometimes it's a blessing to not remember clearly, but remembering too clearly makes you unhappy. I don't remember. You remember. How could I remember such a boring thing? It's just a prank by a little kid 20 years ago. Tsunade curled her lips and said disdainfully. For some reason, I don't know if it's a time filter, when Tsunade, who returned to her 20s, crossed her arms, her attitude of being the best in the world actually became a little cute. Naruto took a breath of cold air, and he suddenly realized that although the Tsunade in front of him was still the familiar Tsunade, her body was indeed back to the age of 18, 18 from the inside out. Even if the tone of her speech did not change, her voice became younger. Although the 100 healings technique can make Tsunade's body active, it cannot change her voice, and her eyes will slowly change with age. A person's change often starts with his eyes. Whether he has experienced the destruction of joy or despair, the ups and downs of emotions will change a person, and the most intuitive way to show this change is through the eyes. Although Tsunade had no wrinkles in the corners of her eyes before, her eyes were slightly numb, which was a characteristic of long-term pain and self-torture after trauma. She could never get over that hurdle, so she could never let it go in her life. The war gave her the title of Sunin, but it also took away all the precious things in her life, leaving only the bloody record of her hands. Some things in life disappear in an instant. And some things will miraculously return to the distant past in an instant. Now you are already 18 years old, you remember, I didn't come to you at that time. Naruto said in one breath, I thought we would never see each other again, and I thought the Dragon Vein would correct the timeline. What does correction mean? Tsunade asked. That's it, he wanted to explain, but suddenly realized that explaining would be even more damning. The correction meant that he didn't take the encounter with Tsunade seriously at all. Instead, he participated in it with the mentality of a game player, holding the idea that no matter how he played, it would not change the future in the end. If he really said that, he would always feel like he had pulled up his pants and didn't recognize anyone. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I regret it very much, even if I still came back through the dragon vein. Naruto didn't want to explain any more, but I still have to say something, even if Lady Tsunade is angry, I have to say it. Tsunade lowered her eyes and glanced at him. Lady Tsunade. Actually, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Uzumaki Naruto, are you crazy? Tsunade interrupted him, you don't have any ideas about me, do you? Believe it or not, I'll twist your head off for you. Twist it, it doesn't matter. Naruto, in his heart, actually thought that he could run away if he couldn't win. He took a gamble, a risk, and a bicycle turned into a truck. I like Tsunade-sama anyway, and I'll tell you even if you beat me to death. What's the point of saying this? Tsunade's expression was a little fierce, and she seemed to be angry, and the warning was obvious. There are many kinds of likes, don't get confused. I know there are many kinds of likes, but I've never doubted it, it's that kind of like. Naruto was silent for a second, and didn't hide, and responded to Tsunade's gaze directly. Like means always liking, no matter what. I didn't dare to say it before because the gap was too big, whether it was age or strength. If you can't change everything, just keep it in your heart, I originally thought so. But now it's different, Tsunade-sama, you have returned to the state of 18 years old. Tsunade put her hands on her waist, her thin eyebrows were tightened, the fire whimpered, and occasionally a few sparks burst out. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Have you grown wings? Although she is 18 again, her aura remains the same, but she looks a little childish. Anyway, no matter what Tsunade says, this 28-year-old girl is not scary at all. She is obviously an 18-year-old girl in original costume, but she is full of words of seniors and shows the prestige of an elder. For some reason, I feel a little bit. It's not just that her wings have grown. Tsunade-sama, I don't know how to say it anyway, no matter what, I can finally tell the truth. Naruto said, if I don't say it today, I won't have a chance next time. No chance? What are you going to do? Tsunade hugged her chest was a little smaller, which made her a little depressed. Don't worry about this, I like it in that sense, not in other ways. Naruto knew that he had to make it clear now. Otherwise, there would be no such shop after this village. If Tsunade is not seen again, it will be difficult to find her. Tsunade is different from others. If she can't let go of her status and cling to you, there will be no future. I don't know, are you done now? Tsunade took a deep breath, you can leave now. I have received your love. Okay, thank you for your love. I am not sleepy, and I don't want to leave. Naruto continued to be shameless. What do you want? Tsunade raised her eyes and stared at him, you can't let me be like an 18-year-old girl, without any scruples, right? Why not? Naruto hesitated, Tsunade-sama, you are an 18-year-old girl now. If you don't believe me, I can. No need, so what do you want to say? She took a deep breath and asked. I want to know your feelings, want to hug, want to kiss, I don't believe you don't have any feelings at all. Naruto's eyes were firm, as if he had determined this matter. You what crazy are you talking about? Tsunade was startled, and her heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly beat. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she heard such straightforward words. The blood surging in her body, the young flesh, was shouting joy all the time. Her heart seemed to become light, and her body became hot when she heard hugs and kisses. I said I want to be with you. Naruto swallowed his saliva and approached her little by little. Don't mess around, I warn you Uzumaki Naruto, calm down. Tsunade stepped back step by step, but her body was visibly stiff. Do you know what you are doing? I am the 5th generation Hokage, are you crazy? I know, Lord 5th Hokage, I know what I am doing. Naruto had been planning for a long time, and as he approached little by little, his voice inevitably trembled. Tsunade was even more nervous. Her mind clearly wanted to dodge, which was clearly something that could be done easily. But her body was out of control, as if it was controlled. She could only watch Naruto bully her with confidence, and his face enlarged little by little in front of her. He hugged her waist and kissed her hard with his head tilted. His lips were soft and elastic, leaving a faint fragrance unique to girls. Chapter 572 Shizuan, I didn't expect you guys to play like this. The next second, Naruto was kicked out like a sandbag with a bang. I could have avoided it, to be honest, I felt a little overwhelmed when I kissed him. Not only was it physically pleasant, but my heart was filled with boundless excitement. This feeling went straight to the top of my head, kissing the once domineering female boss, and there was another feeling. Before I could experience it carefully, I had already flown out. But I finally succeeded. No matter what happens in the future, there is no point in thinking about these things. It's like putting a stamp on a painting, it will be there no matter what. If you keep your thoughts in your heart, you will get bad, and if you hesitate, you will lose. He never thought about getting it, nor did he think about winning, but he would win by kicking the ball out with a straight kick. Tsunade's stay or departure is not up to him. He just messed around, the worst result is just a beating. But if you really do this, is it actually the same as winning? Uzumaki Naruto, you deserve to die. Tsunade wiped her mouth and looked at Naruto lying on the ground in the distance. She was angry and wanted to laugh. How could this person still be like this? 18 years old, 18 years old. She had never thought about what it felt like to be 18 years old. There was no time to think about it. That guy pounced on her. If it was someone else, Tsunade would think that this person was seriously ill. But if it was Uzumaki Naruto, she would only think that this guy was definitely well calculated. Based on Tsunade's understanding of him, this person would never do anything without confidence. Even a dog is not as good as him. One set after another, all routines. Cough cough cough. Naruto climbed up from the ground, looking seriously injured. Tsunade-sama, I didn't mean it. I just couldn't help it just now. Go away, don't let me see you again. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, and the front of her clothes fluttered. Tsunade-sama, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Naruto was thick-skinned enough and didn't care about this innocuous reprimand at all. Instead, he felt itchy in his heart. Hee hee. Tsunade sneered and was about to say something else. Suddenly, she heard Shizuan's exclamation not far away, and she turned her head to look. Shizuan stood there, covering her mouth and looking at Tsunade beside the fire, with a look of horror on her face. What did you do to the real Tsunade-sama? What's real or fake? Tsunade was speechless and waved. Shizuan, do I look older than before? What do you mean? Hey! Listening to the familiar's tone, and took a tentative look at Tsunade's appearance. It seemed that she had indeed changed. Could it be that she was really Tsunade? Tsunade-sama. Shizuan's face was full of doubt. Why did you change your appearance? You used the transformation technique for no reason. Before she finished her words, she saw Naruto walking slowly along the impact scratches on the ground at the other end of the forest. His face was covered with blood from the nose, and it was obvious that he had been beaten. Shizuan was stunned, looked at Tsunade, and then looked at Naruto. She was numb, knowing that these two people might have some other relationship, but she didn't expect them to play so perverted. Next time you play games, don't make such a big noise, it scared me. Tsunade. She felt that Shizuan was a little untamable, and she seemed to have never beaten her since she became an adult. Shizuan, what are you talking about in your sleep? While she was talking, Shizuan had already walked to Tsunade's side. Naruto sucked the blood from his nose and raised his head to stop the bleeding. He didn't dare to get so close and stood aside. Shizuan looked at Tsunade carefully, and the latter's scalp tingled, so she looked away. Tsunade-sama, the transformation technique can be lifted. What transformation technique? Tsunade was confused. A transformation technique to become younger, what else could it be? Shizuan said, are you trying to say that Tsunade-sama didn't use a transformation technique, but suddenly became younger? Tsunade. What else can be said? Shizuan didn't believe it. I can prove that it really became younger, it's a ninjutsu. Naruto on the side covered his nose and raised a hand and said, if you don't believe it, Shizuan's sister, you can touch it. Tsunade-sama's skin has become smoother, and her waist has become thinner. What's wrong with your nose? Shizuan turned around and asked curiously. No, I was walking by myself and bumped into him by accident. Naruto looked up at the sky, thinking that Tsunade was too heavy-handed. This guy almost crippled him with one punch. Wait, the gentleman will take revenge, from morning to night. Shizun was a little confused, and really touched Tsunade's arm, and was immediately shocked. Although the 100 healings technique also has this effect, such a thorough skin activation. What ninjutsu, how did you do it? I can't say this, and there is only this one chance. Naruto felt that the nosebleed had stopped, and he was ready to get up and walk a few steps. Don't listen to his nonsense, what ninjutsu or not. Tsunade pulled her hand out of Shizun's hand, a little impatient. Anyway, I don't know what he did, I did become younger. How much younger? Shizun was stunned. 18. 18. Shizun almost jumped up, staring at Tsunade and looking back and forth several times. There really is no fountain of youth, right? Lady Tsunade, you can't keep it all to yourself. No. Tsunade was speechless, turned to look at Naruto. You go ask him, I don't know the details, but I don't recommend you to ask. Sure enough, Naruto said. There is no fountain of youth, it's just a ninjutsu, and it's gone now. Shizun. It took a long time for Shizun to accept that Tsunade had returned to the age of 18, younger than her. And there was no fountain of youth, and there was no way to make her younger. But she didn't care too much, after all, Shizun was only 30 years old. For a female ninja, this age can be called young. Both her body and mind are in the best condition, whether she is practicing ninjutsu or quitting ninja to get married and have children. Tsunade-sama, shall we continue to collect herbs? Shizun turned around and asked, you have returned to the age of 18, so you don't need to collect skincare herbs at all. Of course we should continue. You are right. Tsunade was a little confused and glanced at Naruto. We must at least finish the things at hand, and talk about the future later. Oh. Shizun looked at Tsunade suspiciously, and then looked at Naruto. Tsunade-sama, should I leave? Let's go. Tsunade was a little helpless and could only wave at Shizun. After Shizun left, Naruto got up decisively, but did not speak immediately. Tsunade glanced at him and frowned. Let me think about it. I am a little confused now and have no idea what to do. I have heard what you said, and you just pretend you didn't say it. Anyway, give me some time. When I think it over, I will find you. What if I don't think it over? Naruto asked. If you haven't made up your mind, then we won't meet again. I won't go back to Konoha either. Tsunade stroked her hair, her eyes bleak. Chapter 573, Surge. If you haven't made up your mind, then we won't meet again. This is a classic excuse. Naruto took a breath of cold air. He knew very well that Tsunade said that. If he really believed it, he would be a little cute. Whoever believes what a woman says is just crazy. Tsunade said that she would think about it carefully before speaking. The subtext is that she doesn't know what to say now. But it's okay to calm down. If Naruto really leaves, he will die. Then I'll wait for you to think it through. I'm not in a hurry. Uzumaki Naruto, are you sick? Tsunade frowned. Yes. Tsunade, If a tree doesn't have bark, it will die. If a person doesn't have shame, he will be invincible. She couldn't really kill Naruto with one punch. She looked at him back and forth, and then she had to compromise. Wait for me. Things can't be done in one go. He doesn't he also anxious. Sitting by the campfire waiting, Shizun didn't come all night, and Tsunade didn't close her eyes all night. Young body is good, there is no need to worry about anything. After an unknown period of time, the night gradually faded, dawn was full, and the sky was pale. The deep mountains and old forests gradually became brighter, and Tsunade looked up and looked at Naruto beside her. The fire had been extinguished, leaving only charred wood strips, and some silver-white ash on the bottom. Returning to the age of 18 is so strange. I thought about it all night but still couldn't figure out how you did it. It's probably something left by Uchiha. Tsunade also learned to be bad, and she always blamed Uchiha when she was indecisive. Anyway, the second generation taught that the village's troubles were also Uchiha's fault, and it was all fucking blamed on Uchiha. Doing some weird things all day, evil Uchiha kid. It should be. I'm not sure. Naruto began to play dead. It's probably a ninjutsu created by the Uchiha clan, but the conditions for activating the ninjutsu are very harsh. There was only one thing Tsunade couldn't figure out. How could this damn technique of returning to youth be more sophisticated than her own 100 healings technique? She couldn't even catch up with the tail lights of the other person's car. This was a bit heartbreaking. She had studied something for a lifetime, but it turned out to be not as good as a hair of the Uchiha. Naruto fooled around for a while, and Tsunade had nothing to say. So the topic turned back to feelings. This time Tsunade was even more entangled and looked down at her chest. So it was this big when she was 18 years old? The sky was pale, and Tsunade suddenly turned her head to examine him carefully. Her eyes circled back and forth on his face, which made Naruto tremble. What's wrong? You don't want to repay me? She stared at him suspiciously for a while. Make these weird things, let me return to the age of 18, and live again with a young body. You said something weird like you like me, but you actually want to repay me, right? After all, I took such good care of you back then. Take care? It's really fucked up. If she hadn't teased me before as revenge, I wouldn't have been so bored. After crossing the dragon vein, she still didn't forget to tease her in a cheap way. Looking back, Naruto just felt that he had done something wrong. I thought the time and space in the dragon vein was a parallel time and space. Even if I was so reckless and wanted to die, it didn't matter as long as I left the dragon vein. But who could have known that the two time and space actually overlapped? At a moment he didn't know, a kind of closed loop was magically formed, and their fates were entangled. This sense of fate was too strong, and I turned around to find out. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but say. It's not that I can't tell the difference, nor do I say that it has to be this way. I just said it out loud. I can't control how you choose. There will definitely be many problems in the future. But the premise is that there is a future. Sometimes I want to forget it. Anyway, Tsunade-sama, you didn't plan to stay in the village. Even if I catch up with you, it won't do anything. I can't change anything. Hearing this, Tsunade sighed. She reorganized her words in her mind and then slowly spoke. Naruto, I'm also very happy to be liked by you. Being liked by a young boy is a matter of vanity that can easily satisfy me, and I am no exception. But you also know that there are many problems between us. Let's not talk about other things. Age, it seems that there is no problem now. But experience, generation gap, what you and I want to do. She couldn't say more. It seemed that she had nothing to do in her life. The pain was erased bit by time, and the things that should be done were done. The duties of the 5th generation Hokage were also completed, and there was actually no regret at all. If I have to say what I regret, it's probably the person in front of me. I had a chance to get out 20 years ago, but after waiting for 20 years, I got nothing. Naruto doesn't seem to have any big ambitions. He told her more than once that he never wanted to pursue anything in his life, but just wanted to do whatever he wanted. He said this 6 years ago, even though he was just a child at that time. So. Naruto looked calm. It was almost dawn, and Shizune would come when it got bright. So I hope you think it through, not on impulse. Tsunade herself was a little confused. What was she saying? As for that ninjutsu, I don't know how to thank you, this is really what I need. Except for liking, other requirements are fine, but don't say that kind of thing again. It's impossible between us. Time has passed, and it can't be offset by me returning to the age of 18. I know. Naruto touched his chin. In fact, he didn't want to be with Tsunade, he just wanted to complete something he had been thinking about. I don't know what Tsunade misunderstood, but it doesn't matter. It's impossible for him to have no contact with Tsunade and forget each other. There has been particle entanglement between the two of them for a long time. Even if there are regrets, it is impossible to leave. Kiss? He asked tentatively. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately turned around and walked back without hesitation. This man is an airtight prison. Why provoke him? What young people know what restraint is? The next moment, the body hit Tsunade, she could have dodged it. She paused for a moment, didn't dodge, and then was hugged tightly. You said it yourself. Naruto quickly hugged Tsunade, actually he didn't use much strength. Before she could say anything, he directly moved up to block her lips. Tsunade actually thought that the first thing after returning to the age of 18 would probably be to be, but when it really happened, her mind was still blank, all her thoughts were empty in an instant. The defense line that was still holding on the last moment collapsed, and was driven straight into the army. She pressed against Naruto's forearm, trying to push him away. Her whole body was trembling from skin to bones. After a while, she was greeted with a more fierce hug and kiss. She was pressed down, and all her movements were like a layer of icing. Chapter 574 Marrow Washing. Shizun still rushed over, and found that the two were a little far away, and couldn't help but look puzzled. Will they fight again? Hey? Why is Naruto sitting on the ground? Could it be that his legs were broken by Lady Tsunade? Really, no matter how angry Lady Tsunade is, she shouldn't have used such a heavy hand. Tsunade stood there calmly, surrounded by a circular space that was raised to the ground. The trees and grass disappeared, and the ground was broken. The sun shone down from the top of the forest, forming a huge ball of light between the three people. That Lady Tsunade. Shizun looked at Naruto and then at Tsunade, and said in a tangled way, "Are you okay? What are you doing?" "Nothing." Tsunade crossed her arms and slowly walked towards Shizun. "It's dawn, let's go, there are still things to do." "Oh, okay." Shizun was confused, and her eyes occasionally looked at Naruto beside her. "Lady Tsunade, what about Naruto? What should he do? Should he stay with us or?" "Of course he will go back to the village, what does it have to do with us?" Tsunade gritted her teeth and walked past Shizun and continued to move forward. Shizun stood in the middle, watching Tsunade going away, and then glanced at Naruto who was sitting there with his head down. She was worried that he might have been beaten stupid, but she had to chase Tsunade. "Naruto." "Yeah." He raised his head and responded, not showing much emotion, but not as bruised as imagined, "I'm fine." Shizun didn't hesitate and turned to chase Tsunade. After a long while, Naruto slowly stood up, and there was no injury on his body. He stared at the direction where Tsunade was going away, and then left in the opposite direction. The wind was blowing wildly behind him, and the scenery was rapidly retreating backwards. It was not too important whether Tsunade would contact him again, and no one could give a definite answer. In short, the ninja world is not big, as long as he is not hiding deliberately. In fact, it is not a big problem for Naruto, but just a problem of coordinates. There are 7 or 8 stupid things in the world, and life is only a few short decades. The next day, Naruto was thinking about whether to ask Kurama Yakumo for the entire fantasy game machine. Konoha's entertainment was a bit too scarce, and he was not the only one who was bored. "Go out and play, Naruto." Koji stood downstairs of his house and waved at him. The green leaves were dense, and the broken golden sunlight fell on the stone floor. The fat man blocked a ray of sunlight horizontally, and his shadow covered a bench on the roadside. "Are you sick, Koji? What time is it?" Naruto stood by the window with a collapsed face, still wearing pajamas. He ran back to the village overnight last night and didn't sleep well. When there was no one around, he jumped down from the upstairs. "Do you know that you have no neighbors around you?" Koji couldn't help but complain. "Number 404, Konoha Street, you chose such an auspicious place to live. What do you know, this place is cheap, and what do you care where I live?" Naruto was still wearing summer pajamas printed with monkeys, scratched his fluffy hair, and covered his face in the shadow. "I really envy you for being married and still being single." Koji suddenly sighed. Naruto looked up at the sky and was silent for a while. "You are so idle, Koji, you came here early in the morning just to mock me." Although he was married, the embarrassing thing was that his house was not big enough. Enjoying the blessing of 2 people does not necessarily have a house for 2 people, but these are not problems. The main reason is that the Yamanaka family and Hinata are reluctant to leave the children, and Naruto really has no time to deal with trivial matters. Due to the war, they are almost single. The children are also taken care of by the 2 fathers-in-law unilaterally, and they will be in a hurry if they suddenly move together, so they simply put it on hold. When the new house is built, they will mention living together. So that someone is obviously married and has children, but still looks single. But Koji is almost the same. The elder brother does not laugh at the younger brother, and the 2 are pure friends. "No, I haven't seen you for a few days, so I came to see you," Koji said. "Come on." Naruto didn't know what to do in 2 or 3 days, so he casually said that there was something wrong in the land of lightning. Black Zetsu's actions became more and more obvious, and he almost didn't avoid people. Just waiting to gather the 9-tailed beasts and try to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki again. The action was so big that the people of the 5 major ninja villages were in a panic. There was a storm coming, but the signs were not obvious yet, at least ordinary ninjas didn't know about it. However, for someone like Naruto who fishes in troubled waters, it was not a bad thing. He had foreseen the destructive power of Black Zetsu, and he could take advantage of the opportunity. To be precise, it should be his people, jokingly called the Uzumaki Tenyang clan. Strictly speaking, they should be the evil god believers, almost in the middle of the ninja world. If the war starts, it is almost a step towards power. For example, Yokoto or Kuratsuki, the worst is the social phobia like hydrangea who is active everywhere. Thinking carefully, he has a lot of time. In addition to going home on time, he can choose to hang out with Koji, and the two of them can play everywhere when they have nothing to do. Either eating and drinking, strolling, playing in the game hall, or just sitting and chatting. Games? Doesn't Konoha have them? What's the difference? Koji sat on the Hokage rock, squinting his eyes and looking puzzled. Besides, what is the illusion game? I can see that you, a country bumpkin, have never played a good game. You will know it later. Naruto stood up and clapped his hands, and stood up to take a look at the setting red sunset. The whole village was shrouded in the sunset, and only a faint afterglow could be seen. He stood on the top of the Hokage rock, with the 1st to 6th Hokage at his feet. Except for the first two he had never seen, all the others had close relationships with him, and he had even touched the 5th Hokage. For him now, Konoha was no longer important. Everything had almost become what he wanted, and now he just had to wait. Waiting for an opportunity to take in Kaguya and the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox was not important, the dog and the fox would not die. The Otsutsuki clan had their own destiny, and his only mission now was to transform the ninja world into a cage. All the Otsutsuki sages who came from the sky fell into the ground one by one, and crushed them into soil. No one could change the pattern of the ninja world unless the ninjas disappeared completely. When the strength of the ninjas on the ground expanded to a terrifying level, a gap was needed. Naruto knew what this gap was, and it was called ascension in the fairy tales. However, in the ninja system, only the Otsutsuki clan could leave the planet freely. But in essence, they still did not leave the scope of ninjas. After the blood limit expanded, the blood of the Otsutsuki completely replaced human blood, removing impurities and ascending flesh and blood. This was the path that Kabuto Yakushi originally chose, but unfortunately he took the wrong path. There was no way to go in the ninja world, and it was impossible for ninjas to go down the dead end of the Otsutsuki evolution. Unless there are enough Otsutsuki as consumables to transform the ninja's physique. To a certain extent, it is called marrow washing. Chapter 575. The Outer Path Demon statue appeared, and Tia-Nation's thoughts became more and more chaotic. The next day, Uzuki Yujao came out of the bathroom, looking a little tired, and blew her wet hair dry. Her voice was a little hoarse. She shouldn't have come here, she shouldn't have. She turned her head and glanced at Naruto lying there, and her cheeks blushed slightly. It's too late to say anything now. Eating marrow really exists, and I never thought about it before. But if there is a child suddenly, will it be too obvious? Uzuki Yujao's thoughts are a little messy. Forget it, I'm so sleepy, I'll ask Hungdu another day. Hokage building. Kakashi stood by the window and turned to look at Naruto who was walking slowly. Looking at the disciple who gave him the most headache, he couldn't help but put on a pair of dead fish eyes. There is an urgent mission in the Land of Lightning, S level, you and Shikamaru and Koji go there. Okay. Naruto yawned, looking lazy. Didn't you sleep yesterday? So sleepy. I didn't sleep for long, but it's okay, let's go. Naruto reunited with Shikamaru and Koji. Now there are only a few people left in the 12 little strong men. But he saw Tian in the team. As he got older, his figure became more and more outstanding. Her legs were slender and round, her chest was bulging, and her face was much thinner. Her face was full of worry, and she didn't know what she was thinking, and she seemed to be worried. He gave Koji a few pieces of dried meat, but he actually had fresher dishes. But considering that he was still on the road, he simply ate a few bites of dried meat and finished. By the way, Naruto gave Tian a piece of dried meat. He gently patted her shoulder and asked casually. Tian, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Tia-Nation's eyes were a little evasive, and she lowered her head after accepting the dried meat. Although Naruto felt strange, he didn't care too much, just thinking that she was not feeling well. It was a long way from the Land of Fire to the Land of Lightning. Even if it was over mountains and ridges, it would take at least 3 days. This reflects the importance of transportation. Unfortunately, Konoha has never had long-distance transportation. He remembered that he had asked Xionan to urge the manufacture of airplanes half a year ago, and she agreed at that time. Now I suddenly remembered that I don't know what happened. I have to go back and take a look when I have time. Thinking of this, I turned around and collided with a prying gaze. Tian Tian quickly shifted her gaze and lowered her head. The body was still jumping at high speed, leaving the forest behind, and the wind was whistling constantly. The collar was not tight. Looking down, you can see a white jade. Continuing down, there are thin waists and long legs. Naruto secretly wondered why he put his mind on Tenten. Damn it, his thoughts are getting more and more confused. In the interval of rest at night, Naruto could have left through the yellow spring gate. He wanted to see what Black Zetsu was doing, but he thought it was unnecessary. He knew what Black Zetsu was doing with his eyes closed. He just gathered 9-tailed beasts and the Samsara Eye. Although he didn't know where he found the puppets, it didn't matter. The resurrection of Kagaya was just what he wanted, just in one fell swoop. At night, Naruto slept drowsily, and saw a figure passing by in a half-awake state. He opened his eyes and found that it seemed to be Tianatian went to the outside of the camp. Or maybe he got up to relieve himself at night. He half closed his eyes and was about to turn over and continue sleeping. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle chakra fluctuation, which seemed familiar. It seemed to be the breath of Black Zetsu. He quietly got up, but found that Shikamaru and Koji did not notice it. Although the chakra fluctuation was extremely weak, the feeling was not wrong, it was Black Zetsu. Naruto thought for a moment and did not disturb Shikamaru and Koji. He got up quietly in the moonlight. He advanced silently step by step, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared behind the giant tree like a ghost. Tian Tian really went to relieve himself. He didn't walk too far, about 500 meters away from the camp. Ninjas have sensitive hearing, and 500 meters is not too far. Under the moonlight, there was a faint white under the shadow. Naruto did not approach directly, but sensed it subtly. With his strength, he didn't need to spend too much effort. An unknown object underground was quietly approaching Tian Tian. 3 seconds later, in an instant, Flying Thunder God was activated, and the monster broke out of the ground, but it missed. Just when he was confused, he found that a black shadow had retreated 100 meters away with the target in his arms. Tian Tian was still a little confused, and her thighs felt cold. The next second, she was carried like a princess. Hey? Tian Tian realized something belatedly, and her pupils suddenly dilated. Her face flushed, he, how could this happen, I. It's over. Boom. A ball of magma exploded in the direction where the monster was, and directly swallowed the black shadow. The huge noise also woke up Shikamaru and Koji, and there was already a sound in the distance. The speed of the Jonin was very fast, and it only took 10 seconds to cover 500 meters. Naruto suddenly realized that Shikamaru and Koji had arrived. If they saw this scene, it was too late to remind the dazed Tian Tian now, so he simply did it for him. He picked up her clothes and separated them quickly. What's wrong? Shikamaru and Koji arrived, and saw only a pile of ruins. Someone is following us. They should be the target. Naruto had already turned over the corpse of the monster. It was burned beyond recognition and was very small. It was black all over and about the size of a puppy. Is this the white Zetsu? Koji was surprised. Obviously not. It could be a new thing made by Zetsu. They have noticed us. Naruto said. Then we have to speed up and rest during the day tomorrow. Shikamaru frowned and gave the order. The others naturally had no objection. Tian Tian didn't say a word from beginning to end. He pretended to be calm on the surface, but he was panicking in his heart. He must have been seen naked. It was really embarrassing. Why did he encounter all kinds of bad luck? The next day, Naruto didn't mention this matter, and he didn't even look embarrassed when talking to Tian Tian. I don't know why Tian Tian was relieved at first, but felt a little depressed. Yes, he was a dissolute person and had seen everything. There were only 4 girls in the 4 classes of the same period. Hinata, Ino, even Sakura, only she was left to escape the murderous hands, but it's not accurate to say that she escaped. She was a colleague in the land of whirlpools, and she had been saved by him several times, and she had hugged him. She also knew some secrets about Naruto, and knew some of what she should and shouldn't know. In the blink of an eye, all the companions around her had become adults, and she was the only one left. Sometimes Tenten even thought, why not just forget it, since she was single anyway. Why not? Since she caught Naruto and the captain of the Anbu, Uzuki Yujeo, having a secret meeting, this idea has become stronger. Anyway, there is no hope in the future, so she might as well indulge herself. She was confused until she arrived at the Land of Lightning 2 days later. After a 2-day delay, the battle had already begun. A huge outer path demon statue rose at the border of the Land of Lightning, and countless corpses of the impure world reincarnation moved on the battlefield. How could this happen? Shikamaru, Koji, and Tenten were all stunned in place. The incident happened suddenly. Now only the army of the Land of Lightning is coming from all directions. Chapter 576 Uchiha Madara is resurrected. Seeing the yellow-haired man on the battlefield, he is particularly jealous. The outer path demon statue stands at the end of the border, and the sky is dark. Troops are rushing in from all directions. They concealed their whereabouts and did not receive any news at all. When they arrived at the mission site, they found that the battlefield was out of control. Shikamaru, Koji, Tenten, and Naruto stood on the cliff overlooking the battlefield, and in the distance, dense black spots were rushing in. Is that the people from Uegakuer? Koji widened his eyes. We didn't receive any news. Did the village send ninjas here? We took a detour and concealed our whereabouts. The village should not have contacted us. Shikamaru's expression was not good either. The 4 of them were all above the level of Jonin. If they want to hide, ghosts can find them. During the 2 days of traveling, the 4-member team has been in a state of disconnection. As the team leader, Shikamaru is really in a difficult situation. The firewall also blocked his information. What should we do now? Koji was a little dumbfounded. Let's scout into the battlefield first, and then contact the village. It's not a solution to continue waiting. Naruto suggested, it's better not to disperse, otherwise it may. Lost contact? Naruto was still a little confused. Where did Shikamaru and Koji go? He just entered from one end of the battlefield and ran into a crazy outer path demon statue. Its head eyes suddenly opened, and it burst into a roar. With a bang, accompanied by a roar, a trace of chakra scattered the cloud-hidden army that had not yet formed on the battlefield. The 4 members of the team were also here separated in the explosion. Naruto wanted to find someone, but found that Tian was closer. Shikamaru and Koji were nowhere to be found, and the mixed battlefield was full of smoke. The bloody corpses piled up in a shallow layer, and the 4th wreckage had brought people to kill. The figure of the 3rd Tsuchikage floated in the sky in the distance, and Onoki was accumulating dust release, intending to severely damage the outer path demon statue. For 2 days, almost lost contact with the outside world. Miss Kaguya has not been resurrected yet, and the love war has been launched. It's just that during this period, human lives are destined to be filled. There is no way. Naruto wants to take action, but if he does it now, he will lose Kaguya as a consumable. Without consumables, it is impossible to research means to counter the Otsutsuki clan. The ninja world will still have to face the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan in the future, and there will never be a day of peace. Naruto's idea is very simple: evolution. If the blood of the Otsutsuki can be purified, a wave of potential can be improved on the basis of the ninja bloodline limit. The strong ascend, the weak return to the ninja world, and order is recast. The moment the ninja appears, the power system is unbalanced. For ordinary people, there is no difference between ninjas and cultivators, and peace no longer exists. Since it is impossible to eliminate ninjas, we can only transfer them and create a higher level world. Naruto vaguely feels that although he has lost the power of the 9 tails, he has vaguely touched something similar to the law, which is unclear. Who is the evil god and where does the god of death come from? He had been waiting for Jiraiya to give him an answer, but until now, Jiraiya is still on his way on horseback, and Tsunade has given the answer. If 360 can't dispel doubts, you can try H, which will cure the disease. There are too many people, and countless corpses of the impure world reincarnation are pouring in like a tide. On the battlefield, the emergency response ninja coalition rushed to the center of the battlefield wave after wave. At the border of the Land of Thunder, a team of tens of thousands of people rushed long distances, and there was no end in sight. Kankuro climbed up to take a look. The yellow team was huge. He turned his head and looked at Gaara, who was calm and composed not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. Recently, there have been many things in the Kingdom of Wind. First, Gaara lost the power of the tailed beast. The dark circles under his eyes gradually faded, and the overall strength was weakened by more than half. The whereabouts of Shikaku of Sand was unknown. Just at this point, the 5 Cage Talks, it shouldn't be called the 5 Cage Talks, and the Online Emergency Alliance. The Kingdom of Lightning is in danger, and the Impure World Army is making a comeback. Outer Path Demon Statue. This name is a bit strange, no matter what. White Zetsu appeared, the 5 major countries naturally had to give up the dispute, and let Black Zetsu go. No one can be immune. After thinking about it, he caught up with Gaara in front. Temari is alone in the village, can she do it? Gaara turned his head and said when he heard it. She has been feeling unwell recently, vomiting all the time, and can't go to the front line. It should be okay, there are still many people left in the village, and they can respond quickly if there is any situation. I hope so. Fortunately this battlefield is in the territory of the Land of Lightning. Kankuro said thankfully. The border of the Land of Lightning is right in front of her, and Mizukage Mei Terumi arrived at the battlefield in advance. She is the 3rd shadow to arrive, and the Thunder Shadow and the Earth Shadow have already left. The number of enemies is too large, and she doesn't know where to start for a while. Just after making strategic deployment, she rushed in and was blasted out by a pure chakra energy beam. Looking up, she has been blown out of the central range of the battlefield. She was about to rush again, and suddenly saw a familiar yellow. Uzumaki Naruto? Damn it, she won't recognize this man even if he is burned to ashes. Damn yellow-haired, she still remembers the scene that day, how he kicked her. The yellow-haired bastard has no sense at all, and he stood up and kicked her for the first time. Naruto seemed to have seen Mei Terumi, and through the smoke, he even waved at Mei Terumi. He was so angry with Mei Terumi that he wanted to kick him twice. Boom! Above the battlefield, a black coffin soared into the sky, and black chakra gathered towards the sky like a black tide. The thick chakra that was almost tangible made everyone stunned, staring at the sky blankly. Mei Terumi's pupils dilated sharply, and she even forgot to retaliate against the yellow-haired man. What is that? What is that? With a bang, the coffin suddenly exploded, and a figure stood in the sky. With one step, the black hair was like a waterfall. Uchiha Madara, who was wearing a fiery red Warring States armor, opened his eyes and instantly released the Impure World reincarnation. His onion-like reincarnation eyes stared at the people on the battlefield. Outer Path, reincarnation, Uchiha Madara was resurrected. The rock wall under the Outer Path demon statue cracked, and the huge body began to wriggle strangely. Like a disgusting bug, it suddenly burst out a shocking chakra. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, it turned into a liquid-like chakra and flowed to Uchiha Madara's back. No! Stop him! Onoki roared, and the dust release in his hand burst out a violent white light, instantly blasting Uchiha Madara in the center of the battlefield. The 4th generation Raikage was also sweating profusely, and everyone on the battlefield could feel a fear that went straight to the depths of their souls. Uchiha Madara in front of him was almost out of the scope of ninja. It was simply like a complete monster, surpassing the tailed beasts, ninjas, and everything within the scope of cognition. Naruto took a look and continued to move towards Tenten's position. It was quite embarrassing to say that he relied on some means that could not be detailed to weakly sense Tenten's chakra. I don't know if the people from Konoha have come, probably Kakashi will lead the team first. Chapter 577 Tenten, I'm dying, but I'm not after dating, Naruto, you may have to draw lots in your next life. Naruto went ahead on Konoha's side, and he would not let his wife and children participate in the battle. It is estimated that the 2 old fathers-in-law should come, but he estimated that it should be their turn to take action. If Black Zetsu does not take action to revive Kagaya, he will beat Uchiha Madara down. Chisai. Naruto was sharp-eyed and saw a flash of Chisai in the thick smoke of the battlefield. He rushed forward to stop him. Where were you just now? Where is Shikamaru? Chisai was startled and was relieved when he saw that it was Naruto. Ahem, don't mention it, I don't know. After the explosion, Shikamaru said he wanted to contact Konoha. Then we went to find you, but we were dispersed by the army of the Impure World reincarnation on the battlefield. Boom boom. There was a burst of lightning and thunder in the sky, and the 4th Raikage was surrounded by lightning, like a thunder that jumped high and fell heavily. Like a heavy axe with a beheaded head, it chopped straight at Uchiha Madara on the battlefield. At the same time, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's dust release arrived first. However, All the attacks that fell on the area 2 meters away from Uchiha Madara began to melt silently, like a mud cow entering the sea, without making a splash. This scene shocked everyone, and Uchiha Madara raised his eyes slightly. He raised his hand and felt the endless and vigorous power in his body, and finally a faint smile appeared on his face. Obito's chakra disappeared? Who resurrected himself? It doesn't matter. This power that transcends the entire world, the power of the Six Paths Sage, is constantly pouring out of the body, and finally it has come to this moment. Looking down at the terrified faces on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara raised his hand. The day I wake up is the day when eternal peace will come. Third shadow, terrified and fearful. Everyone looked up and froze in place. Suddenly, something happened that surprised everyone, even Uchiha Madara. The army of the impure world reincarnation suddenly stopped, and the power that controlled them suddenly let go. Imperial world reincarnation actually failed collectively. The Black Zetsu who was hiding somewhere jumped up directly and searched the battlefield. As expected, with the help of the White Zetsu's perspective, he found Naruto at the edge of the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto, he can. A chill rushed to Black Zetsu's back. He looked at Uchiha Madara who was paused in the sky, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. I have to speed up, otherwise it will be too late. Koji, Naruto, what is that? Naruto, I don't listen to you. The power of the god of death. The shadow of the god of death with a green face and fangs suddenly appeared in the sky, overlooking the world. The cold eyes made people feel cold, with a white short knife in his mouth, and his hair was disheveled like a ghost. The suffocating feeling of death suddenly came, and everyone in the battlefield had a terrible idea in their hearts. The god of death noticed the fish that slipped through the net in the human world and was taking back his authority. The sky and the earth changed color, and all the filthy army standing on the battlefield were emitting light. They began to dissipate little by little, and turned into a group of light spots flying into the sky. Who cares about Uchiha, it's all Sasuke's fault. He said casually to Koji, you go find Shikamaru, don't walk around, wait for Konoha's vanguard to arrive. What about you? Koji was slightly stunned. Find Tenten, the battlefield is so chaotic, we must find someone. Naruto waved his hand, and without saying more, he went into the other direction of the battlefield. Shinji was stunned in place. Most people would probably think it was outrageous at this time. The god of death had died, and it was almost the end of the world. And there was Uchiha Madara, you still had the mood to find someone. What if you found Tenten? Uchiha Madara, who was as powerful as the first generation, was resurrected. If Uchiha Madara was not dealt with, everyone would still die. But Koji thought it was quite reasonable. The end of the world and finding companions did not conflict. The team would not abandon their companions, and Naruto has always been like this. Koji turned his head and looked at the death god reflected in the sky, and he immediately got goosebumps. If he knew that the death god had just patted his shoulder, I wonder what Koji would think. Tenten. When Naruto found Tenten, she had just finished fighting with 5 reincarnated Jonins. She had several large open wounds on her body and was covered in blood, like a candle in the wind. Fortunately, Naruto had snapped his fingers on the battlefield and directly reversed the reincarnation, otherwise Tenten would have reported to the Pure Land. Naruto. Tenten was fuzzy, relying entirely on willpower to hold on. She had been slightly injured when she was blown away by the blast wave, and then she was confronted head-on by the reincarnated Jonin. After a desperate fight, she was almost at the end of her strength. Tian could clearly feel that her life was slipping away quickly. She was covered in blood and her eyes were grey. She didn't expect that she would die in this way, and it happened to be Naruto. Thinking about what happened 2 days ago, she suddenly felt unwilling, and suddenly relieved. Why think so much when she is about to die? It's time to let it go. Tian, wait a minute, I'll give you. Naruto was relieved when he saw that Tian was still alive. It's good that she didn't die. It would be a bit troublesome to get her back if she died. Naruto, I may die. Tian felt her eyelids were heavy, and her voice was crying, why am I dying? I want to die too soon. You saw me. Fuck, Naruto was shocked. He wanted to say that she would not die. Hearing this, he immediately got angry. What does it mean to be seen by yourself? Full of disgust. You are about to die, and you still want to despise yourself? Damn, it hurts a little. While secretly helping Tian stop bleeding, he pretended to be sad and asked. Tian Tian, do you have any last wishes? Hearing this, Tian Tian burst into tears. Her mind was confused, and she didn't think about how she had the strength to cry, when she didn't even have the strength to open her eyes just now. I haven't been in a relationship yet, you woo woo, you are all married and have children. Even Xiao Li, that wooden man only me, woo woo woo. Alas, you may not have time to talk, it's good not to be in a relationship. Naruto was mean. Not good. Tian Tian became more and more excited, probably thinking that she was irritated by Naruto. I don't even know what it feels like to kiss. And that kind of thing. I saw you and Red Bean in the Anbu before Naruto, woo, you really deserve to die, Naruto. Naruto. Fuck you, 1,000 grass mud horses ran through his heart. Tian Tian is also a bitch, knowing that she is dying, she revealed her secrets at the first time. Damn, this woman really needs some education. You still have a few minutes now, say whatever you want, I will convey it. Hearing this, Tian Tian cried and said a lot of things. What about Teacher Kai, Xiao Li, and everyone, and finally cried and scolded Naruto again. Can you kiss me? Woo, there is no choice now, woo, I don't want to die with regrets. Tian Tian cried bitterly. Okay. Naruto had almost stopped the bleeding for her, and he was holding back a grudge in his heart. Half of his last words were scolding himself. He didn't mind that Tianation's face was covered in blood, and he kissed her mercilessly, holding her lips. His tongue tasted blood, but he didn't care, and kissed her hard until she was almost suffocated. Are you going to kill me? Won't you? Tian Tian was out of breath and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. You only know how to bully me, you really deserve to die. Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 578 Pray to the Gods, and the only response they get is groove. You blame me for everything. Didn't I just touch and hug her? At most, I saw something I shouldn't have seen and helped to pull up her pants. Didn't she pull up her pants by herself when she was a child? Besides, the situation is critical. If I don't do it myself, Tian Tian will be too embarrassed to face people. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Everyone knows that I am the kindest person in the ninja world. Before Tian Tian could continue to cry and curse, Naruto kissed her again, this time more fiercely. He almost sucked her tears and her whole body went limp. Hit him weakly with her hands and cried. I'm dying, and you still want to bully me. Won't you? Naruto wiped the blood from his lips, wiped it on a clean place on her face, and rolled his eyes. Look, are you dead? You cursed me so fiercely, do you look like a dying person? Tian Tian was stunned when she heard this, and then she started crying again. This is the last breath, woo, people will be like this before they die. Touch your wounds, are they still there? Naruto was helpless, and with a speechless face, he grabbed her hand and touched her abdomen. The wound that was deep enough to see the bone was gone. Not only was it gone, there was not even a scar left. This time it was Tianation's turn to hold it back. He was not dead, and the wound healed equals he didn't have to die. So he was still alive, but what was he doing just now? Well, at that moment, Tian Tian burst into tears again. You saved me for what? You might as well let me die. What? Naruto wiped the blood off his mouth, grabbed her and kissed her for a while. The battlefield around was full of smoke and corpses, and there was no one. After kissing for a while, Tian Tian gradually became docile, lowered her head and said nothing. Time was tight and the task was heavy, so Naruto had no time to continue teasing her. He pinched her face a few times, making her bloody face look more like a cat with a red face. Tian Tian, I'm busy with a little thing now, I'll take you to Konoha. You take care of yourself, okay? Also, you don't admit what happened today. Tian Tian nodded when he heard the first half of the sentence, but his face froze when he heard the second half. It's just a few kisses, it's not like you haven't kissed others before, what do you have to admit? Really? Naruto spat, you just said 20 last words, more than half of which were scolding me, what do you say you admit? Hey? Hearing this, Tianation's face suddenly turned red. He lost too much blood, and his face couldn't turn red at all. He just felt dizzy and swollen, as if he had his period 4 times in a day. Naruto sent Tian Tian to Konoha, and Kakashi had also arrived. In the center of the battlefield in the distance, the 5 Kage were fighting with Uchiha Madara, and the battle was dark. The decline was visible to the naked eye, and it was almost impossible to win. Naruto was sharp-eyed and even saw Sasuke's Susanoo in the distance. The proud second pillar finally joined the battle, and the terrifying power of Six Paths Madara shocked everyone present. Suddenly, a roar sounded, and Six Paths Madara rushed towards the sacred tree like crazy. His body was covered with black mucus, like an out-of-control madman who actually threw Tianation. The giant tree absorbed it all. Mei Terumi was blown away with a bang before she could see clearly what happened. Oniki fell to the ground exhausted, and Kurotsuke was supporting him. He looked up at the horrific scene in the center of the battlefield, gritted his teeth, but his heart was full of despair. She watched a big hole explode in the sky, or more precisely, a horrific crack. A blood moon rushed out of the crack, and the entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in blood. The shadow of Kaguya appeared at the other end of the sky, like a god descending. Everyone was stunned, and looked up at the same time, only to see long white hair floating in the void. There was a 9-Magatama Sharingan between the eyebrows, and his eyes opened, and a heavy sense of oppression came over him. The huge despair enveloped everyone on the battlefield, and the god's god really existed. He descended in an almost terrifying manner, and wherever he looked, it was like looking at an ant. Sasuke was in the southeast of the battlefield, and he was wrapped in the purple Susanoo. The moment he saw Kaguya, his heart was also shocked, the 9-Magatama Sharingan. A sense of oppression from the blood almost made him want to give up resistance subconsciously. There was a voice in his mind that kept urging him to give up. The power of the Six Paths was still below her, and the complete divine power continued to flow out of Kaguya at Satsuki's body. Her body became more and more real, and finally, she took a step out. No one saw her weakness, like a vampire who had just escaped from a coffin, needing a lot of chakra to nourish. The ants in front of him were nutrients and food. Reikage still wanted to attack Kaguya, and rushed over with Kakashi, but found that he didn't even have the qualifications to get close. Kaguya flicked her fingers, and Reikage and Kakashi flew backwards and smashed a big hole on the ground. This desperate scene was seen by everyone on the battlefield. In the Kumigakure camp, Samui, Mabi, and the 2 Yukato all raised their heads, and the despair almost filled their hearts, and they didn't know how to resist at all. Samui still had no expression on his face, holding the ninja sword tightly in his hand, and moved to the 2 Yukatos. Is there any point in resisting? I don't know, it seems we will die here. The 2 Yukatos had never seen such a powerful enemy as Kaguya, and this pressure was almost like fighting with God. Who can have the courage to charge against God? How can an ant defeat God? Samui smiled with a hint of self-mockery. Now we can only pray to the beloved evil God, to save his poor believers. I am willing to give everything, if the equally pitiful evil God really exists. Yukato was in no mood to joke, and was about to say something. Suddenly, almost all the 10 evil God believers who had been bound looked up. Hydrangea, Kurama Yakumo, Uzuki Yujeo, Ryugu, Kumigakure 3 women, Konan, Leg Shadow Kurotsuke, and Maiko. Like a drop of water rippling, a familiar force slowly condensed in the air. The 10 girls all looked up, and at the same time, a voice that was not in line with their imagination, but extremely familiar, sounded in their hearts. You didn't expect it, the evil god doesn't exist at all, but I heard your prayers. Naruto smiled, and he got angrier every time he heard this tone and voice. Kurotsuke was stunned, she had indeed prayed just now. She was willing to offer everything, even her soul, as long as a miracle happened, whether it was the evil god or something else. In short, just do something. Stop the terrifying thing hanging in the sky. But she never expected that when she prayed to the gods, only Naruto would respond to her in the end. That mean, hateful, fearful and helpless person. Yamujin looked up at the sky, pursed his lips, and whispered Master. Unexpectedly, she got a response. She didn't know what the I'm here was, but she knew that there seemed to be hope. Kurama Yakumo's face was nervous, and Hydrangea was stunned. Almost all the Uzumaki Tenryongs gathered on the battlefield with their respective villages or other orders, praying to the evil god, and finally got a response from Naruto. Boom! A heart-pounding force suddenly erupted, not chakra, but an inexplicable feeling. Black air rushed straight into the sky. On the battlefield, Kakashi looked up, and suddenly a ridiculous idea came to his mind. But the next second, this idea was confirmed, and a huge altar appeared in the air. Naruto stood on the ancient altar, looking at Kaguya in the sky. On the other side, the shadow of the god of death condensed again, almost stepping out from the other side of the sky. The green-faced and fanged god of death took off the white short knife in his mouth, and his body became more solid. On the evil god's altar, a group of black air outlined a tall figure. Something astonishing happened. 2 shadows bowed to the yellow-haired man on the altar. The god of death had flying white hair, skinny bones, and a knife in his hand. The evil god was indescribable, only a group of black shadows and constant low mumbling. The obscure language almost drove people crazy, and they wanted to pull their ears off. At this moment, 2 phantoms bowed to Naruto at the same time. As if welcoming the emperor back to his loyal country, there was no language, even though it was a battlefield. The battlefield was full of corpses, and those who were alive or dead looked up at this scene, their hearts were full of shock. There was a person standing above God. The 5 shadows were supported by others, covered in blood, and stayed in the middle of the army camp. The battlefield was completely lost, and the ninjas of the 5 major countries gathered together. They all looked at it, and 2 doors opened in the sky. The god of death and the god of evil came with authority, and as the yellow-haired man casually pointed, a terrifying force descended from the sky, the passage to the Pure Land was opened, and an indescribable grey cloud emerged. A bone of common killing appeared above Kagaya's head, but because she was too weak, she threw it at the grey cloud like a drop in the ocean. The familiar scene bloomed twice, and Kagaya looked incredible. In the blink of an eye, Kagaya was swallowed by the grey cloud and dragged to the Pure Land with a painful scream. A desperate and absurd way announced the end of the war. The sky was bright again, and all the grey clouds disappeared without a trace. The sun pierced through the clouds and shone on the corpses in the wreckage. From that day on, Naruto disappeared. Hinata, Ino, and 2 children disappeared together. The haze of war has passed, time flies in the blink of an eye, and Temari gave birth to a boy in the winter of the following year. In the same year, the captain of the Anbu, Uzuki Yujeo, became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter after secretly recuperating. The ninja world didn't seem to have changed much, and it was still rotating according to the routine. Koji was a little depressed, and he was used to hanging out with Naruto. After that, he could only see Naruto once a year, coming and going quietly. The 3 women of Kumagakure got pregnant one after another, which caused quite a stir in Kumagakure, but not many people paid attention to it after a while. After all, powerful female ninjas almost never get married and have children, maybe it's their choice. The ninja world is rotating around the clock. Shin is pregnant, and Kuratsuki, who inherited the position of Tsuchikage, is pregnant. Gradually, some people noticed that there might be some connection, but they couldn't figure it out, and in the end it was just a dead end. Sakura and Tenten also disappeared together. Koji was too lazy to think about why, and it was annoying to think about it. Naruto really deserves to die. Jun is just a ditch thing. Others are not picky at all, he wants to take all the benefits. Isn't he afraid of death? Until, I can't remember which year it was, probably the 3rd year, when Koji saw the young Tsunade at a party, and his first reaction was almost to look at her belly. Fortunately, it was a false alarm, but he always felt something was wrong. He secretly wondered why he had such an idea. It was really until the next year, when he saw Tsunade's child, he was shocked beyond words. Uzumaki Naruto. You really deserve to die. Die. The 5 major countries recognized the year when Kagaya appeared as the year of the god's descent. There was no separate year name, it was just used as a mark. 3 years later, the secret of the blood limit was cracked. The power of the Otsutsuki clan mixed with human cells can develop a more powerful blood limit. The way to obtain the blood limit is no longer limited to birth, and another way has emerged. Taking some pill-like things to improve physical fitness does not count as consolidating the blood in the body and removing impurities from the human body. Steady steps, get a purer blood limit. The road of cultivation suddenly opened up, and all ninjas and even ordinary people could embark on the road of cultivation. Even if they could not become powerful ninjas like the Kage of the major ninja villages in their lifetime, they could prolong their lives. The sky seemed to be torn open, and someone finally cultivated to the limit and could climb to the clouds with a light jump. In the 5th year after the descent of the gods, the technological explosion started from the Rain Country, and huge wealth poured into the Rain Country. In the same year, the top leaders of Kumagakure planned to attack the Rain Country. The top leaders mysteriously disappeared within a few days. The 5th generation Raikage stepped down, and the 2nd Yukato took over the position of the 6th generation Raikage. The 4th generation Tsuchikage cooperated with Kumagakure, and the Witch Country and the Snow Country shared technology for free. The ninja thus ushered in an era of innovation. In the same year, Mei Terumi gave birth to a son. The Uzumaki Tenyangs were distributed in 3s and 2s, and there was no direct contact. In 5 years, they almost became pregnant and gave birth to heirs one after another, and gradually gained the real power of the major countries. The ninja world entered the cyber era from the hand-rubbing technology era, and scientific ninja tools and hard training coexisted. Year after year, more and more people become ninjas. In the 10th year after the god's descent, an alien came and disappeared mysteriously after a few days. The news was covered up, the information was blocked, and some people swore that they had seen a miracle. The news was connected to the internet and was jointly recognized as false news by the 5 major countries within 2 hours. 20 years after the god's descent, Koji found that Naruto had never returned to the village. The lifespans of the people around him became longer, but there were fewer and fewer people to chat with, so he could only find Shikamaru to get together occasionally. He couldn't remember how many years had passed, and Koji had never left the village. The children around him gradually aged, and even went to settle in the land of grass. The ninja world has maintained peace for almost 50 years, with almost no signs of war. Occasionally, Koji would wonder if the world was controlled by that damn guy Naruto. But then he thought that guy was so lazy, it was almost impossible. Since it wasn't him, why did he slowly refuse to return to the village? He couldn't figure it out, and as time went by, Koji decided to go out for a walk before he couldn't walk anymore. So he went to the land of water, the land of wind, and almost all the countries he could go to. The more acquaintances he visited, the more frightened he became. Sometimes when he was walking on the streets of a foreign country, a blonde boy would occasionally run by, which would make him stunned for a moment. In a trance, he even wondered if Naruto was teasing him with the transformation technique. After experiencing this many times, this idea became stronger and stronger. Traveling in foreign countries, Koji felt that he was a little crazy. Naruto's damn shadow was everywhere. 10 years' time passed in the blink of an eye, and Koji has lived for nearly 170 years. He has never pursued longevity, probably because he felt bored and just did whatever he wanted. But in fact, his lifespan has surpassed most ninjas. In the last few years, Koji did not feel uncomfortable, but he could feel that his life was slowly passing away. The next winter, Koji lay quietly in bed, and the villa was surrounded by juniors inside and outside. Looking at the ceiling with dull eyes, he seemed to have returned to his childhood in a trance. Running carefree on the streets of Konoha, skipping classes with Shikamaru, Inuzuka Kaiba, and Naruto. But that period of time is so far away that it can never be returned, and even if you go, it may take a long way. In the last few years, he thinks of his childhood almost every day. Ninja school, Chunin exam, Ino, Naruto, Hinata, Tenten, and everyone. The leisurely days lasted for several years until the situation in the ninja world changed. Koji felt that this might be his last day. He could not feel any pain in his body, but just wanted to sleep. After so much trouble, I want to rest. I had a dream last night that he was still young and pushed open the door of the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, who was in a ditch, grabbed the meat first, and everyone drank together around the stove. In a daze, there was a sudden noise in front of the bed. A familiar figure appeared in front of the bed. Dinkai took a look and slowly opened his eyes. "You don't have to sit up, you fat guy," the man said, laughing self-deprecatingly. "You are really going to die now, Dinkai? Do you want to extend your life? I can give you one chance, actually, 2 or 3 times is also fine, but it won't be me who comes next time." Outside the room, the servants were cleared out. The younger generation of the Akimichi clan knelt in the corridor. No one dared to look up, and there was only one messy thought in their hearts. Not dead, that person actually came to the Akimichi clan. This is the favor of God, the favor of God. I only heard the angry curses of the ancestor Akimichi Koji from the room. "Fuck you Uzumaki Naruto, you are a... I am willing to live a few more years? How do you think I am?" The current head of the Akimichi clan was pale, and he even thought about where to bury himself. Perhaps the Akimichi clan will be erased from history and no longer exist. The members of the Akimichi clan kneeling in the corridor were trembling, not daring to look up. The ancestor was still fierce, and dared to curse anyone, and the clan was finished. In the room, Naruto also cursed. "Fatty, 95% of your last words were curses at me. Why are you all like this, one by one? Isn't this also involuntarily of mine? You are involuntarily. The dirty words echoed in the corridor like rain, and the members with weaker psychological endurance had fainted. Finally, the quarrel subsided, and the voices in the room could no longer be heard. Koji lowered his voice, "So, you are the only one left." Naruto smiled bitterly, "Yeah, they don't want to extend their lifespans, and neither do I. Living longer is not a good thing, although I may not die. Do you think about renewing the contract for 300 years? Koji answered him with action, spitting at the god. Naruto didn't hide, but curled his lips. "Then I'll see you off, and then I'll go see them, and we'll meet soon." "You dog, why don't you live well?" Koji couldn't help but spit again. This was the only trick he had now, and it was no different from a fight between children. "What about your clansmen? Don't tell me you have no feelings. I don't even know how many descendants you have now. You've killed all 4 girls. What to do? They figure it out on their own. It has nothing to do with me." Naruto said, "I'm not a tool. I've done enough in the past 100 years. Why don't you wait?" "No, I've made an appointment with Ino and Hinata to accompany them." Naruto whispered, "This is an agreement between us. I don't like this world. I'm going to be their husband. No children, no tedious things." "Koji, you really don't consider extending your life?" he asked. Koji sighed, "Can you make my hands move?" "Sure." Naruto snapped his fingers. Koji gave him a middle finger in return, "Dog." The next day, Koji was buried. In the same month, the restrictions on the ninja world were lifted, and all ninjas were surprised to find that their powers were like unlocking shackles. Some people left the ninja world and went to the sky. In the same year, the word God was erased, as if nothing had ever happened. Naruto opened his eyes in a daze, with only one thought in his mind. Not dead. He had already dissolved himself, and he had nothing to worry about. He just wanted to think about nothing, everything would freeze, and then disappear. He looked down, but he didn't see his body. Suddenly there was a light in front of him. He took a look and decided to go over and take a look. When he got closer, he found it was a stone door. There were 2 holes on the door, which made him feel strangely familiar. Standing in front of the stone door, his power finally began to dissolve. Just when he felt that most of his consciousness had dissolved, a pair of eyes suddenly came over the hole in the stone door. He was slightly stunned and recognized those eyes. They were his former self. The boy's eyes were horrified, which made Naruto want to laugh. It turned out that he used to be like this. He waved his hand in the last few seconds and sent part of his power into the stone door. After thinking about it, he felt that something was missing, so he created a system with his mind. Lie flat system loaded. Option 1, send flowers to Ino, reward S-level ninjutsu. Option 2, send flowers to Hinata, reward S-level ninjutsu. Option 3, send flowers to Sakura, reward S-level ninjutsu. Option 4, send flowers to Tian Tian, reward S-level ninjutsu. And